actually here. Okay. I think I'm gonna fly some planes today. It's overwhelming because of you have to get back into it, all that shit, but I'm gonna fly. So I think I'm gonna fly some planes. What the fuck's going on? Excuse me? Steam not working? Looks like I'm online to me. Really gonna make me fucking reset the game, huh? Jesus. What a joke. What a fucking joke. Steam. Steam is here. What's going on with this? What is this? Cloud. What? Huh? What the fuck is the difference? What the fuck is the difference? What's direct? Jesus. Interesting. Unable to sync. Steam was it? Unable to sync. Why? It says that it's synchronized and it's good to go. What's going on here? That's up to date. Everything's okay. Now it's turning on. Wow. I mean, it booted up, but will it let me actually play the game? I am curious. Let's see. Nope. Well, even let. I can do training before it fucking locked up. What the hell, man? So why I can't play? What's going on? Let me look this up.
Welcome back, officer. It's been a while since your last qualification. Let's not waste each other's time. The key to excellence is perfecting the basics. So, let's see what you've got. Now grab your rifle so we can start. Move over to the indoor range. I want to see what you can do cold. Grab a loaded magazine on the table and get loaded. Load and make ready. The command shooter, on you. Engage the target on command. Threat! Enough point shooting. Show them a good sight picture before firing. Next up, transition to your sidearm. Engage the targets. You're shooting well, but let's focus on some surgical shots. Slow your breathing, get a perfect sight picture, and trigger press. Try again. Let's work on an alternative shooting position for close quarters. Move to a canted weapon stance for close engagements.
What? I'm quite confused. There's not an option. Ay, ay, ay. Where does it say? Yo, this is a game changer. is a 0, and unfortunately nothing happens on my screen when I... The only mission is thank you coming in. What the fuck is happening here? Is the game just bugged out? That works now. That's fucking weird. Are the maps gone? Maybe in single player you have to like beat each one to get the next. Okay. What's the difference? Oh. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I'll keep it. I do something about that lighting.
Talk reporting. Entry team. There may be one or multiple active shooters on site. Move quickly and clear the area.
Do I go single? I think I go single fire. Let's just get everything situated. We just clear the bottom area first. Let's test this out. Oh yeah, way more lean. Before I was just going like this. Now, get feet more.
There's no room for bravado like that. Stand down.
Kill them all! You'll never take me! Oh, fuck.
Stop violating your ROE. This is a delicate situation. Be careful. What the hell are you doing? Exercise caution.
She wants it to stop.
We have rules outlined for a reason.
Where did I put my cigarettes?
No!
Talk to
I
element.
was out of bullets
Mission
and you
failed.
gotta be
We
fake
no
me
longer have
out.
control of the situation. Fall back.
No. 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 I refuse. I'll be right back. I need food.
Talk reporting. Talk to element. Negotiations have failed with the active shooter. Make entry and clear the area.
down now!
I'm complying, officer. I'm not one of them.
We're not looking for body bags. Maintain your ROE.
Oh, what the fuck?
Stand down.
They got through the door! Fuck the LSD! Man, am I... That fancy stuff won't save you. Fucking LSD! Worse!
Leave the dog. Safe. We need help.
This is a delicate situation. Be careful.
Oh shit!
Talk to element.
I had to check my
Objectives
ammo.
failed. This one's a wash. Report to TOC for debrief.
Damn.
This is TOC. Entry team. There may be one or multiple active shooters on site. Move quickly and clear the area.
Answer to this besides constantly tuning the discoverability system until you get something good. It's just gonna take years, like it did for YouTube, right? Like everybody forgets like how fucking long this took YouTube to figure out, and how much money it took to figure out, and the incentive it took to figure it out. Like when I run ads on Twitch, I'm still running ads across. But when I run ads on YouTube, I can choose the exact demographic. I can choose the exact age group I want, the exact category, the exact interest those people have. I can see if they have dogs or cats or not. On and on and on, right? What is this? What is the green frog that stares at you?
What? A riddle?
No, sorry. No, it's a thing that the chat's spamming this green frog that stares at
Watching you, Devin. That's all it means.
Oh,
They're staring
what do you
at
mean?
They're staring at you.
But why?
I don't know.
It's all stop it, guys. Go away. I don't want that kind of attention. Okay, I didn't ask for this. What does it mean? Tell me what it means. I know what the frog is, but in what context is this frog? Are they upset?
Nah, they're being creepy.
Oh, what did you take them? What the fuck?
Yo, spam the
I don't
frog again.
understand.
No,
This is boomer as hell.
I
I see these big streamers sponsoring like these esports teams, and everyone has told me that esports is like incredibly not profitable. But these guys,
Oh my,
pump
yes.
hundreds of thousands of dollars into running these teams, and they do it every time. Is this like what's going on? Is this a lie?
What part?
Oh, you
is
just
why?
secure
That it's
evidence
not
without even
profitable?
having to.
It's like, I don't understand like why you
I
would
got
be investing like
Got
hundreds
one
of thousands
down.
of dollars every year.
TOC
that
to
was
entry
nice.
team. Copy that, entry
Well, they
team.
got wise. They
Notifying
got-
morgue.
But the pitch for esports back in 2015 was Bobby Kotick put us all in a room. I mean, like every NFL owner, Elon was there. This was like a big fucking deal. Okay, and we got this giant room, and he pitched us the OWL, and he said, "This is the thing, okay? All these guys that are watching football and basketball and everything are aging out. These are 48. Either gonna die or go on and do other stuff. we need to engage the young audience, and that is Overwatch. And then he pitched us a deck of stuff that
I
was
can't
like,
trust
You're
it.
we're gonna
endangering
fill
this
up stadiums,
operation.
we're
Watch
gonna,
yourselves.
like we're gonna charge ticket prices. Like, I mean, people genuinely believed that Overwatch was going to
We're
sell
not looking for
tickets
body
at
bags.
massive
Maintain your
stadiums equivalent
ROE.
to like OG sports games, and people were gonna. And so all kinds of people like
This is Talk.
Guardians,
Mission failed.
76ers,
We no
like,
longer have
us,
control of the
Madison Guardians,
situation.
us, like,
Fall
LCD,
back.
got super interested and got taken in by this. So it was really Activision that led this. People say Riot did, but like Riot was the use case, but like Activision was the one having the conversation with like the big people. And then everybody believed it, and so all the money came in, and it became obvious that was like a total fucking rug pull, right? Like, and so over the last like year and a half or two, especially with the failure of North American League Championship Series, like that has been apparent, and now people aren't really putting money into it. The money that's coming into esports now is from Saudi Arabia, like almost 90% of it. They bought ESL. They are buying most of the teams, and the Saudi Arabian wealth fund is like basically infinite. Like
they don't care about just pissing away money. But what about these
Nah.
creators that are sponsoring teams? I'm wondering like what's the incentive there for you guys? Is it just a passion project, or do you just like?
Oh, you're talking. Oh, I'm so sorry, I misunderstood you. Just that whole thing for no reason. Okay, so like Ludwig and those guys, like
Yeah.
by Disguised Toast, yeah.
It's got to be a
being a
passion
YouTuber-
project, right? You make
Yes.
so much money, you get to throw things at like an esport, and then the scale of money. One thing that people don't realize, one thing that people don't realize, or actually maybe Devin, you can tell me if this changed. Like the scale of money that existed in esports compared to the scale of money we make today on YouTube is unbelievable. Back 14 years ago, you were basically a fucking god if you managed to make it onto a StarCraft 2 team, and you were getting paid. And this is probably true even for like 1.6. If you were getting paid like $400 a month, you literally made it. That was like the
Yeah.
dream. I'm getting paid $400 real cash every month to play a video game professionally. It's over. It doesn't get any better than this, right? And even though like obviously the salaries and everything have kind of grown, especially some of these pro gamers step into these hybrid roles as like influencers and pro gamers. Nowadays, like if you're a big YouTuber and you're clearing, big 6-figure, 7 figures on your shit, you can probably afford to throw $200,000, I guess, a year into some esports team and probably employ like fucking 10 people, like several part-time, a couple of like talent, like whatever, and just do it as like a fun passion project because you liked it. You missed the esports and it's not that big of like a financial hit to you depending on how much money you're making. And I doubt, and like maybe you'll try to sell a few things on the side for it to recoup some of the cost, but there's no way, unless Devin has something contradicting, I would be hard pressed to believe that any of these guys are actually making their money back. The influence are on buying these teams.
Destiny has it completely right. There's not a single profitable esports team even close to the influencer side. And then the only thing I would add is the price of like a League of Legends player. So notice like none of these influencers have their own league team or anything like that, right? Like the price of like a League of Legends person. Yeah, that's gonna be like an average right now of like $800,000 to $200 million. It's like $2 million a year for one player on a 5-player team, plus coach, plus which Riot requires you to do, plus assistants, plus all the help, the houses, on and on. I mean, I know exactly the P&L for that, right? I ran one, so like, but a Smash player would be about 3K to 5K a month plus flights. Right,
I was gonna say, yeah, I bet you could get away with like 20K a year on some of these guys, and you probably don't even have them for like a full year, depending on who you're talking about.
And dude, a lot of them, they just like want a team affiliation to like a lot of them just want to go to tournaments. Like somebody that has like a lot of the Smash players that are really fucking good, they just want free flights. Like, yeah, we'll just take you out to the tournament. They're like, fuck yeah, I get to go see my friends and compete. That's all I want. Yeah. So like Ludwig, like he's very passionate about the Smash scene. And he knows for like a very low amount of money, he can prop that scene up a shitload. And his only true enemy is Nintendo. Like
when
he's
they
done a
decide
lot
they
for
want
the
to bring
scene.
the hammer down randomly to fuck everything.
Yeah, they just decide like, whoops, we're actually a traditional company, and this one needs to be a party game. Fuck this esport. So, but like if you look at like Disguised Toast, who I think is in he's running a really expensive team.
Yeah, DSG. Yeah, he's running the DSG team.
Which is what esport?
In League of Legends.
Yeah, and if you look at all his posts, he's like, I'm fucked. I'm out of right, like that, because that's just like a much more expensive. Like if you're trying to go into like Valorant or League, I don't know if there are big enough influencers to like really back that. Like obviously, there's big in like Mr. Beast wanted the League of Legends team, he could have one, but that's the level we're talking about. Like it's gonna cost you millions and millions of dollars a year, whereas like Destiny said, Ludwig might toss $250,000 at a Smash tournament which he has a company for. His company with Nick Allen. What's it called?
Everyone in chat is spamming it's LOL, or it's not LOL, it's TFT. There we go, I don't know.
No, it's definitely low. He has, but it's the second league. It's not the first league. So he's
People
not
are
even
saying, a
in
lot of
the-
people are saying it's not LOL, it's TFT. Like multiple people are saying that. Actually.
I watched him in the finals. Maybe it changed this year, but last year was definitely weak.
What's the anyway? Whatever company that is an event company, and so Ludwig's actually runs events as part of his business. That's part of one of his. He owns a company that co-owns a company that runs events. So live events are kind of in his forte. And I think that was critical. Charlie just thinks is cool. They just want to and it's like great. It's because they just want to prop up the scene. Dude, esports needs that help. Like they're really suffering.
Can be, maybe I'm crazy. I feel like YouTube and a lot of different things during the pandemic just exploded, even esports in a lot of ways. Because like the salaries for esports were insane during that period, and then salary cap came in this year, and teams have to shift like their balances by like half. But I feel like even at the outset of like the end of the pandemic, going into like this end of year, a lot of advertisers have told me that they've clamped down on like their influencer budgets, and like even it seems like a lot of people's in terms of like monthly viewerships have like trended downwards a lot. I'm wondering if like this ebb and flow across all these different online mediums is like.
Well, I think you have to be really careful to not make the mistake of grouping in esports with influencer stuff.
Yeah, two different markets.
Yeah, my feeling is esports stuff was basically propped up for a long time because people were waiting for it to blow up into becoming like the NBA or something. I guess that's what we were kind of like hoping and waiting for. That like these AAA sponsors, Coca-Cola and Mercedes-Benz, were going to be on the league stage, and you got like a couple big sponsors for at least a season or two, I think. But it just didn't ever really pan out to be that way. The costs and all of this stuff exploded. It was way too much money to buy these LCS spots, the salaries for the teams and the coaches and everything. Like, none of it really made as much money as people wanted to. But the influencer side of things, people sitting at home, doing streams, commanding these massive fucking audiences. Like, just like, imagine how much you want to kill yourself if you spent, $250,000 putting on an event and your total viewer hours was the same as one Destiny stream. Or one Aiden Ross stream, right? If you're the LCS, right? Imagine you're the LCS and you're broadcasting games. You rented out a whole stadium for to 200,000, to like 50, 60,000 viewers, and then you see XQC go live in his fucking home eating his toenail, and he's like outperforming you, right? So I think the influencer stuff, my feelings, is generally grown over time. There might be a little bit of an ebb and flow, but I think that it's pretty disconnected from the direction, or it's not correlated well with like the esports market. That's kind of always been its own thing that's been, I would argue, a lot more artificially propped up, whereas opposed to the influencer stuff is like way more directly tied to ad inventory and sales and affiliate marketing and everything else. It's a bit more a bit more grounded.
Yeah, I believe you on the live streaming stuff because I don't really watch enough of that to see anything. But I have looked into some of the largest creators online over the last year, and most of them trended downwards in terms of viewership. I feel like there's exceptions, like maybe Moist Critical or folks like that, but a lot of the other big ones have definitely seen their viewership on YouTube, especially, trend downwards.
I could talk about that, but this is our whole job, right? Like, we do
Also,
this all
wait,
the time.
can you, before you talk about this, can you give me your 30-second pitch on this, and then I have to go. I got to do a conversation in like literally 1 minute, so just so
Oh,
the
I'm
audience
sorry.
can hear you.
Yeah.
Real quick. No, there's fine. You can do it. You can keep talking. Not necessarily want to do this, but give your 30-second pitch on that. I'm curious.
Yeah, it's live streaming brand deals are down, YouTube brand deals are up, TikTok brand deals are up, and across the board, influencer marketing is up, and esports is non-existent. That's the short. Yeah, we could talk more about it some other time. But who are you having a conversation with, Destiny?
It's like the Irish for Palestinian movement or some shit. I have no idea.
W Ireland.
Okay, I will listen. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's been fun.
Yeah, appreciate you, man. Much love always.
Bye. Got them the fuck out. Oh, why is this not working? Open program.
F for fun. It is a little chilly. Alright, let's kill, let's do another run, another kill run, and then we can play some WoW. Another murder spree. Got some Davidos. Always love the Davidos. Thank you to my viewers, my loyal fans. someone sent a Domino's to my house. I mean, I had to pay for it, but
Status of the active shooter threat is currently
I was
unknown.
hungry.
Move in. Let's secure the area quickly.
Don't know how you found my house, but you know. Maybe pay for it next time. Oh, there's just nothing on. Alright. Put that pizza over here. I'm going to murder someone. I wish I could still move while doing that. Alright. Alright, chat. Krontar, if you're there.
Get from the gift chest.
Krontar, if you're there. His fate's up to you, man. This man right here, he's up. His fate's in your hands,
What did I
Krontar.
get?
Yeah.
What?
That's in 1911. With a silencer, dot sight, flashlight attachment.
What did he get?
I'm about to pop this guy in the
Yeah,
skull
band?
if you don't frickin' say anything, Krontar. In
It's a
3,
118.
2.
What?
Let's pop him in the leg. What? He's the chosen one. I missed. I missed again. Krontar, this man is in your hands. Your fate.
Hello, hello.
His fate is in your capable hands. What should I do with him?
Put your hands Hands up. are up.
Oh! What the fuck?
Christ, help!
Whoa. There's another one. Fine, you know what, Krontar, since you don't want to say anything,
Police, don't move!
You're professionals. Start acting like it.
Jesus, we will forgive you.
There's no room for bravado like that. Stand down.
You didn't want to save him, Kron. That's on you, man. From where was that being shot? Oh, what the? What the hell? Oh shit! That was good laying them out.
Got cops coming. Shit, fuck you! Oh, Jesus Christ, see that? We need help!
Watch it.
Sir, get him!
Come out with your hands up.
Hands in the air! Get down and don't move! Hands up, don't move! Don't move! Get down now! LSPD, hands up! Raise your hands! Police, get down now!
don't think that works. Oh shit!
I'm not scared. Oh, God damn it.
So clearly it didn't work when I shot him through that window. The windows don't work. He just executed this woman. So I guess mission accomplished for him. God damn, dude.
You have any idea who you're fucking with?
Clearly amateurs. Let's take these streamers down.
Do not agitate the situation further.
Where is the bunny-eared bitch? Yo!
What the hell?
Oh yeah, here he is.
Objectives failed. This one's a wash. Report to TOC for debrief.
Ow. Whoops. This is good shit. $14 days left on my WoW sub.
We're doing our best kind of things all the time, as long as they're not doing anything illegal, and as long as everything is like above board. Like if Israel wants to, you know, market to people on TikTok and say, hey, can you do an ad for our country doing whatever,
No,
as
but
long
this
as
is the
like they say
military,
to
though.
them.
So I'm just saying this is the military, though. This is IDF, like what do you call it? So basically, for example, you know, the Saudis. You know, they invaded Yemen and etc. and did a lot of like, you know, fucked up shit, like war crimes and etc. But they don't, what do you call it? For example, have a you know, like this is such bullshit, like in propaganda. They put like, you know, a young Yemeni boy, and like, you know, the Saudi army is building a well for him, and he's drinking from the water. It's like, that is very good. Thank you, Bill Sandman. You know, but like, I mean, I've seen like videos of, I don't know, of IDF people. Excuse me, what's that? All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so
I mean,
I've
I feel like
seen,
I'm pretty sure like every country's army has like advertisements. I mean, as long as 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 long as
oh,
there's-
look, this is like straight up propaganda. Those, for example,
what is propaganda?
like,
What does propaganda mean to you?
Propaganda means to me that what you call it. Propaganda means to me. Propaganda means to me, like, you know, to inveigle, to obfuscate the truth, and
Okay.
to like, you know, to manufacture consent, as Noam Chomsky used to say.
Sure. So I think that well, he would probably still say that. He's not dead yet. I would say that the propaganda is like showing something in a good light. I don't think it necessarily has to be dishonest. In places where propaganda is dishonest, or if we argue that they're engaging in disinformation, I would disagree with that. I don't think disinformation is good. But in terms of
So
like
yeah, this
people,
is this, but like you do think this is disinformation. So for example, okay, let me give you some disinformation. I would say so. Let me see what they did and tell me if it's good, if it's propaganda or if it's disinformation, what it is. For example, okay, so there's one of them was like a
There's a
gay
fucking
Israeli
mailbox.
soldier in the middle of Gaza saying we are liberating you. So basically, it's showing the world that Israel is pro-LGBTQ and they're freeing the gays or something in Gaza. I don't know what it's showing, but it sounds idiotic. I mean, it looks idiotic to me, and it's straight up propaganda. And basically, so just gay guys like showing gay Israeli soldiers showing the gay flag in
Who
Gaza.
does that?
What do you think about that one?
yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. They're trying to, I don't know, maybe Israel feels like they do better when it comes to human rights on LGBT issues, and they want to counter all of the people in the West saying we're gays for Gaza when they feel like their civil rights
But
would
you
probably
don't
be...
think it's pinkwashing though of like of their if it's pinkwashing of like
Sure, we can
of
call
the
it pinkwashing, call it
decimation.
whatever you want. Yeah, if you're gonna fight with me on the idea that like this is bad, I don't think I agree. People are gonna advertise and try to showcase their particular fight, their particular struggle the best they can. The Palestinians do it, Hamas does it, Israel does it, the IDF does it, the United States does it. You know, communists did it, capitalists did it. Yeah, everybody does this. I mean, as long as everything is legal and as long as people aren't blatantly lying about things, then I generally don't have a problem with it. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that Israel's trying to show their side in a good light with, you know, civil rights propaganda or whatever compared to, you know, an Islamist party. I don't think it's hard to do. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me that they are doing that. But yeah, I'm not going to have any huge moral qualms with it. We can say that like it's unethical that anybody would be positively advertising themselves so much, but everybody around the world is doing it. You've got to compete with the other people that are advertising themselves, right?
No, but I'm just saying you have to be genuine. Though. If you're a genuine person, you don't have to lie to people. You know, you like basically this. What I'm saying, this is a lie. This is disinformation. This is a lie. So like basically, if you're a good person to begin with, you know, if you're what do you call it, a good moral like country, that you wouldn't have to what do you call it, you know, I don't know, prostitute your female soldiers, you know, like have them like pay them to shake their asses on TikTok and etc. Or sort of decimation to what do you call it, to inveigle to obfuscate the decimation you have created, you know, like basically all the blown up stuff, like take out a gay soldier and put up the the gay flags that were liberating the gays, even though after all the destruction that you caused. So so it's pinkwashing the death and destruction you cause and trying to what do you call paint that as a positive light. So you come in there, you destroy stuff, you fuck shit up, and you kill people, and then you come up and say, oh look, hey look, I'm feeding a goat. Like I've seen one of them, like the what do you call it? I don't know, it was a baby goat or some animal anyway. Or some animal. It's like, oh look how good our soldiers are. They're showing like they're feeding a baby goat. They're so moral.
Why are people watching?
Like so that
Who is actually
like,
saying
it feels
that,
icky to me. So that's what I'm saying. So like after all that, like,
probably because it's fake.
To you, but the United States Air Force is the largest air force in the world. The United States Air Forces. The U.S. Army Aviation Branch is number 2, and I'm pretty sure 4th is the United States Navy Air Forces. We have the top of the top 4. We have the top 3. Of the top 4, 3 of those are U.S. Air Forces in terms of like power. But the United States military will still pay people like Tom Cruise to make borderline propaganda movies like Top Gun 2. Just because an Air Force is good, like, do you think that people think the U.S. Air Force isn't strong? I don't buy the idea that just because you're advertising for something necessarily means that you are actually doing the opposite of what you're advertising. That betrays every single thing we possibly know about advertising. If Coke was so good, why would they have to advertise showing it's good? People would just drink it. If you're such a good person, why would you have to publicly state that you donated to a charity? People would just know you're a good person. If you're a good country, why would you have to publicly show your armed forces doing something good? They would just know. Like, that's just how any part of the world we understand works. I don't know why we would apply a totally different lens of analysis for advertising.
For example, like if I invite you to my house or you invite me to your house, and then after we have a party and etc. You force me or you pay me money, like to say, hey look, tell people I'm a good guy, I do this, or like but instead of you do the opposite. What I see you like doing some wrong stuff at the party.
Well, yeah, but then the problem, the issue isn't the advertising, the issue is just the wrong stuff. We would just talk about the wrong stuff, right? We wouldn't say it's unethical for a politician to buy. Yeah, then let's
seriously,
just talk about that. Like,
am I gonna burn through all this? It's gonna be like the record no points.
Political ads to show how good they are. They should do that. But if they're doing something contrary to the political ads, then we just talk about that. Oh, well, you shouldn't be doing this, or this is a bad thing. But it has nothing to do with the propaganda part or the advertising.
No, but you wouldn't do that much propaganda though if you were doing right to begin with, though.
That's
you
not
wouldn't
true.
have.
There's a whole world that's invested in attacking the Israeli narrative. There's what 60 plus Muslim majority countries that all make up part of the UN General Assembly.
But-
You've got people like Syria that are heading the UN Human Rights Watch. You've got all sorts of international orgs that are highly invested in showing a negative side of
Why is
Israel.
leather
I think they've
working
got plenty of reason to
all-
feel like they might need to push out more positive
Like,
messaging from their
agility
side, especially with
spirit?
international
Like,
support.
like, it's
so
not
important how you
for
deal
anything
with
other than
problems
if
and
you're
mitigate
fucking,
issues in this region.
Okay, well, all right, let me put on the other side as well. So if
A
your
bear.
enemy was so bad as well, why would you paint him as such a, what do you call it, as an evil monster as well? Like, so basically the other propaganda, the black propaganda I was talking about now, this is, what do you call it? We're talking about the light propaganda before, now this is the black propaganda against the Palestinians. For example, I think one of the hilarious one was Isaac Herzog. I don't know if you've seen this propaganda that, he showed a book of Mein Kampf in Arabic. And he was saying, our soldiers found this on a dead Hamas guy in a children's bedroom.
Okay.
Have you seen that video?
Yeah, I've seen the picture. Why do you think that's so unbelievable?
What do you mean? Okay, so no, because he's trying to portray like Hamas as Nazis, and because they're evil and like what do you call it, they have hatred against the Israelis because they're reading Mein Kampf, and Mein Kampf. I don't know if you read it or I've read a little bit of it in college. But it's not just about like hating Jews, but like there is a big part of it. But it's basically a white supremacist book. I wouldn't think what they call it, Hamas would be like an Islamic organization would be what do you call it, getting their ideology from that and getting the what do you call the hatred from the Jews about that. They're getting their qualms or like or the.
I mean, we
the
can think that
struggle,
there wouldn't be. I mean, maybe that might be the case. That might not be the case. I mean,
No, but
the
it's
Grand
just so,
Mufti of Jerusalem, Amin al-Husseini, I think in the 20s, literally had or it was in the 30s, I think, had a face-to-face meeting with Hitler, and this guy was like the de facto leader of the Muslim community in mandatory Palestine. So, I mean, even though he was the de facto leader of all these Arabs, he had no problem meeting with Hitler and talking to him. So the idea that Hamas, some 70, 80 years later, would have books of Mein Kampf, that's not like completely unbelievable to me. It might have been fake. If it was fake, then I condemn it, obviously. But I don't think I would look at it and go like, oh my God, it's Mein Kampf. It's obviously fake. That doesn't make any sense, right?
No, but I didn't look the other part of the funny part. He was in the children's bedroom.
Oh, does this
So, but
happen
they're
every
saying,
time someone
putting
they
children,
beat
what
the
do you
Black
call it,
Temple
human
that
shield
that thing
narrative. So he was
pops
in the
off?
children's
That's
bedroom.
insane.
Sure.
The command center was in the children's bedroom. That's what they were. So okay, so let's say even though they commandeer the children's bedroom, were there children there when they're commandeering like a what do you call it, a child's bedroom?
I have no idea, but we see the programs that they show the children in the Gaza Strip. It wouldn't be that surprising to me that Mein Kampf might be some part of like them reading to a child as well. It seems kind of weird to me. I don't know if it was true or not. Again, if there's evidence to show that this was fake, I'd say, oh well, obviously this is fake.
Well,
But,
I mean, like the whole thing seems ridiculous to begin with. Like so basically, like you have all.
Wait,
the
hold on,
evidence
real
you
quick.
need.
If you want to make an argument, that's fine. But when you say seems ridiculous, you're not making an argument. That's just like you think it seems ridiculous. It doesn't seem ridiculous at all to me. This is a group of people that broke into Israel using like 4 different means. Part of them coming in on like air gliders and decided to kill 1,200 people. None of that seems ridiculous that they might have a book relating to Mein Kampf, especially when Palestinians and leadership prior to the 48 War had an actual relationship with a leader guy who was meeting people like Goebbels and Hitler. That's not crazy to me at all,
Okay, going back to Goebbels and Hitler and al-Mufti, this is another black propaganda as well. This is what. Tell me if you believe this or not. Because there's a history that proves this. That what's his name? Benjamin Netanyahu said that. This is what he said. He recreated history. He said that the reason that Hitler burned the Jews is because of al-Mufti. So basically, he was saying that he was making up the story that Hitler was talking to al-Mufti and Hitler was saying, I want to kick out. He didn't want to burn the Jews first. Hitler. He didn't want to find a solution.
Yeah,
and it was al-Mufti that told him that you should burn the Jews. Don't kick them out. And then they will come to Palestine, man. So you should burn them. So that's another black propaganda. So you like that, the people know about the
I
media.
agree. To be clear, I agree that that's bad. It seems like everybody's like pretty invested in doing Hitler propaganda or Nazi propaganda. I don't agree with Netanyahu when he says that. I think it's pretty wild. But I mean, Abbas, the leader of the Palestinian Authority, literally has a PhD where he talks about the secret relationship between Nazism and Zionism. I mean, like he makes a bunch of insane historical Holocaust revisionist claims as well. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but we are inundated though with Israeli propaganda. We're not inundated with about what you call Palestinian.
Well, it depends on who
propaganda,
you say by we are inundated. In the West, we probably get more Israeli propaganda. I kind of believe with that. In the Arab world, they probably get more anti-Israeli propaganda.
No, I mean the whole world in general, like because the Israelis have more money, have more what do you call it, media moguls
what?
like Robert Maxwell. I don't, he's
Whoa,
dead
whoa,
now.
whoa,
No,
so I
Why
can
don't they just spend all the
change
money in
this to
Iran and get
this?
those people
So
to like
what's
Israel,
the
so they
real
stop
cost
funding
of
people to
that?
attack them so much?
No, because they would see through their lies. I mean, because they're it is lies to begin with. So that
So
Al-Mufti
Iran is the
like,
only smart
sell
country in the
Brita.
world, and everybody else is wrong. Israel has enough money to buy the entire world off.
Well, I mean, number one, they can't what do you call it? They can't propagandize in Iran to begin with. But even if they did propagandize in Iran, like people would see to their bullshit. But they can propagandize to us.
Well, do they
because-
propagandize to Saudi Arabia, to Egypt, to Jordan, to Bahrain, to the UAE? Are they spending? How are they able to propagandize in some of these Arab countries and not other ones? Iran is the only smart one, or?
Well, like to the propagandize was, I mean, I don't know if they're propagandizing, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of backsheesh. I don't know if you like bribing going on. There's a lot of money going on because of the Americans and etc. Because these are both friends within the Saudis, the Emiratis and etc. And I'm pretty sure, hey, look, this was the diplomatics work. This was a lot of bribing works that hey, look, you scratch my back, I scratch your back, so we can make this business deal. If you so this was like a lot of the things going on there, but it's not what they call propaganda, is because the native population in general, doesn't matter with even with the Abraham Accords and the elites coming together and shaking hands, the native population of all other Arab countries are with the Palestinians. It doesn't matter what the lies they put up.
I mean, Saudi Arabia has a GDP twice that of Israel. I'm unconvinced that Israel is propagandizing Saudi Arabia to change their entire position. Do you think that it might be like simpler? The simpler explanation might just be that maybe the Israeli narrative is a bit more truthful than the Arabic one?
No, but I just told you that the lies though, that the Mufti, that it was the Palestinians' fault that the Jews were burnt in World War II. So I mean, he's blaming the final solution and the Holocaust on the Palestinians. That was Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yep.
So that is the black propaganda. So that's what I'm trying to say.
I agree with you, but you just gave an example of black propaganda that the Netanyahu doesn't spend money to convince other countries of that. That's just
Lightning
stupid
strike.
stuff that Netanyahu wants.
Yeah, but they do a lot of black propaganda to convince
Yeah, but
their enemies.
everybody does black propaganda. Literally everybody in the world tries to demonize their enemies. Ukraine's done it to Russia. Russia's done it to Ukraine. They called for the denazification of the whole country. The United States did it to countries when we were trying to back people to go and fight against the Soviets. Israel and Palestine do it to each other. Everybody does this. I don't if you want to get into specific bad things people have done or specific lies people have told, I think it's worth fighting about that. But this idea that they spend money trying to convince people that they're good, or they spend money or resources trying to convince other people that their enemies are bad, this is the history of the entire world. Everybody does this all the time.
No, but just because everybody does it, so come on, that's not a good argument.
No, that might not be a good argument. But
yeah,
we can't hold Israel uniquely responsible for it. That would be silly. If you
I'm
want to,
saving these
we're talking
for a
about
character
Israel and
that
Palestine at this
disenchants
moment, right? So we're talking about so what I'm trying to convince you is that Israeli is what do you call it, is the wrong party here, because if they were the good party here, they wouldn't because for example, they're losing the propaganda war against Palestinians, even though they spend more money. They have more media representative. They do the IDF TikTok toddies, all sorts of stuff. They the movies Sky News Australia, Douglas Murray. I can name hundreds of people. I'm pretty sure that are pro-Israel. Are probably in the paybook by Israel and etc. And all the black propaganda too, they say 40
He's
beheaded
just
babies.
randomly saying shit without any
they're
proof.
cutting
of it.
women up and and then shooting the dead. I mean, it's ridiculous.
yeah, everybody engages in a little. The 40 beheaded babies wasn't Israeli propaganda, but I mean, the Palestinians lied. Hamas lied about the hospital being bombed by Israel. I mean, I don't know what you want to.
That is nowhere near that.
Oh, wait, you just caught me.
And then put it in a bullet in it. I mean, let's say a pregnant woman, cutting open her stomach and then taking out the live baby and then putting a bullet to it. That is nowhere near.
Well, wait, do you think that was that proven to be fake, or do we know that that's not true?
Come on, of course that's not true, man.
Why do you say of course that's not true?
So you do believe that?
Because that would look really bad if it was.
That Hamas are evil incarnate.
I believe it's a pretty evil organization. A lot of the people that belong to it are horrible human beings. Yeah, of course. I mean, we've got enough videos to see that. We've got videos of people carrying screaming women off to villages, of that woman being driven around in the back of that truck with everybody cheering and spitting on her. So yeah, it doesn't really take much more to convince me of that. Yeah, of course.
I mean, there's plenty of videos of also Israelis like mutilating like dead.
But also
dead,
this and then
you know,
this. This guy's
dead,
fucking mentally ill.
Palestinians, or like shooting like Palestinians like what do you call point blank execution style as well.
Yeah, and if there are videos of Israelis doing that, I can very easily say I would disagree with that too. I think those people should be held accountable and responsible.
So,
yeah, then I think they should
but
be
I'm
held.
saying there is
yeah.
though. But like there is, but like we're not propaganda, and like and there is, and like it's plain sight for everybody to see. But on the other hand, though, like they're portraying like that irredeemable evil, like these are Nazis. So that's what I'm trying to say. So
well, Hamas as an organization is different than Israel as an organization. Hamas shouldn't exist. That entire organization should be torn asunder and cast into the past. Like, yeah, there's no place for that in a modern world. I think Israel's government, being a democratic parliament, I think having responsiveness to public opinion and everything, I think is much better than the Islamist Sunni extremist party of Hamas. Of course, yeah, I would say that these two things are, one is significantly worse than the other, and beyond redemption.
Okay, all right. So, what do you call it? Okay. So you're criticizing because they're Muslim and Muslim extremists. Why don't you criticize Israel for the Zionism extremism?
I'm not criticizing anybody for being Muslim extremists. I'm criticizing them for being Islamist. That they want to erect a theocratic Muslim regime.
What do you think Israel is, man? What do you think Israel is? It is a like it is an ethno-nationalistic.
Hold on, there's a lot of words. Ethno-nationalist, arguably, sure. Theocratic, absolutely not. It's a secular democracy.
Do I need to
Zionism is the idea that Jewish people ought to have a state.
What is
or do I just go
Judaism religion? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, it's tied with religion, exactly. So it is very religious based.
I think I'm gonna just
Zionism is very religious based. It goes more ethnically because what
how expensive is the meat?
It's confusing, but anyway, but like
I'm sorry. What does theocratic mean to you? Let's get onto the same page
here. Religiously or religious authority.
Correct. In Israel, and I could be wrong. Maybe I missed this. In Israel, is there like a Abraham figure that is like anointed as the leader, or do they have elections where they elect people as part of parliament, and then parliament elects a prime minister? Which one is this?
But it's in like but it's in its backbone though. Like basically, that's just the front. There is a big, like, I mean, the whole thing is founded on Judaic principles. So the whole thing is like, we are here 3,000 years ago, Kingdom of Solomon, etc. That is all religious based. There's no historical proofs that Vladimir from Moscow, his family came from Israel or Tel Aviv or whatever, or from Jerusalem or whatever. That is all religious based. That's all like Torah based. And like the Holy Wall and etc. That is all Torah based. So that is what Zionism. That's why they came over there.
That's fine. That was a great story, but theocratic.
Exactly. So,
the government of Israel is a secular democracy. It is not a theocratic
why,
regime.
But why would they all go over there if not for religious like what they call it, based on the Torah?
Well, they didn't go over there. The early Zionist movements were secular as well. Those weren't religiously based either. It's because Jews around the world felt persecuted based on their ethnic background, so they decided to all go to Israel because they thought they could live there and not be persecuted.
Exactly. So those are the two crux of Zionism, like ethnic and religious. So basically, like they're secular, but they're also religious-wise. Like,
that's fine. And a lot of the early people that came to the United States and founded the United States were Christian, and we swear on the Bible, but the United States is a secular democracy. We're not a theocratic regime any more than Israel's a theocratic regime.
Look, very, very wrong, man. That's why I think what you call it very wrong on the Israeli situation, because what you call it, you keep forgetting that how virilely, not virilely, I wouldn't want to say that word, but like how much what you call it, nationalistic and also theocratic they are, and also racist they are. Like these are not like what do you call it, secular states. Israel is nowhere secular state like America or any other European country. These are like heavily what do you call it, traumatized, number one, because of the World War II and what the Europeans put them through, which they retell that story to every young person that grows up, whether they come from European background, Ethiopian background, even though they are oppressed
you
by
shouldn't
white
forget
Israelis
about
more.
it, he says.
They tell them, everybody's gonna hate you, this is our history, we can get put in the what do you call it, the gas chamber again. You keep putting that that argument that Israel is not going to get destroyed again. Israel is not a weak state. It has no this is not the time that it found itself in 1948 and etc. that it can be destroyed. But no, the propaganda they are told in Israel though is like, hey, look, you remember what happened in World War II? Remember what happened in the death camps? Remember what happened this? People hate you because you're Jewish. People are trying to kill you and etc. And they build that fire, and also there's other fires as well of what
was any part of that hatred. Though, of any of the things you just said, were any of those things not true?
right now? Are people trying to kill like Jews just because they're Jewish?
We're not
and, like,
talking about right now. We're talking about when Israel was founded in 48. Did that not come right after the Holocaust?
I know, but like what do you call reliving the traumas? No, but they're telling them that that this thing was going to happen
after
again.
the first Arab-Israeli War in 48, after the second Arab-Israeli War in 56, after the third Arab-Israeli War in 67, every single time these happened, was there not a mass exodus of Jews from Arab-majority countries that were starting to run pogroms, that were starting to persecute Jewish people? Like, did this not happen? I don't know if where's the lie? I mean, if they're saying something that has happened, and they're saying, hey, we need at least one state, okay, Muslims have like 100 of them, okay, we need at least one country where our people are safe because we feel like we're gonna get fucking holocausted again or something like that. Is that even necessarily wrong? Is that so crazy that somebody would say something like that? Like,
No, look, this is what I'm trying to say. Like Israel is right now. It's like somebody that's been traumatized. For example, like somebody that's been raped or somebody that's been what do you call it, mugged or etc. So and they see rape everywhere. So like so basically they're saying, oh look, like this guy's going to rape me, that guy's going to rape me, like just because like one very traumatic experience happened to me. And you're saying as well, and I'm saying as well, like
well, to be clear, it wasn't one traumatic experience. It was like 4 different wars where Israel faced like the precipice of destruction at the end of every.
Exactly. So black people too. Like I mean, Jewish people are not the only ones. I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen what happened. What do you call it, the new movie Killers of the Flower Moon, and what the white population in America did to the Native American population. And etc. So Jews are not the only ones. So basically, if a Jewish not a Jewish person, if a Native American person, came to see you and like, got frightened, you're going to, I don't know, stab him or anything like that after seeing that movie, I would say, yeah, you're overreacting.
You're comparing a movie to real life. What fucking
Like, Steven's not going
psychopath?
to do that to you.
Holy shit.
Well, but there is an organization that lives in the Gaza Strip that pours rockets into Israel by the thousands every single year, and there are organizations around Israel, like Iran, Hezbollah, and the Houthis that want to destroy the country of Israel, and Iran is pursuing nuclear weapons, and I mean, so it seems like...
because of like they've been colonized and what they call it by Europeans who use the Torah as their as their manifest destiny to claim the land, which is in theirs.
Okay, so then you're just justifying the Israeli fear then.
I'm not saying no,
because you're saying that like they're settlers, they're colonialists, and they want to be removed from that area. So now you're saying, oh well, maybe they are right to be scared then, because people do want to remove them.
Really, I'm trying to say that you're over exaggerating the fear, and so that is what that is keeping them from doing peace. So they're saying if we do peace, that the people are going to kill us, just like what happened. The people are going to put us in the death camp.
No, I don't think that's true. I think if people give
that's
peace...
what people believe. No,
I think if people... That's not true. If people give peace to Israel, I think they generally accept peace.
No, I don't think so. Because like you haven't seen the narrative.
It's never happened.
Like,
hold on, wait. I literally have seen the narrative. In 1979, Israel pursued peace.
I'm talking about the rhetoric that is going on right now.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm not talking about the rhetoric of the quotes of the statements. I'm saying historically, in 79, okay, Sadat was the same leader of Egypt that launched the surprise Yom Kippur War in 73. Israel signed peace with him. In 91, you had the Madrid Conference, and that led to a whole bunch of peace talks, one of which came to fruition in 1994. You had Jordan give peace to Israel. You've had the Abraham Accords, where other countries like Saudi Arabia is considering it. I believe Bahrain, I believe the UAE, like these other people are signing peace treaties with Israel. So when people offer peace, it seems to be the case that Israel follows through with it. The Palestinians don't seem to be willing to do that yet. But I mean, like historically, that's just the facts. I don't know, like we can debate like quotes or whatever, but it feels like
but like I mean, look, the West Bank, Yasser Arafat and the West Bank accepted peace. They recognized Israel. No, they recognized Israel. What do you mean? There was an Oslo Accord. They recognized Israel and they gave up their fight. There is no longer PLO fighting force. What's the PLO fighting for? What PLO fighting force is there?
Hold on. They didn't give up the fight because we literally had the second intifada after Camp David 7 years after the initiation of the Oslo.
I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back.
That was in the PLO.
Okay, you can. First of all, that there were plenty of different
Jesus!
Palestinian organizations
Look at
that
all
took part in the
Okay,
Second
I'll just
Intifada.
quest.
Secondly, I'm just saying that to say that the Palestinians had given up the fight was clearly not
No,
true.
the PLO. I'm talking about the PLO, one of the main resistance.
I'm not talking about the PLO. I'm talking about the Palestinians. The Second Intifada was incredibly bloody. There were 1,000 Israelis killed, and even more on the Palestinian side killed, and even more Palestinian collaborators killed by Palestinians or suspected collaborators.
I don't
So
have
the idea that
fishing.
they'd given up the fight in '93 because they signed the Oslo Accords was just not true.
No, but like the Yasser Arafat and the PLO did. Yasser Arafat recognized
Is
Israel.
that Christmas?
The PLO gave up its armed military wing.
That's a Christmas
And
vendor?
then they said, okay, what do you call it? But nothing happened though. Like the West Bank, they keep putting more settlers in there, and you see what the West Bank is right now. But I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying. So,
understand,
like,
but
basically,
I'm
so
saying to say
basically-
that
and
Arafat gave
also
up the
they
fight
said-
doesn't even make sense. At this point in time, I don't even believe the Oslo Accords had anything to do with Arafat.
Happy
At
Winter
that point,
Veil,
it was
friend.
Rabin, and I'm pretty sure I think it was Abbas was the one that negotiated that. I
No,
don't know.
no. Look, that was Arafat, my guy. That was Arafat, and then they what do you call it? And the guy Yitzhak Rabin got murdered for it for
Where's
signing a
Christmas?
peace
So
deal by his
wait,
own people
Stormwind
for saying,
Christmas
"Oh,
now?
look, you're talking peace. Fuck you, man, die." And they got killed by his. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like you're not. You're forgetting the extremist Israeli part, so the Zionistic part that don't want to negotiate peace. They are making songs like Charbu Darbu about killing, which is #1 rap song actually in Israel, making Charbu Darbu about killing what do you call it, even Dua Lipa and Mia Khalifa just because they support Palestinians and say we're gonna put a bullet in your head. So I mean it's ridiculous. So the vitriol
But
that comes
the
from
rape
these people,
of
the
everybody
what do you call it,
and killing
the
of everyone.
extremist right wing of Zionism. You don't seem to criticize that. You seem to
I
just
I
fucking hate
criticize
literally
people
did
so much,
criticize. I said
dude.
I disagree with the
No.
settlements. I think the majority of those should be taken down.
No, you don't. You seem to believe that Israelis are.
No, you
democratic
didn't say
states,
that just
secular
now.
State,
Well, they are by
like us.
definition, yes.
No, by definition, no. But in reality, it's an apartheid state with a virile and
It's like,
disgusting.
I agree.
What do you
It's
call it?
no, you don't.
Right wing, ethno-nationalistic,
No.
and somewhat theocratic state, which is like, and you seen what do you call it? Itamar, Itamar Ben Gvir. He said, if we sign a peace, like if you're going to do a what do you call it, a peace deal or a ceasefire, fuck you, we're going to dissolve the government. That's what the right wing said. And what do you call it? There's also you heard as well. Even the guys that work for us. What's that guy Stuart something? He was Barack Obama aide for the Middle East, a Jewish guy. Well, probably also a Zionist. Come out 4,000 Israeli children. Yeah, I mean 4,000 Palestinian children. Oh, we should kill more. And he's going back and attacking the kebab guy.
No, my quest
You see that video, right?
No, I haven't seen the YouTube video.
Oh yeah, wait.
What
What do you
check
think
it
is
out,
the what do you think is the path forward to peace? I guess between these two countries. What do you think is the way forward?
Well, one of the main ways forward is
So we go up
is to call out
north.
what do you call it, that Israel is not a what do you call it, not a democratic state, and to call them out on their racist Zionistic ways, because there's even what a football club saying, yes, we are racist, and we like it and we know it. So you're talking about a
Clap
very
your hands.
racist country that has, and nobody calls them out on it. People just calls
Right.
out,
Hey,
Hamas
there.
this, Hamas that. But and the Palestinians, that's all right, fine. Call them out if they're saying racist thing, saying anti-Semitic things and etc. But nobody's calling out Israel on its discussing racist stuff. They're talking about wiping out these people, Amalek, calling them Amalek, which is in the Torah, which is basically saying that you should kill every single. I mean, that's what the Torah says. God tells the Israelites.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's in terms of negotiating a real lasting peace or solution. What is the way forward? I don't think just saying Israel is racist is the way forward. What is the solution?
No, but
What's
you
peace
should call them
progress?
out.
What is
but
peace
you
pro-
should call
we
them
do.
out.
Nobody has problems calling out Israel when they act improperly.
No, I mean, in the greater world, in the Western world, no. I mean.
Okay, well, here, I'm curious. Let's try right now, okay? So I think when
Okay.
the IDF or when Israel kills people, when it's not justified, I think that's a really bad thing. I don't think that should ever happen. I think that the settlements in the West Bank are wrong. I condemn the settlements. I don't think those should have happened either, and those probably need to be pulled back quite a bit for any sort of negotiated peace. How do you feel about the October 7th attacks?
All right, now, okay, look, we're now going to go back to October 7th. All right, I tell you, okay, I don't feel good about the October 7th attack. I think they were disgusting. I think they were deplorable. Okay, let's give out that. given that though, like we're not going to go. Like I'm not. I don't also support the black propaganda trying to what they call it, irredeemably demonize what they call the Palestinian people, so they can ethnically cleanse them by saying, oh, they were.
Do you see how
babies
easy
in
it was for me to condemn like bad Israeli actions without giving any qualifiers?
Mhm.
Let me
No,
try this.
yeah.
Let me do what you just did, okay? So I condemn the Israeli settlements, but I can understand them wanting to expand more into the
Do you
West Bank
condemn
because
Zionism?
of all the.
Do you condemn racist Zionism?
I don't condemn Zionism. No. Do I condemn racism?
No,
Sure.
No, but like you command like you condemn the racist, what do you call it, the Zionistic views that the Israelis have about the Palestinians.
I don't
and
condemn Zionism. No, I think that's dumb. I
but,
condemn
like,
racism. If people are racist, I think it's dumb.
But like but using Zionism as a what do you call it, as a tool.
I don't condemn Zionism. I condemn racism. If you want to talk
Christmas
about racism,
lights!
actions, I don't
Okay, all right. Let's moving forward though. All right, drawing parallels with apartheid South Africa and the border wars, where 23 years and some
Christmas
months
quest.
South Africa have been fighting Angola, Namibia, Mozambique, Zambia. I think another country as well in Zimbabwe in a counterinsurgency war to protect, this apartheid
What's
system.
there? Snowballs!
And where like people even from all the way from
Wrapping paper.
Cuba also came from,
Gingerbread
to
cookies.
fight with the black people and etc. What do you think that But that all ended once apartheid is over and once what do you call it? South Africa conceded. Not when the war didn't stop when they killed all the MPLA, all the ANC, all the insurgent black people. No, that's not when the war stopped. That
I gotta
when
get
peace
the
happened
Iron
in South Africa and the border wars in this region, because that was like a fucked up part of history where in 23 years that apartheid state fought against so-called terrorists, we call them freedom fighters who were trying to liberate their country from white minority rule. And
okay, hold on. I
Who
don't know
was
where we're
this?
right now. I'm asking very clearly. What do we need to do to advance peace in the region? What's like the steps forward?
No,
for
but let
peace?
me ask you though. Okay, so so I'm asking you though, in that scenario, in a real historically scenario, right? In South Africa, yeah, peace came when the racist and the most military powerful as well, of the two parts, in the region, in the whole region actually, not just not just South Africa, in Zambia, Namibia, Angola, all of it. Peace happened when South Africa gave up apartheid and when South Africa made peace with the people he called terrorists, not when they killed all the terrorists.
South Africa.
So
Are you comparing the ANC to Hamas?
No, I'm comparing South Africa to apartheid Israel. Actually, probably even worse than apartheid Israel, because even even people that lived in apartheid South Africa came to Israel, saw what was happening there, and said this is even worse than what we faced.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
That is true. That is what they say. That's not what I said. That's what they said.
Yeah, I gotcha. I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that. What is the path forward to peace?
No, but I'm trying to tell you though. So so the path forward to peace is when the apartheid state, is when you negotiate with the terrorists.
Our boy Jeremy at the quarter and boom! After using his girlfriend as a human shield and cowering behind her on the phone to the police, which he wants defunded. Savage. Stop Jeremy, he's already dead. He's already dead.
There's been a story floating around of a left wing, well, formerly epic anti-SJW atheist super mega chad who turned into a soy-infused far leftist NPC, which really kind of just shows you that, people can make changes. It's rare when they change that much. Generally, there's money involved. Generally, it's a grift. But, the kid is always young. People's opinions change over time. Perhaps that's what happened to him. But he's been getting ruthlessly dunked on by the internet for using his girlfriend allegedly as a human shield as her psychopathic ex-boyfriend tried to get into the house with a sawed-off. She, of course, took a leg full of buckshot as he cowered on the balcony on the phone with, you guessed it, the police. Now, he's been very clear about how he was not a defund the police guy. He was a restructure the police guy. So instead of a defund the police guy, he's a, you should probably send a social worker instead of police guy. We need more social workers. You know, before the memes, I want to say the bad person in this is the lunatic that put air tags in his ex-girlfriend's luggage, stalked them to his house, and then committed the crime. That's the bad guy in all of this, and I want to be very clear. And this guy ended up offing himself in the hallway afterwards. He's the bad guy, okay? Hunter's not the bad guy in this. He's just the guy who's getting all the hilarious dunking on for cowering behind his woman. And of course, you can see the damage it did. It looks like it basically looks like it was
mini.
To me, it looks like
guy's 4 foot
buckshot
tall. Oh my god.
with also pellets, like home defense rounds, maybe. This looks like birdshot. None of that justifies Avalon. They are ruthlessly dunking on him because he is kind of your classic internet.
You got a gun under his.
I'm not taking my cell phone out and recording. It's extreme. Like, put the phone away. The way he's filming it, pussy. I don't. At least make my notes. I also. Why are you texting back and forth with this guy? Like, why are you texting? You were crazy. Like, this is because what he ended up doing is on December 3rd, he put Apple AirTags in her luggage to track to find out where Hunter Avalon lived because he must have left him for her.
But other way
That-
around, I think.
That is not okay. Obviously, this guy is a psychopath. Okay. Again, the bad guy in all of this is the guy that did the crime. In addition to that, I think it's, you know, this is what happens when you're an internet tough guy.
And
Sure.
with,
So
like,
the
what
apartheid
happened
state ending. What is the how does that end? Where's that going to come from? How are we going to get there?
Well, look, by same thing that will happen in South Africa, by embargoes, by telling them no more weapons, like, you know, $3
Yeah, but I
billion
mean, like, what is the
weapons,
solution?
by,
Is it
Everyone
a state
cares.
solution, a two-state solution?
It's a
three-state solution?
trifecta.
What is the...
whatever solution that would happen after that, after we, like, what do you call it, after we hold the Israelis responsible, like we did the South African government, we hold them responsible. We tell them, hey, look, you're a racist country, you know, you are apartheidist, you know, what you're doing is disgusting.
We do that every year when the UN General Assembly passes another resolution.
No, but like the American government still keeps giving $3 billion and what do you call, which is like the most powerful country, the empire, and keep giving $3 billion to Israel every year. Keeps telling they're our best friends in the Middle East, our best buddies, and so that is not happening. Like, I mean, hell, even Germany's trying, like, kicking out people just for, like, you know, criticizing Israel. So, I mean, so that's what I'm trying to say. So it's the South African way is the way to end the South African way, and also what they call the Northern Irish way as well, because when the Good Friday Agreement, when you negotiated with terrorists, they like what they call Bill Clinton negotiated with Jerry Adams and other IRA people, and so did Tony Blair as well. So you negotiate with terrorists, and that's how we look at the peace comes. And when you know, it's not by killing all the terrorists that peace comes. It happened in South Africa. It happened in Northern Ireland. It happened with the ETA in Spain. And
I can't. So
think
I don't know all the comparisons that you're making because I just don't know the history of it. I don't think the comparison to the ANC in South Africa is good though. Do you know how many civilians the ANC killed, like in all of their decades of operation?
And like, and South Africa didn't bomb like what they call its own population either, like they're doing right now in Palestine.
Okay,
So that's
the
what I'm trying to
ANC
say.
killed
It's
like
even worse.
70 people. It was like 70 civilians.
Well, exactly, and I'm pretty sure like and even though
Raid.
the South African apartheid government tortured people and threw people out of helicopters.
Okay,
What do
I'm
you call
just,
it?
yeah, I don't.
I'm just saying though, like even though they did that, people say right now that Israel is even worse than South African apartheid state. So that's what I'm trying to say. So like, you know, so one, you're saying, okay, Hamas is even worse than ANC, but I'm trying to say, you know, like Israel is even worse than apartheid South Africa.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I guess I disagree, but.
But okay, so but I'm trying to tell you though, like, so it happened many times in history, even with Colombia as well. Like, so four things in history. I mean, 4 places in history. Okay, so South Africa, ETA in Spain, FARC in Colombia, and Northern Ireland problem. All negotiated with terrorists, all say, okay, you know, we can whatever, call it appeasement, whatever. Like you have grievances. The people have grievances. The ethnic minority have grievances, and we should negotiate and see how what we can do with peace and bring on peace into this country, not by killing terrorists and not by blowing shit up, not by more military force, not by the iron wall as what do you call it, as Urthareli did. So that is the way move the way forward to peace. Do you agree on that? Yes or no? Or do you think we should just more bombing?
No, I think that the way forward to peace is probably the Palestinians coming to the table with hopefully Iran and trying to renegotiate a two-state solution that involves Hamas being completely removed from power and some sort of mutual agreement.
That's all I
between Israel
get?
and Palestinian
What a waste
state.
of
I also think
time,
the terrorist
Christmas
attacks on
father.
Palestine need to stop too.
What about the terrorist attacks of the settlers?
Yeah, those
And,
also need to be stopped, and those people need to be held accountable when they do crimes as well. Yeah.
Okay. And so basically, but you don't believe that Israel is the one to move forward and stop the apartheid, though?
Israel won't move forward. There's no reason for them to. Not while the Gaza Strip is pouring rockets into Israel on a daily basis.
Why, so you see, like in history, that it's when the what do you call it? It's the when the apartheid state or when the what do you call it, the majority government that is like butchering the what do you call it, the terrorists, or like the minorities. That's when they come and try to negotiate and see those people.
Can you give me an example in history where a majority government has tried to negotiate with a minority terrorist entity that exists within its state that's being supplied or supported by several other states in the region for decades?
Northern Ireland.
Oh,
South
okay.
Africa.
So I don't know anything about Northern Ireland, so you can give me the history.
Gaddafi was supporting the
so
IRA.
how many
Gaddafi
were there other countries that were supporting Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland that were constantly trying to invade and take over Northern Ireland or the Republic of Ireland?
Yeah, like the Republic of Ireland.
Yeah.
And what do you call it? I mean, but who's invading and like right now, as it is right now? Not talking on the 1948, 1948, as it is right now. Okay. Well, like nobody's trying to invade. Like, well, nobody has like what do you call it, the guts or like the what do you call it, or the military power to invade.
Did anybody try? I was asking. So there is no comparison historically to Israel, right? The
No,
Northern
South
Ireland
Africa.
comparison.
Okay, South Africa.
Okay, I'm
maybe
sorry.
South
So tell me,
Africa.
I don't know much about South Africa or African history. Was Mozambique sending troops to South Africa to invade and take it over?
Guerrillas. Yeah, guerrillas.
I didn't ask for guerrillas. I said whole countries, not 100 fighters, not 200 fighters, but like whole country militaries.
These are the military fighters of that country. So they would send whatever they can to fight that country. These are the military fighters of that country.
Okay, so there is no comparison in South Africa where all of the neighboring countries are trying to invade and destroy South Africa, was there?
All of it, all of Africa was against South Africa, for crying out loud. All of Africa. All of
Africa.
Egypt.
So Uganda's military was sailing south down the whatever the
No,
fuck
they
Nile
couldn't do that. But I'm just saying, though, all of them, whatever they could do with money-wise, with propaganda-wise, they were all against South Africa.
I'm not talking money or it wasn't just money and propaganda that was against Israel. It was the armies of Egypt. It was the armies of Iraq and Lebanon and Syria and Jordan with support from...
there was no army of Lebanon that invaded Israel. Let's forget about that. Anyway, that's
well, no, but right now, right now it's Hezbollah, but it was the armies of Egypt, it was the armies of Jordan, it was the armies of Syria, and it was with support.
Organization either. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, not an army. Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, like not an army.
Hold on, I'm saying historically, the countries of Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, Saudi Arabia all stood behind each other to invade and fight with Israel.
Saudi Arabia didn't invade either.
I didn't say invade. They also sent supplies and helps.
Same as well, like same in Africa as well. Same
okay,
in
sorry.
South
Okay,
Africa.
let's just do this one, and then you got me. Okay, I can't think of it. Okay, in Israel,
I want the coffee.
armies,
Looking at
the
these
ground
drinks
armies
makes me
and the
want
air
coffee.
forces of Egypt, Jordan, and Syria, those countries attacked Israel. Okay, with support from other countries. In the case of South Africa, was Botswana, Namibia, I think, right? Zimbabwe, Mozambique. Were there armies marching south to South Africa to invade?
They didn't have armies, so like basically they didn't have armies to do that.
Okay, so it wasn't comparable then. Okay, that's great. That's all I want to know. Okay.
Either ways as well, like in the what do you call in the Israeli situation, wasn't comfortable either because what do you call it? Israel was a modern military state at that time, even compared to those whatever, like I don't know, whatever few weapons or whatever they had.
Sorry,
like,
few weapons. Egypt didn't have rifles. Jordan didn't have tanks. Syria didn't have planes.
They were far more what do you call technologically advanced than whatever backwards technology that the Egyptians or the Syrians have. It wasn't comparable.
Backwards technology. They were getting weapons and armor from the Soviets. You say they had backwards arms. In '48, Israel was fighting with supplies that they'd smuggled in from Czechoslovakia. Last time I checked, Czechoslovakia wasn't being armed by the United States, were they? So I mean, the idea that like Israel, where's all the modern?
Forget about it. Like, no, look, the only reason Israel survived in those two wars, number one, is by the support of the West.
No,
And
they did. Wait.
what
What
is-
support did Israel have from the West in '48?
What do you mean? Like, I'm pretty sure they founded the states. Britain gave them the states, number one, and number two, I'm
No,
pretty
they
sure
didn't.
threatened
Hold on.
Egypt.
Jewish people bought that. Zionists bought that land. They purchased it with their money. Britain didn't give them anything. In fact, Britain tried to curb the immigration and they cut off all supplies.
No, in 1948, they approved it. Like, they like what do you call, whether it was France, every one of them like signed it. They were pro-Jewish, and whenever the Arabs attacked as well, they give them weapons, and also. What you call it? Like, I'm pretty sure they threatened the Arab countries as well, to stand down, or else they would attack and they would help out Israel
That
as well.
is absolutely not true. If that was the case, then why were they able to invade and take so much land? Jordan invaded the West Bank, they conquered that. Egypt invaded Gaza Strip, they conquered that. Lebanon and Syria.
Yeah, 6 days war, 6 days war, everything ended in 6 days.
Oh, why did it end in 6 days?
Because of political machinations, and also because they were losing as well. And then because Israel has superior firepower.
Israel had super amazing firepower? I don't think Israel had super amazing firepower. I just think that the Arab armies were just not as good at conducting war.
Yeah, because Israel, because most of them are Europeans, and they had European training and etc. as well. There's a whole lot.
The Jordanian army literally had a British commander and leader before they engaged in the Arabization of the Jordan country. I think in the 50s. I mean, they had weapons and training and armament from the Soviet Union up through the 60s.
Why are we going back? Why are we going back though? So we're saying the move to peace, right? So the move to peace in the history have shown, I give you 4 examples, right?
Okay.
The best thing to do is to negotiate with the minorities, or whoever they be.
Okay.
And yeah, the best thing to do is to negotiate, like the Colombians did with the FARC, which is decades of warfare, with the leftist revolutionary movement, and now their FARC members are in parliament. So that's the way to do it. It's not by demonizing and saying, these communists, these dogs, that only brings to bloodshed. So the best thing to do is to humanize your enemy, see what they want, and to make peace, and that's the best way to move forward. It's to negotiation, and not to give weapons, like $3 billion and extra weapons to Israel, not to blow up their neighbors.
What would the negotiations look like between Israel and Hamas? When Hamas has said they want the destruction of Israel, how are they negotiating? What is Israel going to offer?
Hamas is a new thing anyway. How many iterations of Palestinian fighters have been? They've been Christian.
Hold on, wait. What do you mean Hamas is a new thing? They've been in the Gaza Strip since at least 2005 as the ruling party.
No, I'm saying the Palestinians have been fighting Israel since its creation. Resistance has been going on, whether it was within Christian Palestinians with the PFLP, whether it's leftists and the communist leaders the PLO and etc. And
Now what? I feel like I've been streaming for way longer. Yesterday it was weird. I get into this mode and then it's boom, we're at 11 hours and it doesn't even make sense. It's 7 o'clock now, so in 5 hours it will be midnight, which would bring us to around 7 hours, which means we need to do another 3 after that, which means 3 a.m. I need to start earlier. I think that's the key. Oh, I have a game I want to download. Do I have enough space for it? I have a game I want to download. And I do have enough space indeed. How long is it going to take? Because it shouldn't take too long at my giga speed. We're at 300 megs, 360 megs a second download, 400 megabytes. Or 20. Wow, so an 80 gig game, 10 minutes, under 10 minutes. Still climbing the download speed. We're reaching 600. Wow. 666. Oh god, 666. What the hell was that? Cloud error. What's with the cloud bullshit, dude? What's with this cloud bullshit, man? Welcome to the Game Award, winning games of the shit, and they're all garbage. $730 megabytes is still going. 740. 740 megabytes a second download. Fucking 7-minute download for an 80 gigger. Alright, I'll be right back.
What even like Druze people have fought against Israel.
Sure. So tell me what does Israel need to negotiate with? What do they need to offer?
They need to stop, number one, like their manifest destiny, theocratic, that this land is ours and God give it to us. It belongs to the Jews and fuck everybody else. God gave it. Like, so that's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is the kind of mentality they have. So it's like say God gave this land to us. So the manifest destiny, get the fuck out of our land. This only would lead to one thing, which is the extermination of the Palestinian people. So they need to give up that it's not fantasy, but like that mythology of that manifest destiny of Israel is going to do. And
okay, I don't know about changing Israel's like core religious ideology for some of the Israeli citizens. Let's again concrete things. What do they need to offer?
Nowadays,
I don't believe they don't have a manifest destiny. It doesn't make any sense. I'm asking you, what do the Israelis need to offer the Palestinians, Hamas, to get them to come to the table?
They need to recognize them. They are human beings in the first place, and they're not evil incarnate, and that they can negotiate with them, and they have actual grievances of what happened. Not just the Hamas, just the Palestinian people in general, because what happened in the West Bank is an atrocity as well. Not just what happened in Gaza is even more of an atrocity, but what happened in Gaza, West Bank is also an atrocity. So all the Palestinian people, they need to recognize them as human beings, and they need to give up what they call the manifest destiny that this is just a Jewish land and God gave this land to them, and Amiyash Israel and the Koch party, etc.
Okay, I guess that can be the start then. Sure.
Okay, thank you. All right. Moving on. Are you in favor for Americans to go into fight and die for the sake of Zionism and Israel's security, like invade Iran or Lebanon to back Israel? Are you willing to die for that, or are you willing your son, when he grows up, to be drafted to fight and possibly die in the Middle East?
It depends on the war.
No, for Israel's sake. So let's say, for example, Lebanon invades Israel, Syria invades Israel, right? Mm-hmm. And also Iran invades Israel, right? So, and then you say, okay, so if that is the case, America is supposed to send its troop to fight
Yeah, sure. I think so, to defend Israel. If Iran is actually invading on the ground, yeah, sure. I think we can defend them.
All right, so you're okay to fight and die for that?
My kid isn't in the military.
You get drafted. That's a big war, man.
That's a big enough war for us to get drafted?
Iran, Lebanon, Syria. Come on, man. That's the whole Middle East, man. That's at least the Shia Crescent.
No offense to those armies, but I'm pretty sure that's like 6 aircraft carriers and 2 weeks worth of work for the United States military. I don't think we're going to need to draft and send 200,000 troops.
Come on, man. Iraq was even 6 weeks worth of work, let alone Iran and Syria and Lebanon together, man.
Iraq had one of the largest standing armies, I'm pretty sure, in the entirety of the Middle East. Did the United States draft for Iraq? Our last draft was in 72.
But we didn't draft it, but it gave us a headache, and we didn't finish off the enemies.
You think Iraq gave us a headache? Not the deposition of Saddam Hussein.
Maybe not Saddam Hussein, but the Shia militias that came in there and that took over, and then ISIS that came over. That gave us a headache.
Well, thankfully, we don't have to worry about that for Israel because there's already a secular democracy in place that would stand there and maintain the country.
Stop saying that about the secular democracy, but that's what you see them. But yeah, okay. Even in lieu of them invading, you're okay with us, doing a preemptive strike and don't invade Lebanon just to stop and then kick out, and die fighting Hezbollah to protect Israel?
A preemptive strike? I'm not sure. There would need to be a lot of justification for that.
Well, they're shooting rockets at Israel right now.
Well, if they're shooting rockets at Israel, that doesn't really sound like a preemptive strike. That sounds like a reactive strike.
Oh yeah, whatever it's doing right now. Right now they're shooting it. So I think you think we should go in there in Lebanon and fight Hezbollah?
My understanding is right now the United States foreign policy, we don't really deploy stuff to fight on behalf of Israel like that because it would anger probably a lot of people in the region. So generally, I wouldn't be in favor of deploying any U.S. military personnel down there unless something extreme was happening.
Okay, so are you okay with doing all this, knowing that like a lot of our military hardware is being stolen by Israel and given to the Chinese?
Yep.
You're okay with that, even even though Israel is betraying us and giving a lot of military weapon, a lot of military technology we're giving them, and they're selling it in the back door to the Chinese.
Yeah, I like China.
You're okay with that?
Sure.
I never.
I don't know how much military hardware is Israel selling to China. Do you have a number on this?
I mean, how the hell would I know that? Like, I mean, that's
well,
like
because you're the one that brought the claim up. I don't know. Did Israel sell one tank, or did they sell like $15 billion worth of arms to China?
No, they sell military technology. So like rocket systems and etc. So this is like plans, like how the technology works.
Oh, hold on. So now they're selling military technology.
That's what I said.
Oh, okay. I thought you made it sound like they were selling actual weapons and stuff. I don't know. I'd have to see I'd have to see what's being sold. Is it legal? Is it illegal? I don't know what the agreements are there.
I mean, look, nobody knows like what is being sold. The spice stuff, man. But like they're selling this stuff. Like it is like you can read it in the military website actually, and they even spied on us like multiple times as well with what's that? I don't know, Jonathan Pollard. I don't know if you know that guy.
If Israel does shit like this, I probably wouldn't be okay with it. I think it's probably bad.
So, but you think we should still support them, don't give them $3 billion and even fight and die for them, even though
sure, Ukraine misfired a missile, and I'm pretty sure it landed in like Russian territory, and they initially blamed Russia because they thought it was them. They fucked up. I still think we should support Ukraine. Yeah,
but this is not a fuck up, man. This is like a betrayal, though. This is like betrayal. This is like we're giving them $3 billion.
Israel could betray us 7,000 times, and I would still support their right to exist in the Middle East over the Palestinian people. It's not even close.
Or like, so you don't support the Palestinian people to exist?
I don't support people that have historically been involved in plane hijackings and massacres in other countries, and and doing intifadas and having Islamic jihadist like fundamentalist parties. Yeah, I don't support this type of stuff, and it seems like they've been a roadblock to the peace process.
Sabra and Shatila?
What?
What about Sabra and Shatila?
I think that was really bad.
Yeah, but like Israel did that. So you just say you don't support countries that do that kind of stuff. There's plenty of stuff like that. Israel has done plenty of stuff like that.
Plenty of stuff like that. I mean, I disagree with that particular thing. Obviously, I believe Dayan wasn't that when he was finally kicked out, and I know they had a commission on it. I mean, yeah, obviously I disagree with that. I think it was horrible.
Yeah, and they even assassinated. Actually, I think it was probably the Israelis that assassinated the guy that went to the UN, the Lebanese guy. I think it was Eli Hobeika. He was about to go to the UN.
Oh, Sharon, not Dayan. Sorry. Like when Israel does bad things, I say Israel has done bad things, and we shouldn't support bad things. That's not enough to completely pull our support.
But like you keep saying, okay, like so Palestinians do bad things, so we shouldn't support Palestinians. But you say like Israel does bad things, but we still supporting Israeli though. Like so.
I think there is a future where you can negotiate with Israel and have it like perform in a reasonable manner to secure peace in the region. I don't believe that's the case with people like Hamas.
No, but like but once they betray you, though, I mean, at least you should like take away the weapons or like
well, sure, then you sanction them or you punish them in some way. But just because somebody betrays you once doesn't mean that you completely and totally pull out of everything. That doesn't make any sense.
But America hasn't done that, and you're not. You're still.
America hasn't done what? What do you mean? We spy on our allies. That was a big part of the Edward Snowden leak. The United States has betrayed allies and done unfortunate things to allies a whole bunch of times. What do you mean?
Yeah, and I don't think we're like what they call allies as well should like reprimand this for us as well. Like,
do you think the allies should all turn their backs on us completely because we've lied or we've done bad things to them?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, like, I think people make mistakes, and you should obviously punish them accordingly for it, but it doesn't mean you totally pull support from them.
Yeah, I think we have like two different definitions about what mistake is.
I don't think when I say mistake, I don't think they did it by accident. I mean, obviously they shouldn't do it. It was intentional. It was bad, but it was a mistake, and that they shouldn't be doing bad things to betray us. Obviously, so you punish them accordingly.
Yeah, but yeah. But that's what I'm trying to say, though. Like, you're not even saying like we should punish them accordingly, and not at least support them in a fight.
You don't want me to say punish them accordingly. You want to say pull all support so that the Islamist party can win. That's two different things.
Okay, and another thing as well. Like, the Islamist party is a new thing. Before that, most of the Middle East was secular, and the Palestinian resistance was secular as well. One of the first suicide bombers against Israel was a female Christian woman. Not, I don't think it was a first female, but not first suicide bomber, but first female suicide bomber was a Christian woman from Syria.
If historically the whole region was secular, why do they care so much about East Jerusalem?
It's not because it was because these were foreign invaders These are not
Stop.
because
I'm
not
asking
because
you
they're
specifically,
Jewish.
why do they care specifically about the territory of East Jerusalem? What's special about that to just nationalist people
Nobody,
with no religious ties
no,
whatsoever to anything?
Do you think do you think Jamal Abdel Nasser or what do you call it? What's Bashar al-Assad's father? Fuck, I forgot his name. Well, whatever. Well, you know, Bashar al-Assad's father. Do you think those two people really give a fuck about like East Jerusalem or even what they call George Habash of the PFLP? Nobody, like those people didn't care that much. They cared about Jerusalem, of course, because they liked you know, it has what do you call it? A historical meaning for people. But, you
Historical?
know, yeah, historical, not just what do you call Islamic.
Really?
Not just Islamic. Yeah. Okay. For example, PFLP is Christian. George Habash and Wadi Haddad are both Christian. All right. So what does what do you call Al-Aqsa mean to those two Christian guys?
Well, I don't know what it means to them, but if the organization is largely functioning as a Muslim majority organization, and if Al-Aqsa is considered literally the third holiest site for Muslims across the world, and if East Jerusalem has been a pain point in every single negotiation that has ever happened between the Palestinians and Israel, it's probably because it's more than just like a cultural site. Probably because it has some religious significance to them as well.
No. Look, like German, like what do you call it? German leftist revolution, like the RAF fought against Israel in that time.
I don't care I don't care about minority parties or smaller entities that fought against Israel. I'm saying that there is obviously a religious or a socio-religious tie to East Jerusalem. That's pretty. I've never heard somebody deny this before. I can't even believe you would. It's literally the third holiest site in Islam. It is literally Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's literally where Muhammad flew to heaven. Like, it's pretty easy to just say, like, obviously it's got some religious significance, right? It's one of the reasons why. It's one of the reasons why Hamas calls for global jihad against Jews in Israel to take back the land.
Hamas. Why do you go like you say Hamas? Okay, like what I kept talking about PFLP, PLO, and the other groups that fought, like I don't know, Syrian Socialist Nationalist Party. All those other people that fought against Israel, and even what they call Jabal Abdel Nasser and etc. They didn't see that as a religious what they call opportunity. They were Baathists and etc. Baathists are not religious, what they call Islamic religious. These people that were Arab nationalistic, and most of them were like as well secularists.
When you say Baathists were not religious, my understanding is that, like, for instance, in Iraq, the Ba'athist Party was a secular party, but they were basically explicitly Sunni for the entirety of that organization. Is that not true? In Iraq, was not the Ba'athist Party that was a secular party essentially Sunni in nature? Wasn't that part of the big disagreements that the Saddam Hussein's government had with a lot of the Shia majority that existed in that country?
No. I don't know about Iraq specifically, but that's not true everywhere, though.
Okay.
That's not true everywhere, but like Ba'athist is Arab national. Jamal Abdel Nasser was not what he called. He imprisoned a lot of Muslim Brotherhood members. So I mean, like, so basically,
well, because they tried to kill him, right?
Oh yeah, and like because they wanted an Islamic State.
Because they tried to kill him.
And because they wanted an Islamic State.
Pretty sure it was the trying to kill him that probably triggered him more than the wanting an Islamic State.
Well, I'm pretty. So you're saying, and it's what they call Christians are what they call it, even though PFLP, like what they call, is led by two Christian men, that they are like somewhat what they call undercover Muslims, or Syrian like Nationalist Socialist Party.
The PFLP was never a majority member of the entirety of the PLO or the Palestinian resistance against Israel. So I don't really care. The founding members of the PFLP were a couple of Christian men. It doesn't really change anything that's going on.
No, but like.
It's an obvious diversion. Like the majority of Muslims, I don't even know why you would argue this point. Obviously, the majority of Muslims care about Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a site of religious significance.
Because I would argue this point because the Palestinian fight is not an Islamic fight. It's not even a Muslim fight or even an Arabic fight. It's a humanistic fight because of what it calls. Because we don't do that kind of shit anymore. We don't do colonization anymore. We don't what it called displace people anymore. We don't what it called abuse minority or what it called native people like that anymore. And that is the reason, and that is why also like the Red Japanese Army or like Red Army faction etc. fought with the Palestinians in the 1960s and the 70s.
Fought with the Palestinians. I'm pretty sure they weren't like 3 of them were involved in one airport bombing. I don't think that the Japanese Red Army was sending a significant amount of troops to help Palestine.
No, but they were supporting them. They were like of course like because like come on, these are terrorist organizations like what do you call it? They didn't have that kind of firepower. But anyway, but they were in solidarity with the Palestinian, what do you call it? And also what happened in the, what do you call it, hostage situation in Entebbe, that was a lot of the Germans. So that was pretty significant.
Okay. I don't know what part of this is supposed to convince me of anything. What are you trying to get me to change my mind on right now?
That, what do you call it? Okay, so I'm trying, like, this is like the black propaganda that, what do you call it, the Palestinians hate what the Israelis, not because of what they did to them, not because of what they call of their foreign what they call colonizers and etc., but because they're Muslims, and as Muslims, like a Muslim is a bad religion, and Muslims are what they call violent people. They read the Quran, and the Quran said this, and the Quran said that. Even though there are plenty of Christians, plenty of what they call secularists, plenty of Christians that died fighting what they call, plenty of Druze as well that fought that died fighting the Israelis, and etc. So that is also the false narrative that even Christians fought
There, it
against
is not a
Israel.
false narrative. You can point out
It
that
is
a few
false
Christians, you
narrative.
can point out that people in Lebanon were involved in civil wars, or that people in Lebanon were fought. Like Druze also fight alongside Jewish people as well, and live alongside Jewish people as well. Like I don't know what the point of any of this is. The reality is that right now Islamic extremism seems to be pushing forth a lot of violence on the Palestinian side, whether we're talking about the Houthis, Hezbollah, or Hamas. Seems to be a big part of who supports the Palestinians right now. So, of course, I think reasonably so, people are scared of those people.
But even if they were not Muslims, though, if you treat people like dogs and like the inhumane ways you would treat like the Palestinians, they would rebel.
They
And that
would
has been
maybe,
the
but
case.
they wouldn't. I mean,
Yeah.
but that it's still like to say that there's no part of it is Islamic extremism doesn't make any sense. Like
Right now
when,
it is,
like
but
when
not
people
before
blow
then, though.
themselves up as suicide bombers, they don't scream Allahu secular, right? Like I mean,
No,
like,
but, like,
obviously there's a
like I
religious
told-
element to it, right?
All right, so you're ignoring all what I said. Like I said, the first female bomber was a 16-year-old.
Why would I care about the very first female bomber?
But I mean, they're saying she was Christian.
What
though.
about the
So I'm just
majority of
saying-
the? What about the majority of the suicide bombers?
Yeah, what about the majority of them are Christian? But like that, what do you
The
call- but
majority of the suicide bombers that were involved in like the first and second Intifada were Christians.
No, but I'm trying to say that's a resistance, what do you call it, move though. For example, in the Tamil Tigers, also use suicide bombing. These are nowhere near like the Middle East, man. The Tamil Tigers are, I don't even know what they are, but like I think they're Hindu. Yeah, I think they're Hindu. Yeah, the Tamil Tigers are Hindu, but they fought against the what do you call the Sinhalese government with suicide bombings. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, though. Like, these kind of things happen in certain places, not because certain body is Muslim, certain body is violent, or certain body is like that. No, has been seen with terrorist organizations across the world. Why certain terrorist organizations do what they do.
If we were to take an
the
account of
injustice they
all the
felt.
suicide bombers in the world, what percentage do you think would be Muslim? If you had to
Oh,
guess.
for fuck's sakes, man. Okay, so it's like.
If we had to take an account of all the suicide bombers in the world, what percentage do you think would be Muslim?
Yeah, because there's a lot of there's a lot of wars in the Islamic countries right now. What is your point, though?
I was asking, what do you think the percentage would be?
I don't know. Like I can't say a percentage because I can't.
I think
just,
it'd be
what do you
more
call
or
it?
less than 20%.
More. Why not? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, probably more or less than
Yeah.
50%. Probably more.
I don't know.
Okay. I don't know. Are you
But
pointing out that the
but-
first suicide bomber was Christian? I don't even know if that's true. The first suicide bomber was Christian.
Yes,
but,
sir. Like female Christian suicide bomber against the Israelis. Female Christian suicide bomber against the Israelis was a Christian woman. So my point is, though, this has been seen in resistance movements across the world. Like, it's not just an Islamic thing. It's like when you're all out of hope, when you're backed into the corner, yeah, when you're denied your humanity, and people are trying to crush your spirit, your identity, and etc. This is the extreme measures you take. So yeah, look, so that's what I'm trying to say.
maybe do you
like,
think
no,
maybe
it's-
if they stopped like suicide bombing and sending so many rockets into Israel, maybe stuff would change?
Well, like West Bank, nobody's sending that kind of stuff. So has things have changed in West Bank?
Well, what do you think is better right now, the West Bank or the Gaza Strip? Which one is
Neither. I
currently
wouldn't-
which one is currently blockaded or embargoed by Israel and doesn't allow supplies in and out of the country? Which one is harder to travel in
Would
and
you
out of?
die? Would you rather die a slow, suffocating death, or would you rather die like like what do you call as a man on your feet?
I don't think there's much dying as a man when you go in and you kill a bunch of civilians. So I'm asking again, which place is doing better, the Gaza Strip or the West Bank?
How many people have like the Israelis have killed? I mean, like saying though. But anyway, all right, we're not going to go to that. But anyway,
So who's doing better right now, the Gaza Strip or the West Bank?
the Gaza Strip is doing better.
Oh, right. Well, I guess they should just keep fighting then. People like you and encouraging them to do it, and then I guess the West Bank can turn into the Gaza Strip, and they'll just
I
all
rather
do
they
great.
like I rather like you know what do you call it? I rather they die like what do you call it fighting than like what do you call it, than can be slowly erased like the Native Americans that happened in
That's
in
fine. Then
America.
they can keep dying, and they can
That's-
leave more
yeah,
fatherless
exactly.
children, and they can leave more wives widowed for the
So-
fifth or sixth time. Is that like a pastime in
So
the
is
Gaza
it better
Strip? Is
for them to
marrying
get
your
slowly-
seventh
I guess-
husband
I
that
guess,
hasn't died to
is it
jihad?
better-
I mean,
is it better to get erased like the what do you call it, like the Native Americans in this country though, like in America? Is it better to get them in, like to the Native Americans? Is that okay to get to get erased, slowly erased like the Native Americans, or slowly get erased like the Aborigines and like I think they're like 1% of the population right now in Australia? Is that okay?
I don't know if I would compare invasions and colonialization from 400 years ago to today.
No, but they're doing it though. I mean, you're saying though, they're still doing it though. That's why like everybody's
who's erasing the Palestinian population? Like the Palestinian population has grown by how much? Like it continues to grow. Is the population of Jewish people in the world is even above what it was before World War II yet?
How am I supposed to know?
Okay, the Israeli population, the Jewish population, hasn't even recovered since the Holocaust, and the Palestinian population continues to grow. So the idea that they're being slowly erased.
I don't think that is true. I don't think that they haven't recovered since the Holocaust, man.
Okay.
But anyway, point being said, just because they're not what do you call it, the Palestinians are putting up a resistance and they're fighting, and they're not, but what they call it, slowly being like what they call, they're not like what they call it, letting the Israeli just totally erase them, and they're putting up a good fight. That doesn't mean that the Israelis are not trying. Because
if the Israelis were trying, then Palestinians would be deleted. Like it's pretty.
No, they wouldn't. Like I mean, look, for example, first of all, they can't what they call drop a nuclear bomb on their own.
They don't need to drop a nuclear bomb. They could just do like indiscriminate bombing, just blow them all up. It's super easy.
That's what they're doing right now. That's what they're doing right now.
No, they're not. If they were doing it right now, there'd be 500,000 dead instead of 20,000 dead.
I don't know what you call that, what they're doing right now, but it sure looks indiscriminate to me because every ambulance trunk, everything is terrorists right now because like they even killed their own people actually. What do you call? Didn't you hear this? Like recently, like they killed 3 Israeli hostages.
Oh yeah. What do you think? What do you think was more densely populated? Do you think Dresden or the Gaza Strip was more densely populated?
Are Palestinians Nazis that we compare them to what do you call it, to Dresden? What's the point of view?
Do you think everybody in Dresden was a Nazi?
No, but like what do you call it?
What was more densely populated, Tokyo or the
no.
Gaza Strip? Because these were indiscriminate bombings, and these are where you saw tens of thousands or 50,000 plus people killed in 1 to 2 days. So when you ask me, and these were inferior weapons than what we have today or what Israel's access to today. So when you say they're indiscriminately bombing them, and I compare it to any other actual indiscriminate bombing in the past, which I believe Dresden, I believe the firebombing of Tokyo, I believe some of these larger air bombing campaigns were indiscriminate bombing. That's literally what they were. They flew over cities, they dropped a fuck ton of bombs, and they killed tens and tens of thousands of people in far less densely populated areas. It seems weird to say that there is an indiscriminate bombing happening right now in the Gaza Strip. That's what it seems to me. That's what I would assume.
Well, I don't know. We have to check that out. We have to check how much people died in Dresden in a month. How many people died in Tokyo fires? But at the end of the day,
wait. What was your question? How many people died in Dresden in a month?
Yeah.
It wasn't 1 month. The Dresden bombings were 1 to 2 days, and the death toll for that was almost 25,000 in 2 days.
Well, I mean, what do you call it? Maybe they're dropping more bombs. Okay, I don't know what do you call the logistics of, but either way, so you cannot what do you call it, compare Dresden and Tokyo, which are fighting the imperial Japan and Nazi Germany, which 2 world military powers.
I never said we were there. I understand the world military. I was just pushing back your claim that there was indiscriminate bombing. Indiscriminate bombing doesn't seem to match very well. When you talk about the firebombing of Tokyo, over the totality of all the Tokyo bombings, it was like 130,000 people were killed. I think more than both atomic bombs combined.
It's still fucked up. What are you talking about? It's still fucked up. In modern days, for example, those are not what do you call it? We're not fighting. They're not fighting Nazi Germany, or they're not fighting what do you call it, Imperial Tokyo. Exactly. But so to do that to people that they have what do you call it, or stranglehold it for about I don't know 70 something years, it is fucked up. To do that to people, you've been strangleholding, you have starved, you have what do you call it, humiliated for all those years, to do that to them again and then say, comparing them to Nazis and etc.
I'm not comparing anybody to Nazis. I was just pushing back on the claim that there was indiscriminate bombing.
Not you, but I just said though, that's what Israel does. They compare them to Nazi, what do you call it? They're comparing them to ISIS. They're comparing them to Amalek, which is all the evils you can think about.
Okay. What else?
Okay, so do you believe that Hamas and the Palestinians are the new Nazis, as many Israelis or even U.S. Congressman Brian Mass called the Palestinians Arab Nazis, and the hilarious music video, I mean, no, the hilarious Isaac Herzog president produced an Arabic copy of Mein
I don't think
Kampf,
the
etc.
current Palestinians or Sunni extremism or Islamism has anything to do with Nazism. No, I think that's dumb.
Okay. Okay, so like this is a good one. With the recent massive censoring and cancellation of many Palestinian supporters, we have seen with Susan Sarandon being let go by her agency that represented her. We have seen Harvard students being doxxed as companies coming out and saying they would lose their internship and would never be hired by the companies because they support Palestine, because hence they are anti-Semitic and want to genocide the Jews. We have even the defense minister of Israel chiming in and lecturing universities and telling them that chanting from the river to the sea is not a free speech and is a hate speech and should be treated as such. And in Germany, which is the most extreme case, we have seen the government coming out and saying that criticizing Israel can risk you getting deported out of the country. And in Congress, they have put a law that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Do you agree with all these harsh methods, yes or no? And do you believe that people have the right to criticize Israel and Zionism without being called anti-Semites, lose their jobs, get deported out of the country, and etc.?
In what, the United States?
Any country. Any
Well, I
Western
can't
country.
speak for any country because I don't know every
Come
country's
on,
laws.
we live in a Western democracy. Like, come on, we
It
live in
doesn't
a Western
matter.
democracy.
You've got dramatically different freedom of speech laws depending on where you are. In the United States, I don't think you should ever be in trouble for that.
No, Destiny. I'm not asking you about the laws. I'm talking what is right and wrong. You know, it's
what
not
is
about
right
what
and
the law.
wrong is going to be in accordance with the particular laws you have. I think everybody should
it's
be able
not
to eat
about-
pork and beef, but I wouldn't go to Saudi Arabia or India and tell you what you should be allowed to eat. I mean, I can only speak for
No.
laws in the United States. I think generally speaking, you should be allowed to criticize other countries. That's a pretty important freedom to me. I think you should be allowed to criticize Israel. I also think you should be allowed to call people the N-word or go out and make the Nazi salute if you want as well. But in a lot of Europe, those things are illegal too. So I don't know. When you ask me as an American, I give you the perspective on my laws. But when you talk about like laws and the right to criticize certain countries, I mean, I don't know what the laws in a lot of European countries are like or why they're structured the way they are. I can only tell you from the perspective of an American what I think
Okay,
our laws should be.
Anglo-Saxon countries. Okay, so
I'm going to be
is,
totally honest. I don't even know what Anglo-Saxon means other than like British. I don't know what.
Well, like the descendants of the Anglo-Saxon, which is America, Canada, UK, and Scotland, and what do you call it, Australia.
I can't speak. I don't.
New
For
Zealand.
instance, I don't agree with the UK's. I think that their slander and defamation laws are insane. I also think that the hate speech laws that exist in the United Kingdom are insane. But that's their country. If they want to run that the way that they want to run that, that's up to them. I'm not here to speak for. I'm not here to complain about British freedom of speech laws. It's just not in my place to do so. I'm an American.
Like we're talking about like what Israel and Palestine, which is like I mean I don't know even like it's totally different from any Western countries. But you know we're talking about that what is right and wrong. So it's not about the laws. It's about like if slavery is happening somewhere across the world, I don't even know where it is. Like we would call it is wrong. As child trafficking is happening like across the world, you know I don't care what the law said. I would say it is wrong. So,
I think
like,
child
please,
trafficking and slavery are things that I think should obviously be wrong in every country. Yes.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So can we speak about as Westerners who like what do you call it? You know, that live in the Western world, and you know, can we talk about like as as Western collective of of freedom of speech in the Western countries, if it is okay to criticize Israel, yes or no?
I generally think it should be. I just don't know the freedom of speech laws. Like I don't even know what people are getting in trouble for in other countries.
Okay, let's go to America. Okay, if you don't want to go to other countries, America.
Well, here,
America.
how about this? Give me an example of somebody who's gotten punished for just being critical of Israel in a European country.
Well, I mean, I can give you like what do you call it, specific example, but like in the Germany, in the new law, like I mean, I don't know, like I think it's the president or something. I don't know the hierarchies of their Bund, as they call it, as their parliament. But I think it's their president. He came out and said, or prime minister, he came out and said, look, if you're criticizing Israel, you know, you can nobody. There's
Okay,
no
so
room
you're
for
telling me
that.
if I go look up right now in Germany, you're telling me that there is a law that says you can't criticize Israel in Germany?
No, they're not. It's not like what they call it. It is basically what it is, but they're what they call it. That's not how they put it, but they're basically saying that though, because what they said is anti-Semitism has no place over here.
Saying anti-Semitism has no place over here is not the same as making a law saying it's illegal to criticize Israel.
No, but they're making new laws though. Like if you're going to
what new laws?
If you're getting naturalization, like for example, you're an immigrant, yeah, you're going to Germany, naturalization. They're going to ask you, what do you think about the state of Israel, huh? And and then do you think it has the right to exist? And you have to write I don't even know what the question is, but like they're going to ask you about Israel and what do you think about Israel? And if you make those answers wrong, I don't know, it's up to them. And they think you're anti-Semitic, get the fuck out. So I think
So
that's
wait,
pretty fucking
anti-Semitism
fair,
or anti Zionism or anti-Israeli?
I mean, like right now, it's all intertwined. I don't know what.
Well,
they
there's two
even
different
mean,
things here. Like, I can understand a country being opposed to anti-Semitism, but that's different than anti-Israeli.
But that's the problem nowadays, though, because if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semite.
But you told me, you said that they were blocking anti-Semitism, or what was it?
Look, people are making protests against Israel. They block that. About what they're doing in Gaza.
Okay, who's blocking protests right now?
Well, France tried to do it, it didn't work out, and Germany did it. I think it worked out. They're arresting people, like, and what do you call it? I think also kicking people out, deporting certain people if they're doing protests against Israel and speaking out against Israel.
Okay.
Or like saying, like, like for example, like what is going on in X or Twitter, like, it's like free Palestine. From I don't think it's free Palestine. I think probably that even also considered anti-Semitic. But from the river to the sea is anti-Semitic. Decolonization is anti-Semitic. I don't know how that happened, but that's anti-Semitic as well. So if you use those words, get the fuck out of X. So like that's what I'm saying. That's how things have gone crazy. So so I can't even say what it is because because you can say certain things you don't think is anti-Semitic and say, hey, I don't think Itamar Ben Gvir, he's a Zionist extremist. Oh, anti-Semitism, get the fuck out of here.
You think if you call Ben Gvir an extremist, you think you'll get kicked out of a country?
I'm just giving you an example. I'm talking in Germany. They might say, look,
in Germany, if you criticize Ben Gvir and call him an extremist, do you think you'd get kicked out of Germany?
Who knows? I mean, like, they're so vague right now.
You know, you just said it. You gave it as an
example. I don't know. Like, the law is so vague. That's what I'm saying. Like, so anything can be conflated as anti-Semitism nowadays. Like in the U.S. Congress, they say if you criticize Zionism, it's anti-Semitism. Okay. That's put into law right now in U.S. Congress. That that if you're like anti-Zionism, is anti-Semitism. But there's like plenty of Jews who are not Zionists. But they say they put that in the law. They say anti-Zionism, anti-Semitism. Do you believe in that? That anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism?
Not necessarily, but I mean they can cross over really easily.
Sure thing. I don't think they should though. But like do you think the students right now should be lose their jobs in the universities in Harvard and etc. We've seen all that.
For the people that were supporting the October 7th attacks.
Oh boy, they didn't say they were supporting October 7th attack, but moving on from that one, okay, what about the ones that are protesting right now and saying free Palestine from the river to the sea, and what else they're saying, decolonization or intifada?
You would have to. I don't. You're speaking like such general statements. I don't even know what we're talking about. I'm not sure what we're. Yeah.
Okay, like a lot of people from Harvard schools and etc. are losing their jobs, losing internships.
Okay.
Because they support Palestine,
was it because of supporting Palestine, or was it because they wrote a newsletter where they were supporting the October 7th attacks?
They're all lumped in together, man. Like that's what I'm saying.
Are you sure they're all lumped in together? Or are you sure they weren't explicitly supporting the October 7th? Okay, I'm pretty sure they were supporting.
They're all lumped in together. They're all lumped in together. They're not making any differences about or even people that are in Canada or other news channels. They lost their jobs because they were supporting Palestine. They didn't say anything anti-Semitic. They were criticizing.
Who lost their job just for supporting Palestine? Give me one case. Let's go over it. We can read it right now.
Susan Sarandon. Not lost her job, but lost her agency.
Okay. Susan Sarandon. Is this a student at Harvard?
No, come on. Susan Sarandon is an actress, man. Come on.
Oh, this is an actress. And what happened to her?
She got let go by her agency.
She was let go by her agency. What did she say? What were her statements?
I don't know. She went to she went to a pro-Palestinian rally and did a speech, and then there wasn't anything anti-Semitic that I can discern, but but she supported Palestine. She said what they're doing is wrong, and and genocide and etc.
I'll go find. We'll see what she said. On Thursday, it seems like she shared a video on X/Twitter in which a Norwegian doctor talked about Israel's alleged systematic man-made slaughtering of patients at Al-Shifa, The Gaza Strip's largest hospital. The doctor also described an unprecedented attack on a civilian society occupied one of the most brutal and ruthless armies in the world. A clear reference to the Jewish state and the IDF. The physician who worked in Al-Shifa also accused Israel of racism. See, the also previously showed on X information about how to boycott brands that have ties to Israel. Posted the accusations that Israel lied about 40 beheaded babies to justify a genocide. And reposted a video of the chairman of the Jewish Network for Palestine saying it's not Jews versus Muslims, it's the oppressors versus the oppressed. And it started in 1948 when Israel was founded on violence and theft. Sarandon's posts against Israel during its war against Hamas, such as accusing the Jewish state of apartheid and committing a Gaza Holocaust, go as far back as October 8th, just one day after Hamas terrorists killed 1,200 people. She didn't condemn the Hamas atrocities and instead posted a message on X that called Gaza an open-air prison and shared the hashtag Gaza Genocide. Okay, so
yeah, none of it, like, I don't think is anti-Semitic. No, like, I mean, anti-Semitic.
I don't know if I would say it's anti-Semitic or not. It's heavily anti-Israel for sure.
Okay,
It's definitely partisan. Is okay.
Sure. Anti-Israel is okay. Yeah, like
okay. Wait, hold on. I don't disagree with you. Anti-Israel is fine. Sure. Yeah. However, nothing legal happened to her. Apparently, her agency dropped her.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, though, like, a lot of people are losing their job. What they call it, like, even being docs and etc. Like, especially students, and being told they won't be got hired and etc. For supporting for supporting Palestine. Even Dua Lipa, like I told you, Charbu Harbu, they were telling her like they want to put a bullet in her head. Mia Khalifa, they're going to put a bullet in her head. I mean, just because
we're mixing out a whole bunch of different things right now.
I know, but no, just these are people. I'm just saying that what people that are
apparently Susan Sarandon also said Jews are getting a taste of what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country. She was saying that American Jews have it coming, that we don't deserve to live free from harassment and assault. No, sorry, that was an added thing. So it was the Jews are getting a taste of what it feels like to be a Muslim in this country, who are so often, what was this? So often subjected to violence. Oh, after October 7th. Yeah, I think if an agency wants to drop her for this, I mean, it seems like, yeah, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with them doing this. I think that right after October 7th terrorist attack, I think I'd probably be pretty wary of working with people that are making what seem to be like pro-Hamas statements, but it's not like her statements were just random like pro-Palestinian statements. It's not like her statements were just random like anti-Israeli statements. Like it seems like these are pretty pointed statements, and there's no law or anything tossing these people out. It just seems like an agency decided to stop working with her because her statements kind of sound like she's supporting Hamas, which I think is fair.
I know, but right now there's a law though in Congress saying that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and there are laws in Germany as well that like what they call that, like, you know, if you're trying to get naturalization or trying to live there, they're going to ask you, hey, what do you think about Israel? Huh? Do you think Israel is a cool country, bro?
Sure.
You know,
I don't know about those German laws. If those German laws, I'd probably oppose that. But I don't know what Germany's immigration system looks like. But I mean, I would, yeah.
Yeah, but don't you think that is what they call excessive, like, you know, to people? And do you think people should criticize Israel if they feel like it and if they are doing wrong?
If you want to criticize a country, I think you should always be able to criticize a country, of course.
Yeah. Okay. So we agree on that. Are you yourself afraid to criticize Zionism?
No.
Okay. Do you believe Zionism is perfect and there's nothing to criticize about it, or you don't want to criticize Zionism?
I literally earlier in this conversation told you that I disagree with the settlements, which are heavily driven by the most extremist type of like Jewish rhetoric, like Zionist and religious rhetoric. So I mean, seems like a criticism of Zionism to me, no?
Okay. Anyway, all right. We'll take that. Okay, and what to say? Yeah. So, do you think that United States is a good, what do you call it, is a good agent for peace in the Middle East, even though it supports, because it's biased towards Israel?
Yeah.
You think? How so?
The United States was involved in brokering talks between Israel and Egypt. I think it was a big part of why that first bilateral treaty was signed, which was probably what led the road for a lot of other peace between Israel and other countries bilaterally. The United States works closely with Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia tries to pursue peace with Israel, and the United States was involved in the Abraham Accords, where they also tried to pursue peace in other Middle Eastern countries with Israel. And the United States, was Clinton with the Oslo Accords and the Clinton parameters in the Taba Summit, like also tried to pursue peace in the Middle East with Israel. So yeah.
But how can you say that though? Because Israel is the number one. What do you call it? America is the number one the arms dealer to Israel. So how come you're the arms dealer? Should be like the peace, the harbinger of peace.
I don't know. We're probably the number one like contributor to the fucking Egyptian military as well. No, like probably.
Yeah, exactly. So exactly, yeah. So how can you be like the harbinger of peace if you're also bombing places in the Middle East? And so don't you think like one of the crux of this problem as well is the United States, and that we need like a new
Well, because probably
peace
without
builder.
Israel having an army or military to defend itself, you would just have people like Hamas or Hezbollah marching in and murdering Jewish people.
No, I'm talking about like a new a new negotiator for peace. Like
What
what
would
is
the
that
new
to the
negotiator
USA?
be? I don't think selling weapons or anybody has anything to do with negotiations for peace.
No, because like for example, like just for example, like let's say I'm Israel, like, and I'm getting money from I'm getting guns and money, uh, from America, and you're Palestinian. So like, so how do you feel like if I shot you with the guns that America has given to me, and then like he's coming there and like broken a peace deal?
I don't know. I mean, they were shooting with guns given to them by the Soviets. I don't understand what the point of this is. They're shooting with,
No,
with military arms shipped in from Turkey and bought with cash from Qatar, and then trained by militants from the IRGC in Iran. I'm like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, so like,
Everybody
none
has
of those
interest in
countries-
this region. Like, what do you want me to say?
Yeah, no. So that's exactly. So somebody that is outside of the region should be what they call it, and outside like what that has no interest and no biases.
Who has
should
no?
be
Who
what
has
they're
absolutely
negotiating.
no interest or no bias in the Middle East?
Spain, maybe. Who knows?
I'm thinking probably not. Considering, you think countries that are going to be part of NATO aren't going to be seen as being like puppets of the United States?
Okay, China. Why not China?
I thought you just said Israel was selling military secrets to China. Do you think anybody would want China to be negotiating these things?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there's countries out there, but it's better in the United States at least because that's the number
Name
one
one.
arms dealer. And that's the problem with the modern world nowadays because like all the negotiations are done by the powerful countries, by the people that have the military powers and etc. Like even
Yeah,
though
the
we have big
negotiations
UN
are done by the powerful countries because nobody cares if, the Ivory Coast is sanctioning peace between Israel and Palestine, right? Like it has to be a powerful country to ensure that the negotiations are backed by something, right?
Yeah, but like not, but for example, yeah, Bill Clinton ushered in peace with the what do you call it, the Good
Oslo
Friday
Accords.
deals.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
I'm talking the Northern Ireland problem.
Okay.
The Good Friday deals between Ireland and UK, between the Northern Ireland, IRA, and UK, because they didn't have vested interest. They weren't selling weapons and etc. But at this point, though, like after them bombing the Middle East, several countries as well, and being pro-Zion, having several pro-Zionist, what do you call it, people that work for them, like we've seen Stewart guy, harassing a kebab guy in New York City, calling him like he's raping his kids and etc. And tell him 4,000 kids is not enough. I think we need a new negotiator there. I mean, because I don't care if it's what do you call another Western country, but I think America being the sole negotiator of everything, whether it's war and peace, has been what do you call it. Not just Israel, actually, not just Israel and Palestine, but for a lot of things has been fucked up because you can't have the guy that's selling the biggest arms dealer and the biggest murderer as well being the peace negotiator. That doesn't make sense to me.
Okay. Well, if you can find someone else you think is better to negotiate it, then let me know.
I mean, sure we can find. All right. Yeah, before we go, how do you see yourself as a what do you call it? Do you see yourself as a progressive or liberal? Because I never get what do you call it, your politics.
Probably
of,
progressive / liberal, somewhere in between there, somewhere around there.
All right, but because I don't know, man. Because you seemed a lot of the times like somebody like Douglas Murray or what do you call it? What's that? Milo Yiannopoulos and etc. Have alternative what do you call it? The bedroom lifestyles, but but politically are basically pro-Western, Western chauvinist, that kind of stuff.
It's a really weird way of putting my politics. I don't know what you mean by saying I have pro-Western foreign policy. I mean, probably largely. I mean, there's going to be things that I think America does well with foreign policy, like interventions in Bosnia. There's going to be things I think we do poorly with foreign policy, like the occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan. There's going to be things that we support that I probably agree with, like Israel and Ukraine. There's probably going to be things that we support that I disagree with, like our actions in the 60s and 70s in South America, or intervention in Vietnam. I mean, I don't know. It depends on I mean,
do you think like
I'm gonna have
do
like
you
a
believe, like,
conflict view. I'm not just gonna have like a blanket like America good or America bad when it comes to, criticizing or supporting American foreign policy.
all right, because like a lot of things I saw, like because I don't know, you seem very comfortable with like Nick Fuentes and what's that other guy? What's that neo-Nazi leader?
Richard Spencer.
Richard Spencer.
Talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
people that I've debated dozens of times on my stream before.
I don't know. It didn't seem like you're debating with Richard Spencer. It looks like you're very like comfortable with him, like you're agreeing a lot of stuff about like what they call it, American supremacy and etc.
I mean, I would agree that America is a good country. I mean, there's probably things in the fucking what do you call it? The My Struggle, Mein Kampf. I'm sure I could probably read some things in there, but agree with it doesn't make me a Nazi. Are you saying you wouldn't agree with a far right person on any topic at all?
No, I would agree with him on certain topics.
Can you give me an example of something that Richard Spencer or Nick Fuentes said that I agree with that makes it seem like my views are similar to that of a Nazi?
Did not say like did I say you're a Nazi?
No, but you made it sound like I was comfortable with their views. I'm very curious what views
No,
they
I say
espouse
you're
that I agree
comfortable
with.
with that. No, I look no because I think they're Western supremacists as well, but like maybe like far right Western supremacists.
Western
like,
supremacy. I think the West is really cool. I think in some cases better than some of the other countries. Yeah, of course. But I'm also from the West. I'm sure if I go to talk to anybody from like an Arab or Muslim theocratic country, they're going to tell me that their theocracies and their Sharia law is superior to the degeneracy of the West. I'm sure they'll probably feel that way too. It's not surprising at all that somebody from a particular region of the world would think their particular region of the world has better values than other regions of the world. Is that surprising?
No, but like what my problem with you is like you say you're progressive and etc. But like when you meet like people that are like very like far right or etc. You're like you're basically having like I don't know playful like a playful date with them.
Yeah, my politics can be quite different from another person, but it doesn't mean I have to be screaming at them the entire time. I've disagreed with basically every single thing you've said here. I think our conversation's been fairly friendly, even if we've been adversarial. But I don't see what that has to do with anything.
But do you believe like in any leftist revolutionary that like do you have idolized any leftist revolutionary?
Absolutely not. I'm not a leftist. I'm a liberal. I'm a capitalist. I'm not a socialist or a communist ever. Progressivism generally refers to a set of socio-values, socio-political values, and I'm a liberal, so I generally believe in things like capitalism or liberalism, broadly speaking. I'm not a socialist or a communist any more than I would be a supporter of a Nazi or a fascist.
But don't you think that progressivism, because the people that bought like progressivism are not the ones like what do you call that kowtowed to the to the far right elements and etc. But the people that like that stood like Martin Luther King and etc. That stood in front of the military machine or the system that brutalized people, and that is how we came to be at this moment right now. Like like me and you can talk. There's like freedom.
I don't disagree. Martin Luther King was a liberal. Martin Luther King was not a socialist. I don't know what the point of any of this is.
He was not a socialist, but he was a radical. Though. He was not a liberal. Like I mean,
he was a radical for his time, sure.
Yeah, but like he was not a liberal. Or, like so, like a lot of progressive stuff happened, like because like the French Revolution, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like because you're progressive, but like I'm just saying though, because I think the problem with you is like because you keep kowtowing to the people, like or like give the benefit of the doubt, the imperialists or people that have all the power and the money and etc. Like like. And do you think that they would do us a good benefit if we just kowtow to them?
I don't think we should kowtow to anybody. But when I look at a secular democracy that has achieved pretty amazing things in the past 75 years, and I compare that to a Islamist, Sunni extremist government that says that they want to destroy all of the country of Israel and have spent the better part of the last 20 years digging up water pipes to shoot rockets into a civilian population, it's pretty easy to take a side there unless I'm willing to do some insane mental Olympics to justify the infinite launching of rockets from the Gaza Strip.
But so do you think South Africa was a democracy as well, and the people that are fighting against were vile people and etc.
South Africa was a type of democracy, but they also had an apartheid regime where people were systematically disenfranchised of their rights based on their race. The ANC is not the comparison you're looking for. The ANC explicitly did not try to target civilians. The ANC explicitly only tried to target government infrastructure. You keep making these comparisons to like the ANC. Do you agree that people in apartheid South... Hold on. Do you agree that... I don't care. I'm going to ramble for a little bit because you ramble over and over again. People in apartheid South Africa were being oppressed by the government. They couldn't run for office. They were sometimes shipped out to... I don't remember the name of the places, but you had black people that were shipped out to live in whole other villages and ethnically cleansed from places that were systematically deprived of rights as a rule of law from the government. And the same thing existed in the United States of America. These were people that were brutalized. These were people that were lynched. These were people that were repressed. These were people that were ethnically cleansed. Guess what? The ANC didn't fire rockets into civilians all day. Guess what? Martin Luther King didn't build rockets and shoot it all day. These people advocated for largely peaceful movements. They didn't just agree in movements that didn't have violence. They agreed explicitly in the principles of nonviolence. And guess what? The ANC persevered in South Africa. The entire world supported them. Martin Luther King persevered in the United States, and we got civil rights, and the entire world supported him. There's a reason why the Palestinians are not being supported by the entire world, but are only being supported by the Muslim bloc and dumb kids in the West that don't know anything about the situation on the ground. So I think that just like the black people, unless you think black people are better than Middle Eastern people, I think that black people that were being brutalized in South Africa were able to peacefully resist the South African government under Nelson Mandela and accomplish peace and equality for the people, largely. And I think that people in the United States under Martin Luther King did the same. I don't know why you think Palestinians can't do that. Clearly, there's a difference between people in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. The West Bank people, despite the activities might happen over there, are largely more peaceful than the people in the Gaza Strip, and their living conditions are better as a result. That's not very surprising. So I think that we can advocate for the people in the Gaza Strip to act like the people in the West Bank, and their living conditions would probably be better too. There's a reason why there's an embargo in the Gaza Strip, and there's not one in the West Bank.
So you think like the people in the West Bank are living in what do you call it, and champagnes and chandeliers, and what do you call it, living a good life? So that like so that's the ideal life that people.
Do you think people in the West Bank are living under the same conditions as people in the Gaza Strip?
But what does it matter though? Like so,
it does.
Like
it absolutely matters. I'm sorry.
So
do you think that chandeliers or
so a house slave is better than a field slave? Okay, so that's what you're saying. So like if you're a good slave, yeah, you can live in the house. You can be living a good slave, yeah, like and then you can wear clothes. Maybe I don't know, clean the kitchen, etc. And not live in the field. So like you're telling them like, okay, so if you're being good, you're not going to live in you're not going to have to suffer the same like what do you call it, problems as a field slave, but you can live in the house and become a house slave. So that's what you're advocating for the Palestinians. Be a good boy, be a good slave, and then you become live in the house. So that is your what do you call it, your solution for the Palestinian thing.
Is a house slave better than a field slave?
A living condition, yeah, probably, yeah. So, well, but like that's not what I'm advocating for people, though. That when you're an anti-abolitionist for slavery, I'm not going to say, hey, look, man, be a good slave, and then you can live in the house, and that's how like all you should what do you call it? All you field niggers like all you that you should strive for living in the house. So that's what you be
let's say that I buy this the example of the comparison. You said a house slave is better than a field slave, right? When people like Frederick Douglass or American black abolitionists were writing and learning how to, proliferate pamphlets and everything else to free people, do you think they learned from house slaves or do you think they learned from field slaves how to read and how to write?
House slaves, probably.
Okay, so listen, even if I go with the most ridiculous example, wouldn't it be better to have all of the Palestinians be house slaves? Because if you're a house slave versus a field slave, you're one step closer to freedom. Wouldn't that be the path we'd want to walk on?
But okay, all right. So yeah, but what happened after what you call the house slave learned though? Like for example, like Toussaint Louverture in Haiti, they started a revolution. So they didn't stay a house slave. So that was not the house slave. Being a house slave is not the end goal for freedom.
No one said it's the end goal, but right now the living conditions in the West Bank are better than the living conditions in the Gaza Strip, and it seems like that's largely because in the Gaza Strip.
But we're not talking about like what do you call it, easing the wounds, man. We're talking about curing the disease. And that's what I'm trying to do. Like I'm trying to say, like curing the disease and what do you call it, having freedom for people and stopping the humiliation and what do you call it, and degradation of people and the death and the spiral of death and destruction that's going on.
Sure.
In the Middle
Okay.
East.
Yeah. Then more freedom. Okay. Well, who do you think lives a better life? Do you think Palestinians in the West Bank live a better life, or do you think Syrians live a better life on average?
So look, hey, man, look, I can
do you
say
think
this
Palestinians in the West Bank live a better life on average, or do you think people in southern Lebanon live a better life on average? Do you think people in the West Bank who are house slaves apparently live a better life on average, or do you think people in Yemen live a better life on average?
With this kind of talk, you're throwing out everything that even George Washington fought for. So you're saying like we shouldn't even fight over like the British, man.
Okay.
It's ridiculous.
I think it's telling that you don't answer a single question I ask, and you always respond with another diatribe, another question.
Okay, all right. I'll answer your question. Okay, yeah.
I'm just saying, I think it's silly. I think it's like the answer is obvious. The people in the West Bank have better living conditions than the people in Gaza, and the steps to freedom are going to be led by Palestinians like those in the West Bank and hampered or hurt by Palestinians that are in the Gaza Strip. I think it's a super easy, it's very, very easy, very logical. Anybody would be able to say that, obviously. That's true. So.
All right. But like one last thing I want to say, though, before I go, though, just, oh, yeah. ANC might not have fought, but like like as you see in the border, ANC also has fought like with soldiers outside with the borders of South Africa. But as we have seen the border wars, it was a brutal war between like several countries and what do you call it, in the borders of South Africa.
But what's
So
the name
like
of this war? I can look it up. I'm sorry.
the
I don't.
border wars.
The border wars.
South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah, 23 years. Yeah, with even Cuba going into it. Cuba like supporting the Angolans and what do you call them? Botswanans, or I think forget what their like what country was it? Like, yeah, Cuba was supporting two countries. There's,
what does this have to do with anything?
So yeah, like the people fought. I'm just saying, like like the South African regime didn't like what it wasn't like the people didn't shuck and jive and like and sang songs and etc. No,
It
the
sounds like
ANC
a
fought.
country that was fighting for independence. Yeah.
Yeah, like people, like what do you call it? People fought. The MPLA fought, and other like, organizations fought. So I don't know all their names, but yeah, all of them fought against South Africa with aid of the Soviets, aid of the Chinese, aid of the Cubans, especially who put like what do you call it, boots on the ground. So that's how the South African regime like ended. Like because like they were facing a lot of pressure from outside as well in this border. So it's not just like that was peaceful like and then like everything ended. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. That is ahistorical as well. What you said about South Africa.
We were talking about ending apartheid in South Africa.
But like, how do you think apartheid ended? Like, what do you call it? They negotiated with Cuba. Like Fidel Castro, like what do you call it, helped negotiate the freedom of Nelson Mandela.
Okay. I don't know enough about the ending of apartheid in South Africa. You're telling me it was a result of these border wars?
Like that was like a significant part of it. Yeah.
How much of a part of it?
I mean, I don't know. Like, if you spend 23 years fighting like your neighbors and like expanding, and then the Cubans come, and then you're like you have one of the biggest, largest wars since World War II in Africa, and Cristo Carnival and etc. Like like a lot of bloodshed going on, and then like a lot of manpower, like and then what do you call it, the West abandons you. Yeah, that has a lot of things about it. Yeah.
Okay, a lot of different things happening. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anything else?
Oh, that's it, man. Nice talking to you, man.
All right. It's a heated combo, but I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Bye. Jesus Christ. What a thing.
Dago, what's the quote of the day? What's the quote of the day?
Oh shit, quote of the day?
Yeah, what is it?
Alright, okay. I must have schizophrenia because I'm the realest in the room.
Yo, my God.
You fuck with that? You fuck with
Yeah,
that?
I fuck with that. That's just crazy, bro.
Hey, hold this shit,
you
hold
always
this
got the
shit.
best ones, bro. You got the best one. What? What? Nah, keep going. Keep going.
Hey,
Keep going.
Yeah. Come on,
Damn.
bro, let's get out of here.
Okay, last video.
On bitches come back to the sixes. I spit threes like I'm playing with the sixes. Bad bitch like she playing with the mixes. Bad bitches keep playing with my jigs. Bad bitch wanna get on my Insta. Told a bitch chick tryna keep quiet. I got bad bitches tryna get by. Don't chill for a nigga get violent. I got bad bitches and they coming wildin'. Ayy, I see them motherfuckers smiling. 20,000 damn bitches on the island. 20,000 damn bitches going private. She make it clap. I got the strap. 21 gats. Feel like I'm savage. 21 bitches and none of them average. I'm gonna fuck me tonight, me a bad bitch. I don't give a fuck about niggas. I don't give a fuck about hoes. I don't give a fuck about your bros. I don't give a fuck about your toes, your hoes, your manicure, pedicure toes. I'm coming on the block with the rocks. 20-inch Glocks in my socks. Niggas keep doing that crazy ass shit. If I go to jail, I'ma keep a lock in the sock. I got that from Ken. All of my hoes they spend on me. All at the mall, I'm bending Benzes. 20-inch rims on.
This guy's in prison for shooting his ex-girlfriend. Wait, really? Did Destiny react to the Kanye rant? I have like no interest in any Kanye shit. He just is a crazy fucking dude. Destino, somebody unban Destino in a week, okay? It's too much, okay? You've been spamming me to read this fucking manifesto for literally days, okay? Stop. Listen, to show these pro-Palestinian dudes. If you consider doing this to these dumb kids like Muhammad Hijab or Mehdi Hassan, I've looked at that Muhammad Hijab guy debate. If I want like extreme like rhetoric practice, maybe I would try, but I don't know. Or Mehdi Hassan, maybe if that guy wanted to chat, I'd chat to either. But I think we're largely moving on from this because it seems like nobody that is on the pro-Palestinian side has just the conversations are just wild. I think I have my next big rhetoric practice is I think I have an Alex Jones debate on the 6th is what it looks like. So that'll be fun. Oh boy. Yeah. All right. When is Benny Boy? That was this morning. Tactics Ogre on Steam. Wow. Avli Schleim. Oh, Avi Schleim would be fun if he'll get on. Hopefully, Erudite can get a hold of him. Thoughts on the movie coming out named Miller's Girl? Gossip subreddits are very upset about it coming out. Why? Just look like a sexy movie or something? I don't even know. But, okay. I love you guys. It's been fun. I will, be back tomorrow. I'm fucking tired. Stay safe. Be careful. River and cappuccino, pop channel, hop channel, mob channel, dap channel, cap channel, up channel, up channel, my dudes. I will catch you guys next stream arena. Be careful. Jenk in 2 days? Yeah, I think I have that on my calendar. It should be in my public calendar, yeah. Will you be playing the Factorio DLC? Abso-fucking-lutely.
screwing each other because the government screws us every single.
So the breaking story is that a Democrat staffer on a Senate hearing room floor filmed himself and another man, let's just say, enjoying each other's company quite a great deal. And there's video of it all over X. Everyone keeps posting the article because the video is out. And everyone's like, well, unsurprising that it's a Maryland Democrat Senate staffer who I will just to, so you understand, filmed he and another man enjoying each other's company, quite a great deal, on the Senate hearing floor. And that's the story we're leading with because it's Friday and we're ready to laugh. But I do think it matters because we're going to be talking a lot about January 6th and what's to come in 2024. And there are a lot of stories about how this is going to go down.
That's fucked up.
Considering they just arrested, or they're planning to arrest this journalist on Tuesday, Steve Baker. So it's going to get pretty interesting. And that, we do have Owen Schroyer joining us, who recently got out of prison over this stuff. So we will get into all that. But before we get started, my friends, I got big news. Head over to thebestsongever.com. Buy the song. Click download. Your own price. It's 69 cents, or you can give whatever you want. And when you do, you will get a promo code emailed to you. You must look in the file. There will be a unique code you can use to get 35% off any purchase or subscription at castbrew.com. So you're getting a deal. Look, 69 cents for the song, but you could end up saving 20, 30, 40 bucks. Hey, maybe you want to buy 100 bags of coffee, you end up saving yourself 35 bucks. Well, actually, that would be more than that. 100 bags of coffee? That's a lot of coffee. You're going to be saving yourself like hundreds of dollars. And if you subscribe with the code, you will retain that discount forever. Even if you end the subscription later and come back and restart, you will still get that 35% discount. Here's the thing. Buy the song because this is our team up with the Daily Wire. This is Jeremy Boring and Michael Knowles' song. We made a modern version in this, it's a modern version. It's like synth pop. You'll recognize it. And the big news is we debuted at #1, top of the charts. This morning I wake up and they're like, hey, you're #1 on iTunes. And I'm like, okay, that's great. We need to sell, tens of thousands of these and then continue to smash our way into the music industry and tell these bigwigs, fat cats, and gatekeepers they can't do anything about it. I want to let you guys in on. I want to tell you something. I've pitched this numerous times, saying, here's what happens with Jeremy Boring. They tell him 100 times the market rate to play a song one time was no good. We assume he offered $150,000 to play one song one time, and they told him no. So instead, he spends the money to make a spoof song basically as an FU. We team up with them doing a modern version for a similar reason, because when we put out our song, we got emails back from Entertainment Press saying, go F yourself. And I'm like, I'm very determined now to force our way into these charts so they have no choice but to write about it. But I want to tell you something else. Even though 3 of the 4 songs we've published have charted on Billboard, they go into my Wikipedia page and they remove the chart numbers to make it look like the songs are not successful. That's how dirty and driven these people are. So, buy the song at thebestsongever.com and contribute your might to get help us.
What should I play?
Carter Banks, Jeremy Boring, and Michael Knowles. Give that middle finger, and you'll get a discount. Smash the like button, subscribe to the show, become a member at timcast.com to support us directly. We're gonna have an awesome show. As I mentioned, Owen Schroyer is joining us.
It's great to be here. A lot
I'm
better
gonna kill some
position
people.
that I'm in right now than I was a week ago.
What's going on? Why?
Well, a week ago, I was in prison, federal prison.
Well, okay then,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Right on. And you want to just do a quick introduction?
Well, sure. I'm one of the most politically persecuted journalists in America. I don't think it's a stretch to say that. And I got out of prison last week for a speech crime. And the last time I was here on Timcast, we were discussing this before it went live, how basically my case was going to be used as a precedent-setting case to go after other journalists, and now they are going after other journalists. There's another one that's going to be turning himself in on Tuesday, and I suspect there's going to be a lot more in 2024. So my case is eventually likely to get to the Supreme Court, and hopefully we can have success there to stop this political persecution of journalists in Biden's America. And I'm sure we'll get into some of the details about my case and everything else. We'll get into that later. But I would just say that I'll leave with this. There's something that I can't get over now. It's like an itch that can't be scratched. And I'm not somebody that censors myself. I don't censor myself. I'm not afraid to speak my heart. I'm not afraid to speak my mind. But just coming on this show, just doing the interviews I've done this week, just hosting my show over at InfoWars. Now, every time I go on air and every time I speak, there's something in the back of my head. Am I going to go to jail for this? Am I going to get arrested for this? Am I going to be incarcerated and tortured and thrown into solitary for this? And that's what it's like to grow up in a communist country. That's what it's like to grow up in an oppressive regime. And this is what it's like in America now. And it breaks my heart that this is the country that future Americans might grow up in. That's the thought that has to linger in the back of their mind, like they're living in North Korea, that if they say something
that was a really
wrong,
good one.
they have bad speak or a thought crime, they're going to be locked up. So hopefully we can stop this before it just gets totally out of control.
Right on, man. Should be fun. Eric July's back.
What's up, man? What's up, how you doing? I mean, I'm doing, this is my third show today, man. I'm feeling
I know,
good,
right?
Too, right? Yeah. I'm feeling good, though.
Who are you? What do you do?
Man, obviously everything's been crazy with this whole Rippaverse thing, man. Blessed to be in the position that we're in with this company and being able to talk about it freely, man. And job opportunities we're creating. We talked a little bit about that this morning.
You launched a comic book universe.
Yeah, and it's again, we're on our $3 million campaign here, which is kind of insane. Again, I kind of still got to pinch myself every day, kind of realizing that this is a real thing, this is happening. But it shows there's a demand for it, man. But it does feel good to be back here. Hadn't had a chance.
I can't stop eating it.
But it feels good
We
to
had
be
you
back.
over on the Culture War this morning.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna talk news.
Yeah.
So thanks for hanging out. Should be fun as well. And of course, Luke is here.
Hey guys, my name's Luke Radowski of YouTube.com/WeAreChange, and we are bringing back Thug Life with, of course,
download
that coffee.
But it's not blurred all
The
over.
whole image, not just the whole image is blurred.
Yeah.
Not just the, not quite blurred enough.
So they know who this guy is now. His name is flying all over the place.
That wasn't everything flying all over the place.
Dude, the Daily Caller posted the video of it. Like it's
everywhere.
It's everywhere.
Sadly, on
Dude.
social media.
Talk to entry team.
This guy.
Suspects have a
needs to
foothold
get,
in this
like,
area,
I don't know, man,
and they're refusing to cooperate. Entry team, you are cleared to
we're
proceed
talking
with the
about-
mission.
They want to lock up Enrique Tario. He wasn't even in DC
Lead the
in
dock.
96, and I'm
We got a
like, this
civilian
big
who needed
guy.
medical.
Talk reporting.
broke so many
Copy.
laws.
EMTs and trailers are standing by.
It's not just him, it's two guys. And they're enjoying each other's company quite a great deal, if you know what I'm saying. I'm filming it in the Senate hearing room.
I'm not like bullish on lawfare and warfare through law, but like at some point you got to make a precedent. Don't do this kind of thing on the Senate hearing floor.
Guys, when I said 2024 was going to be crazy, I did not see this one coming. I thought it was going to be like a journalist gets woken up at 6 in the morning and
Did
they like...
not see this one coming. You're just asking. You just got
Set up a camera and then like go get in the middle of the room and get
No,
on
some dude, like one of the guys, I guess,
LSPD,
has... See,
yeah,
everybody's getting mad at me because I'm on X and I'm like, is the guy you're
I have to do
naming
this.
the
No.
dude being filmed
I'm in animation.
or the dude doing
Civilian
the
training.
I didn't know what to do.
City is ready.
And I do care.
Talk to entry
So
team.
I did watch
Roger.
the video.
Trailers inbound.
On slow motion, rewind.
Trying to
back,
figure out-
back and forth.
And not that much, Luke. You can calm down. I don't know what you were watching, but listen, I've seen videos of people brutally murdered. I have watched people die in front of me, and that's probably hyperbolic. I've watched people die a great distance away from me from a height. I don't want to make it seem
Is
like
he
I'm
telling the
saying
dead guy to get
been
up?
shot at. That a demonstration. Two guys, and they're going at it, and then I see a bunch of people saying this. Is they said this guy filmed himself doing this thing, and I'm like,
Tell him to stop. Suspect is
how
down.
do you know that's
Talk to
actually
high
him?
ground.
It was an
Copy
older
that,
guy,
entry
too.
team.
No, it's a young guy.
Notifying
It was
morgue.
Put your hands up and get down.
So I'm not going to say exactly what I said to him, but I responded to
Entry
Greg.
team is
I
top.
was a Greg.
Suspect down.
Talk to element. Roger,
the
entry
guy who
team.
did it. I said, is he
Notifying
the guy
medical.
getting or the guy getting? He's like, haha, oh, I'm like, no, this matters because the dude doing the deed is wearing some kind of like head.
Show me the palms of your
can't see his
hands.
face.
Put your
And
hands
the
up
issue
now.
is, if they've
We'll
got
get you sorted out when we're
information
done here.
through other means outside of the video,
Civilian ready to go.
somewhere. Which
Entry
they said
team
this
top.
guy
I think
filmed
we went
himself
to
doing
six.
it.
Talk
That's
reporting.
implying the guy
Copy,
whose
entry
face you
team.
can't see is
Notifying
doing it.
trailers.
And the guy whose face you can't see is not him. That means there's another unidentified guy. And I'm like, the last thing I'm gonna do is call a guy out on a show like this as having you know, enjoyed another man's company in a public building unless I know for sure that's the case.
But wait a second. So there's a couple interesting facts that you just laid out. So this person had a head-mounted camera deal?
I think that's what it was.
So then
a GoPro.
Likely not the first time this individual has done it. Maybe in the
Police,
building.
don't move.
Don't you have to have special access to that part of the building too? So it had to be another staffer of somebody.
Well, they could let him in.
A lot of people on social media are saying that this was the real insurrection that has happened.
I tweeted insurrection.
Insurrection's trending, I think, right now. Also.
Well, and Schumer saying erection. Inside of the erection is trending as well.
I'm guessing these are not the first two men to, you know, insert in the exit hole in any of the Capitol buildings, but they might be the first to film it.
Probably
Put
not.
your hands up.
If you're filming it, you kind of want to get caught, right?
No, look. So I guess they were sharing it on various websites like Ha Ha Ha, and it's
Get
kind
down.
of
Don't
insane.
reach for anything.
Look, guys, can I just jump the shark right now?
You're
not helping those assholes, are you?
High ground,
If we're
stop.
at the point
Civilian secure.
where
Doc reporting.
staffers of the Senate
Roger, entry team.
care
Great
so
work.
little
Keep
about this
going.
country, they treat our government
Get down,
buildings
don't move.
like porn sets.
I got
I
you.
just don't see
Don't
anyone
worry.
having enough confidence in this government.
Cuffs is ready.
I don't think that
Leave the
necessarily
talk.
sexual
Civilian,
debauchery
good to
is
go.
enough to plan
Talk to entry team. Roger, entry team. Great work. Keep going.
It's just nonstop like debauchery.
Police, hands up.
But you know what? I think that your philosophical angle is
No.
right here, Tim. What it shows is the lack of respect, the lack of concern, the lack of care.
Hands up. Got a
The
civilian
overall
here.
clown show that
This
it
is
really
talk.
is. There's no reverence.
Roger that, entry
right?
team.
I mean,
Tag
it's
him.
a
Here we go.
clown
For
the bad guys. There's no
Oh,
concern,
God.
no reverence.
Civilian
It's
ready
just a
for
clown
transport.
show. It's just
Talk to
let's
entry
clown
team.
show this up. We don't care
Roger.
about the country. We don't
Trailers
respect the
inbound.
country. We don't revere the country. We don't revere these buildings. I typically would kind of stand where you are, Ian, and in fact, I would
We're going
say
to take
even
care of
after my prison sentence, I'm even more for prison reform.
Why are you
Just
arresting
empty
me?
the prisons at this
Thank you for your time.
but I
Civilian
understand
is
where you're
good to
going
go.
philosophically.
Compliant.
I wouldn't be
Talk to
surprised though
element.
if with
Great
the
work,
aftermath
entry
of
team.
this,
Keep
we
it up.
don't start to see more videos start to surface.
Yeah.
I have a different take. I kind of don't care with these guys screwing each other because the government screws us every single day, right? Seriously, you look at the surveillance, secret FBI FISA bills that they just passed. You look at the NDAA. You look at the funding that they're probably going to be giving Israel and Ukraine very soon, as of course the average American is being fleeced and destroyed financially. I don't care what these two dudes did.
High
This is
ground,
not a
stop.
place to be
Civilian.
respected. This is a
Talk
place
to
that has
high
been
ground.
hijacked
Affirmative,
by
entry team.
corporatists and globalists that are using it as a machine to screw over their American people, and you're the one getting family-friendly show here.
Yes, but
you know,
that stuff's been going on, and the only reason these two guys do this is because they don't take our government seriously. Why? For every reason you just explained. People are these guys are like, oh, this government's a joke. They rip people off, they blow
Leave
kids
it
up,
down.
nobody
Got
takes it
one down.
seriously.
This
Then
is
they go
talk.
up onto a Senate hearing
Roger
floor
that.
and they
Continue with your
You just
mission.
made a meme. You've just made a meme. Put the guy who's facing away, and you put the
American puppet.
American taxpayer, and then the person doing the
come on, my team. You're watching. Get on it.
Get on it. That's it though. But that really is.
Making a T-shirt on the bestpoliticalshows.com.
That is a better. That is a much more offensive thing. That is a much more offensive thing. Oh, you don't want FISA? Oh, you don't want funding for Ukraine? Well, we'll just go ahead and slip it into the NDAA, and you're gonna get it anyway.
I gotta be honest, it's actually the
Oh.
most disgusting meme gift ever. In that,
I know
in
where
a
that is. I
government
forgot that
building,
that was in this
Democrat
map.
staffers did this because now you can put any group. You can put FBI on the guy and J6ers on the other guy.
There's a reason there's a sex position called the taxpayer, okay? All right? They were utilizing it.
You've just hit the infinity meme stone.
Seriously, the shirt's coming soon.
Meme-finity stone.
Yeah, you could put Joe Biden on one guy and U.S. economy on the other guy.
Civilian is secure.
Don't post that
Talk
shit
to
on
entry
Here
team.
we go.
It's everywhere.
Here we go.
Please, man, because
Make sure you tweet this at Eric July.
No.
Now.
Nah, but I
You
will.
just set the wolves.
I know, right? Yeah,
Oh, man, it's gonna
I
be
probably
crazy.
said the wrong thing. Because now everybody's gonna go out of their way.
you just
I gotta
told
go.
me
I
that
just set
don't.
myself up on. Nah, but on a serious note, no, I think it's more so representative of like the institution, right? Like even when this whole J6 thing happened, you know, I don't pretend like the Congress isn't like a band full of criminals, and I get it, you know, we people we have this idealistic way of looking at government, and it's supposed to they're sacred, and their buildings are something that is supposed to be cherished and respected. But I don't see them that way. You know, I haven't seen them that way for a very long time. But I think this is more, to your point, representative of the fact that it absolutely is a clown show. But I think people seeing it that way and taking it for what it actually is, I don't necessarily see that as a negative thing. I do believe that more people should look at the Senate or the House and Congress just in general with more contempt when you really truly understand the type of things it is that they are absolutely doing. So they 100% are a band full of criminals, which is why I'm not at all tripping off of
So
that.
is it like
and just really quick,
a good thing that people will see this then?
That's the way that I see it. I mean, if you look at it and you're like, look, this is a joke. This is a joke of an institution. It is. I would agree with you. It absolutely 100% is a joke of an institution. It's a place where people try to weaponize things, and the power it is that they have against their political enemies. It's not anything to be taken seriously like that at all. So yeah, while to your point, it's probably all sorts of weird stuff that does happen there day to day that we don't ever see. It probably is a bunch of debauchery and degeneracy in there anyway.
Yeah, hey, so first point, it was that Eric
Talk
D.
reporting.
correct?
Yes.
Got it.
Suspects have a foothold in this area, and they're refusing to cooperate. Entry team,
Second point,
you
I
are
wanted to
cleared
make
to proceed
this
with the
is
mission.
nothing new. Look at what they do at the Bohemian Grove. There's literal secret societies. There's literally a Brino Abramovich. There's literal like parties and secret things that they do that we can't even mention here on this family-friendly broadcast. There's an island that they bring children to. So for me, Hunter Biden and this latest revelation is the least offensive thing that is happening in Washington, D.C.
What's with Jeffrey Toobin or these guys?
I mean, Toobin has the meme magic with his name already in there, but I don't think you can even compare. The Epstein story, way bigger of a real issue that I think we should be outraged about. We should be showing videos of Bill Clinton getting on Data Express. We
have rules outlined for a reason.
And all the videos connected going to that private island.
Yeah,
that should be the big controversy.
Everyone in this room has done more jail time than any of Epstein's clients.
Exactly.
Wow, that's actually pretty crazy. Wait, hold on. Ian, have you ever been in jail?
Negative.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, Eric, have you ever been? Obviously, you were just there.
I was kind of making the joke like I was probably the only one, but it would still equate to it.
It was like 14 hours. Luke, I know for sure. And then Eric. So I
These
think Ian's the
women,
only one here.
they don't know what they're doing.
Say Joe Biden lost the 2020 election.
They really suck.
I'm saying you can join us. You can join us on the other side.
That one's good. That one knows what she's doing.
Mission failed.
I mean, they've
We no longer
I killed her
have control of the
sisters.
situation. Fall back.
I just went because they locked me up for skateboarding for like overnight. Luke, I remember that. Where you were? You were in Europe or something?
There was like
right?
8 times.
Yeah.
I might have got her.
Excuse me, 7 times.
haven't
But it
gone
was
that
all
many damn
it was all like it was all regarding my journalism.
I like grew up really straight edge, like follow the rules, follow order. Like my dad was in the fire department.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because
my dad was in the fire department too.
And then but later I started to learn like the appreciation of like if evil laws are passed, like what the Nazis did, you kind of like Thomas Jefferson would say, you kind of have a right to like ignore those laws, or like if a government becomes evil, you're supposed to be like, well, the law isn't everything.
Actually, the Constitution, if you read the Constitution, it says if the lawmakers get out of control, you actually have a duty to get them out of government. It's actually a duty in the Constitution if our government comes corrupted that we have to do something about it.
But Ian, I've never been convicted of anything, but I got arrested while I was skateboarding. They gave me some bogus charge. And then I spent half a day in jail. You've never had anything where you're, wow, look at that.
So not even detained, back of a cop
No
car?
handcuffs?
Oh yeah,
ever?
one time my buddy had a joint in the car and he was driving, and the cops pulled us over like
More than Epstein's clients.
a block away
You're
from
in the
my
cloud.
house. He's in it. Yeah, he's in it. But we got out of the car. We were only a block away from my house. Like, where do you live? I was like, right there. And they're like, okay, get out of here. I was just sleeping in the back seat. So.
Okay, let me to clarify. The extent of Ian's incarceration is a car and a friend with his car, a friend who was driving a car he was in was stopped briefly and he was let go, and that is more time served than any of Epstein's clients.
Hypothetically, yeah. I guess
literally.
There's no way to know. Like, some of those clients might have been dirty criminals, and we wouldn't know.
But for being, let's say this, it's more than any of them have served for the crime of being a client of Epstein.
For those crimes. That would be zero. As
Right, because yeah, exactly. Because maybe like one of the clients beat a woman and got arrested later on. Like I'm not saying that.
You know what this story made me think of when the two dudes getting it on in the Senate is like the power that one guy has to totally transform the public conversation now. Like one guy with a video camera can like
Bang
20 or
another
30
guy, and then everyone's
and that's
talking
it.
about it.
Like 30 years ago, you had to go through NBC News. Like these videos couldn't even get out anywhere unless someone at a news organization was like, "Well, yes
this,
or no."
This guy would go to NBC and say, "Please air this tape on your show." They'd be like, "No, we're not."
And then they'd have to have Polaroids. They'd go, or maybe they had a big handy cam that wouldn't fit on the guy's head, so they'd have to have a third guy taking the video.
So wait, are you saying that Joe Biden put him up to this to get all the negative press about Joe Biden out of the media?
Talk reporting. Entry team. The status of the active shooter threat is currently unknown.
I only have my
Secure the
service
area
pistol.
quickly.
No, it's not just that. I gotta be honest. If it came out, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying if the news came out that this guy was put up
That's
to
funny.
it, I believe it. I'd be like, oh wow. Like they're like, oh, the Democratic administration knew a ton of press was coming up Hunter Biden. He defied a subpoena. Joe Biden was defending him, and you know all these hookers, $800 and something thousand now. I think the number is, and prostitutes. Let's get a guy
That's
out there.
a lot of hookers.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Or one really lucky one.
No, I just saw the headline. It was or one really.
Well, we
lucky
know it's
one.
more than one. So.
Prostitutes are a big deal in Washington, D.C. There's a post story how they're shipped into the Bohemian Grove.
That guy wouldn't
male
die.
prostitutes Specifically, and there's also a very famous story from the Bush years where George W. Bush got caught sneaking in to the White House. That was another major saga and scandal that kind of got swept under the rug. So this is what we're seeing finally happening, but happens all the time. It's only outrageous because we have video all the time.
Late stage empire, Roman Empire. They said part of a late stage empire is sexual debauchery.
Yeah.
Takes-
Oh yeah.
Yep. Did this video break because of Twitter or X?
I think the Daily Caller broke it.
See,
Yeah.
the
It was not censored when it came across my timeline.
Bad,
either.
and I'm like trying to avoid it. I'm weaving through it, man. It's
like
No, now it's
They're making it-
overload.
Yeah,
Now it's
I
overload.
already know, man. It's, I'm not even going to bother to try to look at my timeline now because I know it's going to be.
But see, but maybe if it the kind of stuff they can censor and hide for the people they want to protect.
Yep.
But thank goodness Elon Musk is at least allowing, I would say, 95% free speech on his platform.
Yeah, I err on the side of
I'm not
allowing
down
it.
for
Although
this
it is,
shit.
it is. You think it should have been censored or at least blacked out of the box? Like, click here if you want to see it.
Like a
I'm
sensitive.
pretty sure they're going to do that because it just takes time to get in and then catch this stuff. But my position has been if Elon Musk allows 13-year-olds, porn must be banned.
Oh, I agree.
Even this. If there are young, it should be. I mean, YouTube does this, and sometimes they get it wrong, and that sucks. But I respect it. And then people complain, being like, "Why is my video being age restricted? Oh, it's not fair." And sometimes it's not fair. But the challenge is, how do you allow people to upload whatever they want while preventing people from uploading things that are illegal? So what YouTube does with the age restriction stuff is, if someone posts this video of these staffers on YouTube, yeah, it should be age restricted. Now here's the problem. Kids just lie. They just sign up and claim to be 18. We should not allow people to give these materials to kids. I'm sorry, it's just like, you couldn't do it on TV. I don't understand how it became normal to be like, you know, we were talking to, I think I was talking to Stephen Marsh, the guy who wrote the Civil War book.
Huh? Why? It's like my bullets just went through him or didn't blink.
Either.
Yeah, that's
But the mentality of many liberals is, because of the internet, we should just give kids these books. And I'm like, no.
Yeah, I had a friend that would be like, if you're going to be late, dude, who cares? Just be as late as you. You're already late. Just be an hour late. I'm like, that's not how it works, dude. If I'm 5 minutes late, that's way less worse than being an hour late. It's the same with porn on the internet. Like, as little as possible.
And I feel like that's like the bottom of the hill argument. Like, oh, they're gonna find it anyway, so let's put it in the classroom. Like, what? Oh, you're gonna die anyway, so I'm just gonna stab you now. It's just like, it doesn't even make any sense. But don't you think? I do think Twitter should do everything because YouTube. I don't think you can find any adult or pornographic content on YouTube.
Yeah, you can. Oh, yeah, you can.
You can.
It gets
so
worse.
it's not that good either.
There's a very similar video to the congressional video that's going. going viral right now on social media that's up on YouTube that YouTube is standing behind and argued that it is, what was it, artistic work, but it's family-friendly show here.
I thought that was the Twitch platform.
It was a dude guessing what's being...
there's ways around that.
Yeah, no,
But I would say they have to.
How do I even describe this? I don't want to get the show in trouble.
With your eyes, just look at the camera and they'll know.
See, I like that. I think that's a fair argument. I forget who it might have even come across in a courtroom. Is they were debating, what's pornography or what's like artistic content, and someone said, when I see it, I know.
The judge said, you know it when you see it.
Yeah, and I think it's a little open-ended, but I would say if the same effort they put into Twitter banning conservatives or banning Alex Jones or myself or others, if they put that same effort into stopping the pornographic content, I would think they could at least limit it.
I had on Wednesday they use AI now, and I interviewed Dickie Barrett. The video got demonetized. Right? I was like, what? We didn't even say it. Because his name was Dickie.
Of course it is.
And so
my Boston's guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I went to the monetization. I was like, well, I request a human review, and they immediately overturned it. They were like, yeah, it's fine. But the word Dickie caught the AI's attention because we're.
Oh, wow.
So it's a little heavy-handed, but it's better than, I guess, no moderation.
Well, so like the issue is when they use it for political censorship, not cool. But if someone's trying to put up videos of these staffers, doing a deed, we don't want kids finding that stuff. So there's got to be some way to deal with this. I'm sorry, I don't know. And there's a lot of people, the more libertarians don't like it, they're like, oh, Tim's for censorship, and this is going to lead to a whole bunch of problems. I'm like, bro, I don't believe that because a technology got invented, we all of a sudden throw out the rules where we're like, kids aren't allowed to be, you can't solicit adult materials to children. Like, you can't do it. Just because the internet got invented doesn't mean you can do it now.
So how do you find the balance? Because when I was watching, when the video popped up on my timeline, I mean, you can't really see much. I mean, if you're an adult, you know what you're looking at. And I obviously wouldn't like that to be...
You can see everything.
I wouldn't want my kids to see... Well, see, I must not have seen the whole video. I mean, I didn't watch it. I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay, I don't know what that is.
The dude like looking around and...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't go that deep into it. No pun intended. No pun intended.
I watched it for the people.
For the team.
So that I could report back.
But
and
it
they
is
would not
newsworthy, though. I mean, that's the thing. Like, that is a news story, and you were doing. I mean, you're doing show prep.
I gotta be honest, man. Like, I've watched videos of people being shot and murdered and killed. I watched a video of a guy getting struck by lightning twice. Phil Labonte posted it. I've watched videos of people being hit by trains. Like, if I'm gonna try and understand what's going on and there's a news story that's relevant, I'm watching the video.
But did you watch it on Twitter?
The video?
Yeah.
I think I watched it on the Daily Caller.
Okay. Because I'm saying, how are you going to watch? That's tough because I feel like maybe you kind of just let it go for a little period of time just so people can see it, and then you say, okay, we got to make sure this doesn't go up because it is a newsworthy story, and I mean, people want to know that this is what your people in government are doing.
Yeah, but I see what your point. Like, if it happens again tomorrow, is that one newsworthy too? Do we need to look at that one as well? And then the day after, are we supposed to look at that one too? And like, what are we looking at now?
People are making tons of memes of this video.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
That's what I'm talking
I think the answer that what they're looking at is AI. They're going to use artificial intelligence to try and preempt it and censor it before it gets out. But the problem with that is, like, then are elbows too sexual? Like, where does the line get drawn? Is with whoever's in power writing the code of the AI? Is someone showing someone's neck skin? Is that too sexual? Cleavage? You know, a round butt with pants on, like cankled? Yeah, exactly. How low will you go?
For you?
Well, I think one of the issues is that when it comes to this level of censorship, the issue is always, if X is allowed, then Y must be allowed too. Instead of, if X is allowed, have we considered it should not be? For example, like right now there's this big thing where people will, like they'll print out male nipples. Women will print out a picture of male nipples and then stick them to their nipples and then pose a topless photo and be like, male nipples are allowed on Instagram, but females aren't. So we're just showing male nipples, and you can't really tell them. They're like, aha! The argument they're making is, well, then it should be allowed for all women to go completely topless on social media, instead of being like, okay, dudes got to wear shirts too.
See, but now we're getting into this level of we're just not behaving like adults, right? I mean, there needs to be some level of an adult conversation here. It's like, yeah, we know what you're doing. That's funny. You're not going to do it. Not like, oh, I found the loophole. Give me a break.
What do you guys think about the Free the Nipple campaign? Are you familiar with it?
Is that when the ladies run around naked and
basically topless in New York City? And because it used to be that guys had to wear shirts in public until like the 1920s.
Guys got to wear shirts.
They had to get the right legally to be able to go topless in public, and now it's totally normalized.
Instead of saying women should be able to be topless too, how about we go, see, this is what I'm talking about. Women are saying men can not wear shirts, therefore women should be allowed to do it as well. How about we do the inverse and say women aren't allowed to wear shirts, aren't allowed to be topless, then men shouldn't be allowed either. Why not say, no, okay, everybody got to wear a shirt, nobody topless anymore? How come it always goes in the one direction of closer and closer to debauchery?
Well, I think it's obvious why women can't walk around topless and men can. I mean,
yeah, there'll be a car accident.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. See, but that's what this is like. We're all adults.
I wouldn't be able to get anything done.
We're all adults here. We know why women and the mammary gland is a little more distracting than the male chesticles, and so I don't think this is just. But it gets into petty stuff. It's like, oh well, if the man can do it, then why can't the woman? You know why the woman can't. It's a different body. It's a different body part. It's a different sexual arousal.
Yeah, we're more than just brains. Humans are more than just brains. We can't just logic our way through everything.
But in most states, it is legal for women to be topless.
I mean, I would say as a very heterosexual man, the concept of women walking around topless sounds great, but then you see these monsters, you see these whales that are engaging in the Free the Nipple campaign. Shut it down.
So what happens in New York is...
Yes, I'm discriminating, yes.
There are morbidly obese women who do it, and police officers are like, ma'am, you need to cover up, and they go, no, I don't. And then when they get cited or charged, the women sue the city and instantly win.
Really?
Yeah.
They win?
Of course, of course. It is sex-based discrimination to say that women can't be topless if a man can. And so my argument is, no, it's real simple. Just tell the guys they got to wear shirts too.
But also
Problem solved.
Bikini bottoms, like those really like G-string bathing suit bottoms, like it doesn't. You don't.
Yeah, they're
Brazilian bikini.
It leaves nothing to the imagination. It's just like they're basically walking around naked.
Yeah, but because there's a piece of thread in the button.
Oh, dude, it's not even that. Now they have these like pieces of plastic that are moldable that women just click, like, you know what I mean? There's not even straps, and it's just like, okay, we get it. The future's gonna be people put duct tape on the junk, and that's it. And then, I guess duct tape on it.
Nudity is different than sex, that's for sure. Like nudity is a very different thing than sex.
Let's flip back over to the government is corrupt part instead of the debauchery part, because we have this story from the Daily Mail. Rudy Giuliani has to pay Georgia election workers $148 million for accusing them of helping steal the 2020 race. America's mayor faces financial ruin over huge damages in defamation case. Like, how is $148 million reasonable? They're saying it's 75 in punitive damages, 20 each for emotional distress, 16 for Freeman, 17 for Moss for damage to their reputation. You kidding me? Man, I get defamed every single day, and I can't get a single penny out of it.
You ever heard of any of these people, by the way? Of course not. You know, this is sadly how this goes, and Giuliani's not going to be the last person. And I talked to some of Trump's lawyers about this, too, because people... They don't seem to understand the true nature of the political world that we exist in until they reach certain levels, right? And so when they came after InfoWars for censorship, and I mean, what was the number they hit Alex with? Like, oh, we're suing Alex for $3 trillion.
Yeah, it was the
ridiculous.
GDP of France.
Yeah.
1.6 billion or something?
No.
More than that?
They wanted the GDP of France.
It was $1 trillion, and they had some formula that they worked this up. But my point is this, and I told
it was $3 trillion.
I told some of this to Trump's lawyers because they don't seem to get it, and they're like, oh, well, this is great that we get to go to court now because now we're going to get to show the evidence and prove our case. No, you're not. The judge is going to shut you down, not let you show any evidence, and just rule against you. And they say, well, that's not how the legal system works. Okay, fine. Find out the hard way for yourself. And now Trump's lawyers are finding that. They think, we're going to present all this evidence to the court. And now they're like, nope, you can't present any of that evidence.
Yeah,
look at what the heck?
$3 trillion were the penalties that Jones was facing. That is more than the GDP of France.
So my point is that it's rare air, or it used to be rare air, for you to get these rulings and these court cases against you. It's going to become ever more present now, just like with censorship. They test it on one person, and then they go after everybody else. Rudy Giuliani will not be the last person that gets $100 million judgments against him. Other Trump attorneys will get it. Other Trump associates will get it. And they're just never going to stop. The justice system is completely out of control. I don't think people have really... They haven't grasped just how corrupted and out of control it is. And unfortunately, it's going to have to hit them, just like with Trump's lawyers. Oh, we'll present the evidence.
And it will.
And it will.
It absolutely will. Because I've been saying this for a long time. There are so many people who think if I just turn my lights off and hide under the covers, the angry mob that's going door to door smashing everything will skip over my house. No, it won't. So here's a guy sitting in front of me, Owen, who yelled some things on a bullhorn, and they literally use that in sentencing documents. The speech you made.
Well, tell them my dirty speech, Tim. Tell them my dirty speech.
Well, it was not just what you said on the grounds. It was what you said later on your show.
And before too.
And before that had nothing to do with what happened that day. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys had a permit for the protest.
Yeah, we
had
actually
a permitted rally.
We had a stage that was back behind. I think it was on the northeast side of the Capitol. We had a stage set up. We were going to be speaking. I was one of the speakers. There were other big speakers that were going to be a part of that. And we were going from the ellipsis from Trump's speech to our speaking stage. That was our route. And when we saw all the chaos at the Capitol, we said, hey, we got to stop this. So we got on horns to try to stop it. That's all on video. We talked to the Capitol Police and said, hey, what can we do? We want to work with you to try to stop this. That's all on video as well. The government even acknowledges this in their sentencing memo against me, that I didn't go in and that I did try to stop it and I did say we were there to be peaceful. But the higher up said, no, you're still going to make an example out of Schroyer. But, you know, I think we can get into my personal case, Tim, if we want. But here's the larger picture that needs to be understood. And this goes beyond just the realm of the political world. There is no incentive for justice in our justice system whatsoever. The incentive from the U.S. attorneys and the prosecuting attorneys is convictions. That's their incentive. They overcharge you drastically, hoping or assuming they're going to get a plea out of you, which most of the time they do, so they keep their conviction rates high, 98, 99, 100%, so they think they can get a better job, climb the ladder. Their incentive is convictions, not justice. Then you have the bench, the judge. Their incentive is imprisonment. Gotta fill the prisons. Gotta prove you're going to put the bad guys away. Justice never comes into the frame here. Justice is never even entering into the conversation. And let me tell you, from somebody who's been there, there's three tables here. There's the judge's bench, there's the prosecuting attorney, and then there's you. And until you've sat in that corner and you've witnessed this be done to you, and you've sat there and watched a judge and a prosecuting attorney sit there and never even consider justice, the feeling of loneliness and isolation when you realize there is no justice here. Justice was never the concern. The concern from the attorneys was conviction, and the concern from the judge was imprisonment. You never had a shot. There is no justice in the justice system anymore. I don't know what can be done about this. I mean, something has to change.
The first thing we need to consider is Donald Trump being elected next year, and then we'll see how things go.
When did things change in the justice system? Are you guys familiar with
change?
Like when did it become
it's
less
been pretty corrupt for a very long time.
It's been like that forever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think
probably our whole lives.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's been what it is. I think it's just more blatant in that, you know, look, the left plays to win. I make this point all the time, and this is, I think, why they're able to get the dubs it is that they're able to get, because they rely upon the people on the other side, even if it's like whether they're center or the right or whatever it is that you want to call them, where you still kind of have some sort of belief, there's some sanctity in sort of these institutions, whether it be from the police officers on up to the prosecutions. Like, this is the way we do things, and at the end of the day, morals will prevail, justice will prevail, and that's just not. That, to be fair, has never been the reality. Obviously, you being in the situation it is that you've seen it sort of firsthand. It's like nobody's coming to save me, and all of these guys are against me. Like the system is literally rigged against you, and especially when you're dealing with immoral people that have absolutely no problem with weaponizing that institution against you.
It's a soulless thing. It's like they're soulless.
It's a very difficult enemy to fight. I always use this analogy. People that watch me know I use this all the time. It's like you're going into a boxing ring, right? And you're entering it in, and that the person on the opposite side of you that you're supposed to be fighting 1v1 has already told you, look, my gloves are loaded. I bought off the judges, I bought off the ref, and I'm about to cheat. And what the instinct of the non-leftist is to still go into it with fairness, because we look at it like, well, this is how we're supposed to act. We don't want to be like the enemy. The problem is that the enemy has no problem kicking you in the midsection. They have no issues with doing that. So that's a harsh reality that we all kind of have have to face. But I think once more people realize that, we can actually start to come up with some sort of solution and some sort of plan of attack. But people need to realize that this is how the justice system is aligned. This is the way that it is sort of rigged against you from the prosecution on up and on down. It's not there to serve justice. It's not there to sort of reach some sort of conclusion that is supposed to be the just one. That's not the way that it is designed.
Well, this is why I think Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign is actually the most important campaign right now, even more so than Donald Trump's, because the right wing has always had this weird, and it kind of deals with, they want to support law enforcement, but supporting law enforcement or police and wanting justice, reform, justice system reform, and prison reform need to be two completely separate issues. They need to be two completely separate issues, and conservatives need to get this. And that's why Vivek Ramaswamy really going hard against the federal establishment is so important, because this is a winning issue. And what conservatives need to realize is that justice reform is a winning issue. You will win. I mean, I don't want to get too politically wonky here, but it's an issue that they've let the left dominate. They've let the Democrats dominate for so long, and it's time for them to get in there. And Vivek, I think, presents it really well. And I mean, I still suspect Donald Trump gets the nomination. If he wins, I hope he makes Vivek in charge of some special committee or something to just completely abolish like 95% of these federal institutions that are so corrupted. Conservatives and Republican politicians need to stop being afraid of their own shadow. You're the side of law enforcement. That's fine. But justice reform and prison reform are completely separate issues, and it's a winning issue. You will win a lot of votes if you can properly verbalize and vocalize how you will attack these issues, I think, like Vivek Ramaswamy has done.
What kind of prison reform do you suggest?
Well, I'll put it to you like this, because it's very complex, and I could go on forever based off what I've learned from the top to the bottom here, but I'll try to put it simply. When I was in prison, the Bureau of Prisons had a hearing in front of Congress where my name got brought up by Matt Gaetz, thank goodness. And they were asking for $2 billion. So they want $2 billion more because they have staff problems and they have infrastructure problems. And believe me, they do. I'm showering in showers that have black mold in them. I'm dealing with staff in the prisons that, I mean, they lost like $2,000 worth of my property. I mean, I can go on and on and on. So the issues are real. But we all know if they put $2 billion more into the Bureau of Prisons, do you think that's going to improve a damn thing?
Nope.
No, it's not going to improve a damn thing. So what needs to be done, if they need $2 billion more annually, what they need to do is a little math, find out how many prisoners annually equals to $2 billion, and release them all tomorrow. Release every single one of them all tomorrow. There should not be a single non-violent criminal in prison. That's our problem here. And maybe that's kind of the springboard for the political argument if any Republican has the courage to do it like Vivek. The springboard needs to be no nonviolent criminals belong in jail. I mean, really what you have here, sure, you can have house arrest, you can have the ankle monitor. I mean, I would say it like this, because people always ask, well, what is it like in there? What is it like in there? We'll do a little Kamala Harris Venn diagram. I would say take a Venn diagram, 3 circles. You've got a daycare center right here. You've got an old folks home right here, and then you've got a concentration camp right here. And then all the things that they have in similar, boom, that's what the federal system is like. Most nights there, it's just a bunch of old men watching TV. I mean, that's it. That's it. They're just sitting around watching TV. A lot of these guys have kids, they're fathers, and they're never going to see their kids again. And they're just sitting around watching TV, wasting their time away. They could be doing that. So it's really a dramatic issue that until you've seen it firsthand, it's really hard to understand. But I've seen it firsthand. $2 billion worth of prisoners. Release them from the jail tomorrow. There's your $2 billion that you need.
We have more prisoners here than we do in China and Russia. It's also important to note that what you were
I don't know if China's numbers are really
good point. They also disappear, and they're never found again. And then there's a lot of there's a lot of organs also found there that are readily available. But that's a different story. But good point. I definitely agree with you. But you brought up a kind of an anarchistic libertarian perspective. No victim, no crime. A lot of people on the right are saying we got to back the blue no matter what. We got to back the police officers. The police officers are saying, I don't care what laws they're going to make up. I'm going to enforce them to the fullest extent that I can. happily, and we've seen a huge transition from actual criminals going to jail to now political thought criminals going to jail, which is absolutely crazy. It needs to be addressed in a way, because you kind of described it as soulless. There is a lot of soullessness. There is a lot of people who are just like, I'm just doing my job. There are a lot of Kamala Harrises that believe that they have to make their way up, have to, of course, make their career by putting innocent people behind bars, which she did extensively, especially when it came to things like marijuana, which is absolutely freaking ridiculous. So yeah, I agree with you on those larger kind of libertarian sentiments. I think they would help galvanize the base, and I think the people who are rooting for Back the Blue are essentially rooting for their own enslavement and imprisonment.
And maybe the selling point to conservatives or Republicans that are too afraid to do that, say, well, I'll tell you what, if you don't have criminal justice reform or prison reform, well, then you're going to end up in prison very soon. So
there's a difference between victimless crime and nonviolent crime, like financial crimes, like what Sam Bankman-Fried has allegedly done, or maybe he's been convicted of it. So, like, do you also encourage, like you said, nonviolent, like high-level financial criminals? Do you think they should be let out too?
Is there a victim?
So nothing is.
There would be, in that case.
Yeah,
there would
there's
be
a
victims,
victim.
but maybe you could argue it's not
Hold on.
violent.
I believe the purpose of prison, for the most part, is to take someone who is dangerous and make sure they can't hurt people. So for SBF, the real penalty should be house arrest with restrictions, meaning you can't do financial work, you can't trade on these platforms. You are being removed from the area where you did these crimes.
You could argue that stealing a bunch of people's money makes it so they can't buy food and then they starve to death, which is like a violent act.
But the point is this. Did this guy go around like mercilessly beating children?
There's the overt attack violence, but then there's also the stealing the resource.
That's
and then
irrelevant.
But Ian,
I don't think so.
Jail's supposed to rehabilitate people.
No,
it doesn't do any of that. It makes them worse
Well,
criminals.
there's two philosophies in the prison system. There's rehabilitation or punishment, right?
Retribution.
Oh, but see, I think where you're gonna, nothing is black and white, right? Obviously, nothing is black and white. And I think Tim, you propose a good idea. Like, if you go into a smash and grab, that's a violent crime.
Right.
If you steal from somebody and that takes food off their table, you could argue that that's a violent crime. Financial crimes like SBF, I think that you could reasonably argue, okay, you're going to be maybe on house arrest, but more importantly, every financial activity that you make is now going to be monitored. I mean, it's not that hard to do.
Here's what I'd say. SBF, there is zero risk of him punching a kid in the face. So we don't have to worry about locking him up behind multiple razor wire fences because he's not in. All we have to worry about is we don't want this guy doing financial deals and trading because that's where he broke the law. In fact, I don't even know what house arrest does. I would say house arrest because we do want some punitive element of this. Short duration, maybe a couple of years. And then after that, it's restrictions on access to financial systems and services. He should be able to live and work, but he's going to be breaking rocks or working at a grocery store.
Yeah.
He's not going to be doing big deals.
How do you get
Now, if a
another
guy
one?
robbed a liquor store, this guy's dangerous. Armed robbery? Okay, we remove this guy from society temporarily and tell him, you are a danger to people, so we're putting you in a box. If someone is not, if there is no victim, or if it's nonviolent, then we do not need prison. So victimless crimes means like somebody was found with pot. I don't see how locking that person up in prison solves any problem.
I agree on the victimless crimes that people can be better served by learning. I mean, what would be a better, what do you think for like someone caught with a bunch of pot?
Nothing. The war on drugs needs to end tomorrow.
The cop can say, "Oh, pardon me, sir, I wasted your time."
Yeah, if you're gonna go after the pot dealers, you got to go after big pharma, right?
Well, see, now this is an important point. What I learned being in there, I'm not the only political prisoner in there. Now, in the political sphere of media, yes. People that get arrested for dealing drugs, in my opinion, are political prisoners. If they worked for a pharmacy or if they worked for a big pharmaceutical company, you can deal drugs all freaking day long, and you can make billions of dollars. Doesn't matter how many people die.
But if you're a
deal
street pharmacist,
yeah, but if you deal fentanyl, you're going to jail forever. Now, I'm not endorsing. This is no way, shape, or form an endorsement of drug use. It's bad for you, but those are political prisoners in my eyes too.
guys, it's
Where's
Friday,
you keep getting
so I
these?
absolutely have to pull up this story and segue to it. Is this real? Donald Trump was giving a speech, and I'm seeing these images pop up everywhere. He says, everything is bad under Biden. Even the lemonade is killing people. Did you see that? People drink the lemonade and die. The lemonade didn't kill you when I was president. It was tasty and fun to drink. We loved the lemonade, didn't we?
This sounds like a deep fake.
We did, but not under Biden. Bacon is more money. Gas is more money. The lemonade is more money, and it kills you. When life hands you lemons, Joe Biden kills you with them.
Tim, we need a little context here, Tim, because we all went to the Biden rally. We drank the lemonade. I don't think it was lemonade, okay? I think it came from Hunter Biden. We ran a little analysis on it. A lot of cocaine, okay? There was a lot of cocaine. Maybe a little Parmesan cheese. I don't think they're selling it lemonade anymore, okay? I think it's a little bit something else. It might have killed somebody with a little fentanyl in there, okay?
There's got to be. I can't believe it's real, but I can believe it's real.
Because of
And
a
the
fast
issue is
food chain that
Panera,
killed people with
Panera had
lemonade.
lemonade, right?
Yeah, everyone's talking about the huge
when life hands you lemons, Joe Biden kills you with.
What is the story? I want to try that lemonade.
There's a bunch of stories.
Is there a video?
Panera's lemonade that kills you is really a story about our broken country.
It's a lemonade with like 500 milligrams.
Panera
of caffeine.
Bread faces suit from family of student who died after drinking
here,
charged
look.
lemonade.
Panera family sues Panera Bread after college student who drank charged lemonade dies.
Okay.
What was it? It was
No, they have-
caffeine lemonade.
They have like 160. What is it?
No, it's 400 milligrams in the large size.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's,
What?
It's like,
Caffeine.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I drink coffee.
What?
That's a lot of caffeine.
Yeah, it's more than coffee. More
That's
than
what I was saying,
Starbucks.
because I was saying,
Isn't like a cup of coffee like 40?
Yeah, and like a
That's
rock sugar
10 cups of
160.
coffee in one glass,
Yeah.
and people probably drank like 2 of them.
And
so
they
that's
didn't
why
realize
they put
it.
on like those energy drinks, like you don't consume more than 2 in 24 hours
exactly
or whatever.
Yeah, it says more than a can of Red Bull and Monster combined,
Yeah,
plus
like
the
a
equivalent
Monster
of
Celsius.
30
That's what it
teaspoons
is.
of
Like, you know, the drink Celsius, they're 200 milligrams. So it's
plus 30 teaspoons of sugar. 30 teaspoons of sugar.
That's not helping.
Probably
you.
what's gonna kill you.
Yeah.
You know,
Whoa! I mean, at some point, yeah.
Well, the
you gotta-
caffeine also spikes your
Well, yeah, that's
adrenals.
what I'm saying.
It's horrible for you.
But that's the thing, though. Like, I mean, I would not suggest anybody do this because it's obviously bad for you. But I'm probably taking like 500 milligrams of caffeine a day. But I've built a tolerance to it. Like, my body is ready for it. You jump into that as a kid, you're
It's
yeah.
4. It's 4. So one charged lemonade was 4 cups of coffee.
Yeah, it's
And
that should be illegal.
390
jail.
milligrams in a 30-ounce serving, but they allow
Yeah, I gotta get one of
refills.
these.
So people were literally having 4, 5, 6 of them a day in one sitting. And they were like, yeah, this is lemonade. This
So
is
do we
totally
even
fine.
know then? Do we even know, did this girl only have 1, or did she maybe have 2, 3, or 4?
This says she died after drinking. Her name is Sarah Katz. She was 21-year-old college student with a heart condition. Died after drinking a charged lemonade.
I got bad news
a
for
heart
everybody.
condition from a.
I got bad, I got bad news.
It's plant-based, though.
I got bad news.
There was another guy that
I got
also.
bad news.
Oh.
Viral images of Donald Trump
I
talking
knew
about
it.
lemonade are fake.
Yep. Someone had fun. Get ready for the future, which is
'Cause
going to be
I
deep
knew
and it's going to be fake.
But they were funny.
They were funny. I couldn't find the video, but it was too good to pass up. When life hands you lemons, Joe Biden kills you with them.
Is Panera still selling this stuff?
They had to pull it.
Okay. It was 2 wrongful death suits. The other guy's 46-year-old. He drank 3 glasses and then.
I'd like to know if they
12
were
cups of coffee in one sitting.
I'd like to know if they were hit with a little COVID juice.
There's more than just caffeine.
They took,
Look, man, I gotta be honest. You drink 12 cups of coffee in like 40 minutes, you're gonna be in the hospital.
Yeah, I did that once anecdotally and had like massive nerve pain in my neck, like pre-stroke nerve pain. I was like, what is wrong? And I just stopped with the caffeine for a week after that.
Dude, I was driving. So this is when I went on a road trip to the North Dakota pipeline protest. You guys remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
And then I had to drive from that protest to LA. So this is North Dakota to Los Angeles, and I had like 2 days to do it. So I was like, I'm not stopping. And so I was awake for like 28 hours, and I just kept slamming like 5-hour energy. And it got to the point, like the weirdest, I started hallucinating. Like,
I think that's sleep deprivation.
And yes, right, but the caffeine was keeping me awake. And so I'm driving in my car, and like, here's how I would describe it. Everything I could see, I'm like pulling up to a gas station. It looked like, what is that thing where it's 3D, but it's outlined like a cartoon? You know what I'm talking about?
Rotoscoping?
Acid?
Not rotoscope. So it's like, it's kind of like rotoscope. But it's, they make
Like
3
Borderlands graphics?
Yeah.
That's called cell shading.
Cell shaded.
Yeah.
Everything was turning into that. And then there was like a weird texture appearing over things. And I'm sitting in the car going like, I think I'm gonna die. My heart was probably going like 120 beats per minute or something. And then I just pulled over and I was like, I'm gonna just drink water and then sit. And so I had to stop.
Yeah,
I drank way too much.
It doesn't make you less tired. It binds to the adenosine receptors, adenosine, and those are so you don't realize you're tired. The caffeine, but you still get the fatigue was still tripping you out probably, like you were saying.
I'm probably. I had 200 milligrams of caffeine before I got here. These drinks are 150 a piece. I've already had one, so I'm halfway through this. So I'm at least 400 milligrams in right now.
Did you do a lot in the past? Have you always done a lot of caffeine?
Not really. Not until I really got into my 30s, and it was kind of like a necessity to work as much as I do. I think that's what happens with people in coffee is they drink coffee all the time. I just don't like coffee. So what I'll do is either find an organic source of caffeine or take like a caffeine tablet, or we sell energy supplements at InfoWars too, and I'll drink that too. But again, I'm not telling people to drink 500 milligrams of caffeine a day. I'm saying you gotta, like, it took me a while to be to the point where, okay, this is kind of where I need to be, where I can function and do everything I need to do during the day and then still be able to sleep. I've got to cut it off at a certain time, otherwise I won't be able to sleep.
Yeah.
So in other words, probably not sleeping tonight.
Whenever I'm driving and I start to get tired and I'm falling asleep, the cars in front of me turn into cat food. I start hallucinating.
I know.
And like the tail lights.
That's when
just like,
You know that feeling?
That's when I'm like, I am pulling over and I am done.
Yeah.
That's not the acid.
No, I don't do that stuff. But like I used to
tryptamine that your
I used
body
to have to
produces.
drive
That's
at
crazy.
like 3 in the morning to the airport for my job, and I'd be super tired. And I'd be driving, and then all of a sudden, like I'm falling asleep, but I can't close my eyes. The cars in front of me just like start to turn into cats.
Yeah, that's when you pull over, and you should try some. You should try some vitamin B. A lot of the coffees now, especially at a lot of the major stores,
that's like the fourth, fifth
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts, Starbucks, they're absolutely filled with some of the worst additives and ingredients and
don't
seed
drink that
oils
crap.
you could ever have. But I'm just speaking to the average American out there that is kind of hooked on it, as of course the ingredients in there are truly just absolutely awful, and I really do believe that they have
I need
been
to make some food, real
incrementally
food.
adding more and more high fructose corn syrup to the point where we become more and more addicted to it.
I need to make some. I mean, I have another one of those cards. It'd be nice to pull it right now.
Time grows short.
Another soul? Another soul? The sun incinerates you.
So that's like 6 Titan cards. Where does he get all these Titan cards from?
Thousand needles, are you ready to rock?
Arise, my champion!
The Titan's flame shall never die.
Oh, for the love of God.
Sustenance. Unbelievable.
The sun incinerates you. Another soul?
and it's one of the.
Our gift of fire empowers us.
The Lich King mocks our suffering. Unbelievable.
Yep, I am a professional after all. I'll be right back. Kitten! What would you like? Food? I'm still here. I just was making food and dinner. What else am I supposed to do?
The things ailing our society more than I think cigarettes, more than anything else that is negative. Sugary
dude,
drinks are the worst.
That's why America's so fat.
Yeah, when you cut sugar out 100%, after like a week, if you taste sugar, you'll go, oh.
Yeah.
It's
Actually,
like pure syrup.
Yeah, it almost burns. Like
It's just too sweet. So yeah, like everybody's noticed this. If you like eat a bowl of ice cream, then eat some piece of candy, it doesn't taste sweet because you've already just slammed sugar in your mouth.
I would argue if your bananas aren't sweet, you have too much sugar in your system. If carrots aren't sweet, you have too much sugar in your system.
Sweet, man.
Yeah, carrots should be sweet for you. Coconut water should be sweet for you.
But I think it's important to distinguish the difference between processed sugar and natural sugar. Because natural sugar is not nearly as bad for you as processed sugar.
Big time.
It could be worse. It could be worse.
Like refined sucrose is, it can, because of the concentrations that they use, that's pretty nasty. But compared to like aspartame and high fructose, these synthetic sweeteners, these synthetic sweeteners that they might call sugar, but for some reason I don't know how they can get away with it.
Don't take nutrition advice from me. Look it up, fact check me. But my understanding is glucose your body can utilize right away. Fructose your body has to process in the liver. So the fructose is sugar that's found in fruits. It's very taxing on the system. The problem is we don't just have glucose syrup anymore. We do high fructose corn syrup. They literally take corn syrup, put an enzyme in it to convert it into fructose so it tastes sweeter and strains your liver and causes damage.
I was looking at like, it was Dow Chemical, I believe, was making high fructose for a while, and I think it was Dow Chemical. I went to their website, and it took me like 20, 30 minutes to dig through the website on the process of how to make it. And they put it in these big tanks, and they make it with like and then between creation of the high fructose corn syrup, they'd have to wash the tanks with a resin, and it was like the chemical, I don't want to misspeak, it could have been arsenic, but the chemical that they use to wash the tanks, they don't put on the list of the ingredient of the high fructose, but they put like chemicals in the tank between production to clean the tanks that are probably, I would guess, ending up in the high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, just like chemical runoff. That's what a lot of the like canola oils and stuff
the seed
they put
oils.
in food.
No, they're absolutely horrible.
Yeah.
And you think you're cutting out sugar, but you really have to cut out the drinks. Like the drinks are the worst. And I was bamboozled. I was convinced that the green teas that I was having, I was like, oh, it's green tea. Oh, it's ginseng. Oh, they're totally griffy. 50 grams of high fructose corn syrup, and I was just chugging that thing like it was nothing.
Look at these ones you're drinking.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking
these. These are not as bad, but yeah, they have a bunch of additives. This has 11 grams. And that's added.
Mate. Yerba mate.
That's added to this.
And then you got this right here, Spindrift. It's got 0.
What's in it? What's it added to?
0 sugar.
Is it 11 on top of something else?
No, they just
11?
add 11. Yeah.
It's not too much, but I mean, maybe I'm just desensitized to the 40 or 50 that you see in soda.
I gotta tell you guys.
30 or whatever.
I love bubble tea. Anybody you got bubble tea? I can't drink it. It's disgusting. It's like drinking maple syrup. I have to tell them no sugar. Just give me like the tea mixture or whatever, and then put the bubbles in it. The bubbles sugar enough, man.
I've had like maybe 24 grams of sugar in the last 4 hours, or maybe more, but I can feel my nose starting to run. Like I haven't been sick since I got COVID 2 years ago, and like a lot of it's probably because I don't eat a lot of the sugar, swelling, and all that, and I can sense it, I can feel it right now.
Let's go for this.
I gotta pee too.
Let's go for. Thanks for letting us.
Now everyone knows.
Let's go for this debate we got going on. From SCNR.com, $20,000 raised in 3 hours for legal defense of man who decapitated satanic statue in Iowa Capitol. My conscience is held captive to the word of God and not to bureaucratic degree, and so I acted. Now, hold on there a minute. We have this tweet from Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh, of course, threw down the gauntlet and struck my face with a dueling glove over my opinions on Bud Light. No, that's totally fine. But he has an opinion on this. He says, a satanic altar has no right to exist, certainly not inside a government building. We are not bound by our principles to sit by impotently while our state houses are turned into platforms for literal devil worship. Quite the opposite, in fact. Now, yeah, I don't like devil worship. And I think the way you go about stopping something like this is through procedure and policy and not through barbarism. And so I guess the issue here is Matt Walsh is defending the idea that this guy toppled this altar to Satan and Satanism. It's not necessarily, I don't know if it's actually Satan. It's like Satanism, the religion. And my attitude is like, dude, I don't see the argument in if you feel emotionally satisfied with it, it was just. Because that's the argument made by the left for taking Thomas Jefferson down. To be fair, Matt Walsh addresses this and says, obviously there's a difference between a revered historical figure who founded our, components of our country and of our government, and Satan. And I'm like, completely agree.
And it should be considered a venerable object, which is legal, a legal definition for stuff like that. I don't think a satanic monument is a venerable object.
But the issue, I suppose, is if we are a nation that has a right, no law respecting an establishment of religion, and people are allowed to worship the way they want to worship, then we either say we do not have religious iconography in state houses, or we have to accept that there's going to be wacky religions we don't like.
Yeah, to me, I think that the former has to be a problem. This is always the issue with the whole public property sort of concept. It's like, what do you allow versus what it is that you don't, which is why I believe personally all that stuff needs to be limited, because, to your point, Tim, you start getting emotional with it, and people, yeah, obviously there's a difference between Thomas Jefferson and freaking Satan. But it's still to some people, unfortunately, that let's say that's in the eye of the beholder, and so to leave it up for dispute for any Joe Blow to say, hey, when I'm feeling a certain type of way, I get to do this versus when I don't, that's always going to be a problem. Which is why I think the public property thing is just a fundamental issue. And look, I'm a realist at the end of the day, so I get it. What Matt Walsh is kind of where he's getting at. Look, man. The game is not we were talking about this in previous segments, man. The game is the game. So, when the left, when they want to, let's say that they'll bend and break the rules to mean whatever it is that they want to mean. So they don't give a crap about what it is that you hold tight and true to, and whatever monuments it is that you have. If they feel like it's worth them toppling it, they'll use whatever nonsensical laws, perhaps even, to justify their own sort of action. So I think fundamentally, I get it. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I'm playing the game that they play.
This is why the American left, or more historically speaking, conquering totalitarians destroy culture. You see, this shouldn't even be a debate in American culture. I mean, we can get into the kind of nuance of, what do you allow in a government building versus what you don't. But if we had a culture, if we had a consistent culture, this wouldn't even be a debate. We wouldn't be talking about should a Christian monument stand or should a historical monument stand. That would be our culture, and we would agree that's our culture. Whether we agree with it spiritually, that wouldn't even be up for debate. A satanic monument shouldn't even be in the debate, but because they've destroyed our culture and we've got all this infighting now about, what should be here, what should be there, what's the nuance of all these laws, well, at some point culture kind of would overwhelm all of that. But because our culture has been destroyed, now we have to sit here and have a debate of, does a satanic statue belong in the government building? It's like, are you kidding me?
But the question is, do you want to become what you're fighting? So I would just kind of counter that kind of point of view. Like,
but that's the
if we're gonna be doing that, okay, let's
Isn't that a winning issue? Like, you can't support the guy that tears down Satan?
Right. But no, that's again, I get it. But that's where I think the left sort of differs from the quote unquote American right, because they don't care about that part, which is why there's such a difficult enemy to fight. So while, yeah, I don't want to be you and I don't want to become you, it's not going to stop them from kicking me in the nuts when they get a chance. They have absolutely no issues bastardizing whatever power it is that they sort of have. And again, like I was saying before, bending and breaking the rules. So you can go up to them and be like, look, man, I don't want to be you. You like, I look at you and you're the worst of us all. But in the same respects, on the other hand, they're like, well, I don't care. Am I dirty? Yeah. The left. I mean, you should have. Everybody realized this in 2020, or at least you should have. That should have been a wake-up call for everybody when the whole COVID thing and the George Floyd stuff happened. When the left, literally the day before all this, the riots and whatever took place, they were basically saying if you went outside, you were gonna kill grandma. And then the next, out of nowhere, the George Floyd situation happens. Now everybody's bunched up together and we're walking the streets. And we knew they were hypocrites. They didn't care. That's the thing, and this is what I'm trying to explain to the right in this country. It's like, look, you are dealing with an enemy that does not abide by the same set of ethics, morals, whatever it is that you want to call them, that you have. If anything, they will use it against you. It's like that. It's like a militant, sort of leftist atheist trying to appeal to God, when they'll say whatever against God 10 minutes before they made their claim. Or they'll be like, well, that would be something Jesus would do. They do that stuff because they're trying to weaponize your own morals.
And this is
against
why the heads of those universities, when they were asked about the calls for genocide of the Jews, immediately said, well, the Constitution protects. They routinely defy the principle of free speech, our constitutional protections, and then the moment someone questions some abhorrent thing they want to say, they immediately run and hide behind the Constitution.
So, in other words, there is no Jenna Ellis of the left saying, hey, guys, are we sure we want to do this? I don't remember any lawyers from the left saying, hey, stop tearing down monuments, stop attacking police officers.
They don't care. No, and that's what I'm saying, and I'm not going to pretend like I know all the answers. This is what I'm saying. That's such a difficult enemy to combat, right? Because, again, it's like I'm going into it and I'm trying to be ethical with this, but I also have to understand that you're not playing by those same set of rules. You'll hold me to those standards if it means that it's advantageous to you. But at the end of the day, it's not anything that you're going to follow.
Do you think a lot of that is denial, though, from the American right? Because you say, this is what I'm trying to get the American right to understand. Do you think a lot of it is denial? Like, oh, we're not under attack. The Constitution isn't under threat. Like, this isn't actually going on.
Delusion, I think, is more the accurate term to what it is. It's like, I get it. You want to believe that the world is the way that it's actually not. But for the sanctity of or really for our own sanity, it's like we need this to be true. It's like what we talk about, whether it be with police officers, whether it be with the judicial system, whatever it may be. You like to think that these people are better than us. They are the best of us. They're not. I mean, you can see all the examples and how they're not. If anything, they're the worst of us. Like I say, with the Congress really being a band full of absolute criminals. But in order for us to get by in life, it's comforting to believe this idea that the world is something that it's absolutely not. And like I said, it's just such a difficult enemy to combat because they're just not going to play fair. And then they tell you that. They have no issues being like, yeah, I was a hypocrite to what I did, what I said yesterday. Yeah, we said that you were going to kill grandmas. We told y'all, hell, we even arrested some of y'all if it came down to it. But now we're going to link up and we're going to protest, and yeah, it's okay. In fact, they were using the medical institution to try to justify what it is that they were doing when they were linking up, despite them telling you that this was something that was criminal when you did it. That shows that they just don't care.
There were scientific articles. There was mainline scientists and the corporate media saying this is going to help people.
Yes, they were
this
saying
is going to be
the
great for their health.
Down
Yes.
because all of these people were marching together, despite them yesterday saying you were killing grandma.
It
when
was,
you did.
I think, like a university in Colorado that was like, we found Black Lives Matter protests actually reduced the spread of COVID.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
Yes. But the anti-lockdown protests made COVID worse.
And then there was a video out of New York where everybody's marching and the doctors wearing masks are all clapping and
Clapping
cheering.
them up.
But then there's a photo from D.C. where people were protesting the lockdowns and nurses were blocking cars and looking angry. These people are hypocrites and they're insane.
Yes.
A combination of the two.
Part of the issues I got with the satanic altar thing that Matt Walsh is talking about is that I think what started it all was that someone came in and, quote, defaced where was it, in Congress somewhere, by putting up the 10 Commandments, technically because you're not supposed to put up any religious text in that building. So someone started it by putting up the 10 Commandments. Now, I don't necessarily disagree with the 10 Commandments, and I find that Satan is probably considerably more evil relatively in general society than the 10 Commandments, but it seems like the satanic thing was like a response to, well, you put up your religion, I'm going to put up my religion. How do you like it? So I don't think maybe.
But in that regard, though, you have to ask then, is it even really a religion? Or is it just spite?
Probably both. Technically, I don't know exactly what the impetus was, but I mean, this Temple of Satan, the Satanic Temple, is now legally a religion since I don't know when, last 20
Like
years,
a couple of years ago or something.
A couple of years.
Maybe like 5 or 6 years ago.
So they're technically.
They got tax code certification or something.
Could have been anybody. Could have been an Islamic symbol. Could have been a Scientology thing.
They're doing it in response to having the 10 Commandments in like the building, I guess.
Do you think they would have done the same thing if somebody put Muslim scripture up there?
Like ripped
Muslim
it down?
scripture would have not have been ripped down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Somebody had a visceral response to the satanic imagery.
No. But I mean, if the satanic imagery was in response to the 10 Commandments.
No, yeah. They wouldn't put anything up over Muslim stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
I agree.
It's
So I think it's animus towards Christianity is what I think.
Could have been, yeah. Or it could have just been towards organized religion in general. Who knows? It's tough to say. I don't know who did it. Who did it? And who put up the 10 Commandments? Did that ever come out? Did both of those people get in trouble? Because why'd they let the
But
altar
that's my
sit up
point
for
is
so long?
I don't think it is against organized religion in general, because I think we all agree if it was Muslim literature or scripture, they would not have responded with the satanic.
It's an assumption. I don't know. It's tough to say. I have to ask the guy. I don't necessarily condone tearing it down, but it shouldn't have been there. None of those things should have been there. 10 Commandments shouldn't have been there. And
I definitely don't agree with tearing it down.
You think it should have stayed?
I think it should have been removed through procedure. Like, you file a lawsuit and
Well, technically, tearing it down is a procedure.
Right, what I mean is,
It's a BLM procedure.
What they're trying to do is they're going to go to normies and say, look at what Matt Walsh says when a guy destroys our statue, and then they pretend they care about statues being removed. They're going to make a false equivalency. Now, Matt is correct. They're not the same thing. But I think what I would say he's missing here is we're trying to convince regular people we are right. They are playing this dirty game where they hold their hand in front of your face and saying, I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. And then when you swat their hand away, they post a video online saying, guy punches peaceful activist. This is what they're doing every step of the way. Matt Walsh, his reaction is the desired outcome. They wanted someone to smash the satanic altar. They were hoping and praying someone would do it.
Well, let me just kind of switch lanes on this issue then. For this guy who I believe is running for Congress in Mississippi, the guy that smashed the satanic altar.
He is?
I believe so. Whatever we think about the action that he had that day, I would say as a Republican voter and as somebody who's looking for somebody with a spine in the Republican Party in Congress, I say good. That's the exact type of person I want in Congress. Because they're not going to take any crap, and they're actually going to do the things that Republican voters have been wanting their conservative representation to do forever. So if it was a political stunt, I say smart move. Good for him.
My concern is if
Pizza
it
time.
inspires people to do it again, and then like I have something on my lawn, and someone comes up and they're like, I don't like it, and they smash it down.
But that's
off
not
my
your lawn. They're not going to. Nobody's going to do it on your lawn. I mean, I guess supposedly, but this was in a government building. It was a big story. It was a viral story. He knew he could seize the moment.
Did you see the guy like 5 days ago walk in with a fire extinguisher and extinguish the menorah?
That was Polish MP.
Yeah, kind of similar.
No,
like he didn't agree with the menorah in some way.
That was brutal and awful and wrong. That, like, knocking down a satanic altar irks me in a procedural kind of way and like a strategic kind of way. Like, don't give them the thing they desire. Actually going after a legitimate religion, which is literally just lighting candles, I'm like, that's a dick move. You know what I mean? Like,
but Polish is a very Christian nation, and he looked at that as a Christian, and he didn't like that culture being in his Christian nation. That was how he looked at it.
And I think regardless of whether it's Judaism or Satanism, there should be a calm, higher level reasoned response, not a brutal, animalistic response. I reject the ethos and ideology of BLM and the tactics of the left, where they stomp around like morons, biting and punching things. And I think that we actually could be ideologically better men and say, here is exactly why this should not be, for my reason stands, and we say, okay, and we take it down. And the message we send is that we deal with things in an orderly fashion.
Yeah, I think this debate is very important right now because I think we're dealing with a situation where a lot of the people within the DOJ and the FBI want to provoke a certain situation. They want, I think, the people on the right to be angry. They are acting in a very litigious, unfair way. And with them now going after journalists, we were talking about this a couple days ago, it's almost as if they're trying to provoke the people on the right to overreact. So I think being calm, I think not overreacting, I think being better than the left and not acting violent and not acting on our emotions is our strength. There are some key things to it that are disadvantages, but there's also a lot of advantages for it as well, and I think we should stay along those lines in my own personal opinion. I could be wrong, but that's just my initial kind of knee-jerk reaction to all of this.
But Eric, your logic is kind of different, right? If I'm hearing you correctly.
Well, yeah, because I look at it both ways. It's like a strategy thing. So while I understand that there's obviously going to be instances where it is important to not necessarily act like, let's say, your opponent is going to act, I just think you have to be a little more analytical than just like, hey, you're the bad guy and you're acting in a certain way, and I don't want to be that guy. I think you have to be more strategic with it. It's like, look, in a given instance where it is going to be advantageous for you to act a certain way long term, you got to take the game for what it is. We can't be. I think us trying to be too idealistic about it is how they got so much ground, because we looked at it like, oh, we're the more analytical guys, right? We do things the right way. Meanwhile, the left kind of comes in, stomping around, flipping tables, doing whatever the hell it is that they want. And to be fair, it's worked for them. I mean, they've gotten what it is that they wanted. So it's like, I believe there's an appropriate response to where, yeah, you don't want to just be a leftist. I don't think that doesn't help anybody. But in the same respect, you got to understand what the actual game is. And as I always say, act accordingly. It doesn't mean act like them. It means do not go into a game that is unfair trying to play fair, because you're gonna lose every single time.
It's the difference between de jure law and de facto rule. De jure rule, and this is a French term. De jure means by law. De facto means by fact. So you may own a property du jour, the law, you have the paperwork, but if someone goes and sits in that house and takes it and won't let you in, then they own it by de facto. You, by fact, you don't own it anymore. And if all you do is just play the du jour game and you're like, well, I have the paperwork, therefore it's mine, but 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years go by and you can't get into your house, then you're playing asymmetrical. And it's sad. It is sad that is reality, but that is reality, and it's reality in war often, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
And we try and stick to the law. It's very important. But when fact is, whoever, the fact is the fact of what is.
But they don't care about the law. Look what happened to Owen, which I think we should be talking about your particular case more, because, as you said, now a lot of other journalists are going to be arrested and prosecuted because of what you went through.
And really, it's not just the journalists, because there's no doubt they're going to use this as a precedent to go after other journalists, but I also think they want to snuff out any right-wing activism as well. They don't just want to snuff out any journalism that may go against the establishment. In this case, it's the left-wing establishment. But they also want to snuff out any activism from conservatives as well. And so I think it's really a two-pronged issue. The journalism one is obviously the one that gets the focus and the one that it has more of the press at this point. But it's definitely at an activist level as well. I think the real reason why the Democrat Party hates me so much is they couldn't imagine if there were 100 of me, 1,000 of me, 1,000,000 of me, they wouldn't exist. They'd be done. They wouldn't be able to have any of these shams going on, because when the Democrats show up to the Capitol, what do? They bring 1,000 people wearing the pink vagina hats. They bring 1,000 people for a pro-Palestinian protest. They bring 1,000 people to chant against Amy Coney Barrett or Brett Kavanaugh. I was one man. I was one man that stood up against the Trump impeachment sham. It's not like I'm the only one that knew it was a sham. It's not like I was the only one in that room that knew it was the sham. But they kind of see me as like the Spartacus where, oh, if other people think they can be Owen Schroyer, if other people think they can stand up and tell the Democrat what for and why, then, we got to snuff that out now. We got to shut him down now. We can't have this Marcus Aurelius showing up in Washington, D.C. They tried to ban me from D.C. The Democrats tried to ban me from D.C. entirely. Twice, and the judges laughed him out of the room.
And it wasn't just about attacking you. I think it was also about scaring everyone else in the industry who's going to be like, oh, Owen's in jail for saying something. I better watch out what I say now. I better be careful now. So I truly do think your case is very important to talk about. Are there any updates that we should know about? Is there any other details that haven't been released to the general public that you think are important to highlight here?
Well, we are going to be taking my appeal to the Supreme Court. That is where it's going to end.
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you. Your minions really pulled their weight. logical choice.
End up as far as its fate there. I think it's still a little too far off or foggy to know what the fate there might be. But, my case has recently gotten attention because of my prison sentence, obviously. But the truth is, I've been politically persecuted by the American left and the Democrat Party since 2019, really since 2018, when they censored me off of all the mainstream social media platforms. They arrested me for disrupting Congress, which, again, this is something that happens all the time. David Hogg disrupted Congress. He stood up during a hearing on gun violence and disrupted Congress. Now, is David Hogg going to get charged and go to jail? No, of course not. And I would argue he shouldn't. I don't think he should. I believe that's David Hogg's First Amendment right. When all them show up and they disrupt Congress for whatever reason, for abortion, climate change, all this other stuff, do they get charged? Do they get arrested? 98% of the time, no, they don't. The only time they will is if they resist arrest or assault a police officer. Then they'll get arrested. What normally happens in that situation, and this is what would have happened to me, they detain you, they escort you out of the building, and then they release you on your merry way and say you're not welcome here again today. But somebody got on the walkie-talkie for the Capitol Police that December in 2019 and said, oh, no. You're arresting Schroyer. You're charging him and arresting him. And even the Capitol Police were like, what the heck? I did another one where there were 40, 50 Trump protesters inside the Capitol. This was in the beginning of 2020, January 2020. 40, 50 Trump protesters inside the Capitol. I go there to interview them. The next day, I showed up with a piece of tape over my mouth that said censored. I got arrested. I spent 36 hours in jail for that. Now, the next day, when that charge reached the judge's docket, he threw it out and completely dismissed it. So I don't have any charges for that. But the point is, 40 to 50 Trump protesters can be in there in the Capitol. One pro-Trump protester stands there with a piece of tape over his mouth. He gets arrested. And so really, all of that was the background, and that's why they put me in jail.
I'm thinking a lot about protests lately. I mentioned this a little bit before the show. I talked to Jacob Chansley earlier today, who was the American shaman, who was also at the Capitol, and we did an interview on my channel on YouTube, which was nice. And I was like, I think the thing about protest is the evolution of protesting right now is it's good to be out on the street yelling like, thing is bad, but you just kind of want to acknowledge the thing and then offer your solution. And the protest, the forward testament, the positive, that's the real protest. The idea that you want to scream about bad has to go away. Obviously, you want to educate people what it is, but offer them the solution. And I think you can do it online. There is online censorship, unfortunately, but a lot of times when you're not screaming thing is bad on the internet, you don't get censored. If you're screaming this is the solution, people listen. And that's a great way to shift protesting.
Well, a lot of people are afraid to protest. I remember there was a couple other protests that were happening a couple of months ago, and everyone online is saying, hey, don't show up. There's going to be feds that are going to infiltrate and cause an event, just like they did on this one particular date. Don't show up, don't do it. So this works in many different ways. I think the fear aspect is one of the most important ones, and this is why I think, Owen, it's so important for you to come out and talk and say, hey, I made it through. They put me in the system. I made it out. I'm stronger. I'm better than ever. That message is so important because it shows us, okay, they could go after you. They could punish you. But guess what? You're going to come out on the other side. You still are going to be there no matter what they kind of throw at you. That message is more important. I don't know if you would probably say it a little bit better, but I want to kind of leave this kind of open-ended statement for you and kind of where do you see things going from here?
Well, I would just say that I've kind of just lived that. I mean, I haven't stopped talking since I got out. I mean, I've probably done like 20 or so interviews. I'm here tonight on this show. It's going to get millions of views. You know, I would say that it's something that's hard to deal with when you're in there, right? It's something that's hard to deal with when you're actually in there. But if you truly believe in your cause and you truly believe in your actions, then you can find that this is not going to be done in vain, that there is going to be a positive result on the other side of this. And, I mean, maybe there will be something big in my case, maybe not. But I think that it at least as far as getting the issues out and getting the message out, getting the awareness out, it's already had a major impact. I mean, they brought it up at the BOP hearing, and now a lot of members of Congress and presidential candidates are kind of reevaluating this whole situation, not just with January 6th, but just overall the persecution that goes on in this country and the situation that people are facing locked away in jails when it's non-violent criminals, victimless crime criminals. So, but to answer your question, I would much rather. I don't want my fate to be controlled, or I don't want my image to be controlled by the people that hate me and want to silence me.
Have a good battle, friend.
Have you played this before, Fed?
I've played it, mate.
Your minions really pulled their weight.
Just keep shaking. The lava flows, and I flow with it. Radical dude! When does the real fight start?
You're down a minion and up a goal.
What have I become?
I think you can win this thing.
There's a third, so.
Yeah, you have a backpack you can use, by the way. You have a backpack.
No, I don't.
Gotcha. Fucking bitch. Let's go, let's go! Damn, bug that on me. How we done? With repair and gas.
Ben?
I love this song.
I mean, you turned it on, so.
Yo, you know what the song reminds me of?
Well,
every song, it was like, even if it makes me cry, I just just wanna see the light.
Yeah, yeah.
I love that song. Yeah, it's San Holo. Oh, oh, oh! Wait, is this my jammer? Chat, chat. Is this it, chat? This sounds like Battle Pass. You know Battle Pass? Battle Pass. Battle Pass. You know that?
Yeah, I know that one. Well, I don't think it sounds alike. Maybe a little bit.
I mean, it's just a kick at the beginning. That's all.
Yeah. Oh, we're done? Oh. Oh.
This is complete garbage. Yeah, guys, I'm just piped.
Down a minion and up a goal. You're down a minion and up a goal.
Oh.
Just keep shaking.
Okay, let's go do that. After that, we're gonna take a nap. After that, we're gonna go gas, repair, and we're gonna check our ATM. We should be fudging rich.
Okay. And when I get paid nothing, you're gonna split the money, right?
Right.
Okay. Hold up in the Asbo.
I think this song will be complete garbage. I don't know though. Yo.
Oh.
Put something like sensual in now. Like, come on. Like. Put something.
Wait, what are you trying to say right now?
Put something like erotic.
I don't know if that's a playlist, a radio station. Wait. Are you making him fucking move? This is fucking very bad. Oh.
Sing it though. Make some lyrics up. Make some lyrics up. Come on.
Make some, sorry? What?
Make some lyrics up. Sing something. Yo, what do you, Pebble Cardi? Some real lyrics, man. Not some fucking mumbling.
John Paul, I missed you. I wanted to catch up, but now we're just doing grind, and I feel like we don't have the time. No time. No time.
Me. I want to be the one that controls it. So like you said, I don't want people to say, oh, I'm afraid to talk, or oh, I'm afraid to do this, or I'm afraid to take action, or I'm afraid to do a protest. I want people to say, no, I want to do it even more now. I think it's important that I stand for my cause, and I think it's important that I don't live in fear when I'm doing this. It's important that I don't censor myself. I don't have this chilling effect, or I don't stay home thinking this is the safe thing for me to do, is just stay out of the way. So I'm hoping that my story goes that way,
instead of the way certainly the Democrats or the establishment would want it, is they see my case and they say, oh, I've got to shut up now. I hope people see my case and they say, oh, I've got to get louder now.
I was thinking about so many things, and I know it's just about to. I just lost my train of thought. I'll get it back.
You got to type it down on your computer.
Oh yeah,
there
that's
for
true.
something.
That's true.
That's what Luke's.
Yeah, I got the notes, I got the papers. I'm jotting things down. It's important, especially for people who procreated substances. I won't get into it. It's okay. It's totally fine.
You were.
So I heard that Twitch was trying to allow nudity, and then didn't.
They learned pretty quick.
It wasn't nudity. It was like near close to nudity.
I know what I was
and
gonna say.
There's jiggling and oils.
I was going to talk about
it was a lot.
The discretion of using the internet, talking on the internet, because the internet's pretty new and people are still figuring out how to use it. Because I'll sit around and war game with my friends and be like, well, what I really think about what that government did with that is this false flag thing, and this could have happened, and it's very likely or possible that this. But when I go on the internet, I don't want to say that out loud because in case I'm wrong, and a lot of times I'm like, I'm pretty sure I'm right. But just in case I'm wrong, it could cause like death and destruction and incompatibility, and I don't want to do that. And I also think it's people are watching and listening, and they're like, I hope he's not saying. But like, it's just there's more of a responsibility when the cameras are on. If someone hacks you talking on your Alexa and they hear it and then they post you're talking, you didn't put it on the internet, someone else did, and they're responsible for that message. But if you proactively put your message out there and you're just spitballing, there's a lot of responsibility behind that. So I've been kind of quiet about like wargaming, like the military, because like the conflicts on Earth right now, I want to talk about what's going on in Israel. I just don't do it on the internet because I don't know. I don't have the proof, and I'm not even gonna question that stuff. It's just war is a different game because there are no rules in that kind of thing, and I don't want to bring that down upon myself. And that's I've been thinking about that since the Israeli conflict since October.
But here's
7th.
what you know: you're anti-war.
Big time.
So there you go. So that's what you know.
Not necessarily. There are just wars. Wars of defense. When the U.S. went to war in World War II, I think they had to step up. I'm anti-conquest for this in a lot of ways. I don't think, but there are times when I think it is necessary to fight for national defense.
I kind of have a question for you. You were in there for, what is it, 40 plus days?
47.
What was the most kind of uplifting moment or inspiring moment when you were in there?
Definitely all the letters that I received. I mean, I received, I don't know how many, at least 500, maybe closer to 1,000. And just reading the positive words from people, supportive words from people. Some people got really personal, like telling me extremely personal stories. Some people told me war stories. Some people, talked about struggles that they went through. Some people who had been in prison before talked about things that they did to get through their time. So really, it was the people. And I've said this a couple times, that because I understand why people lose faith in the American people or even in the idea of America with everything that we're going through. But reading that from people and some of the people I talked to on the inside, both workers at the prison and the inmates, my faith in the American people was reaffirmed. I mean, it truly was. I have a deep faith in the American people. I really do. And I think at the end of the day, I mean, that's what built this country, was the people that lived here. It was the American people. And it's going to have to be the American people that restore it or rebuild it from everything that's been ripped out from under us. I mean, you look at some of the greatest cities in the world at one point, St. Louis, Baltimore, Chicago, major cities, they've been destroyed. They've been destroyed. We've been lapped by cities in the Middle East and cities in China and the Far East. Why? Because it's been stolen and it's been destroyed. I believe that we can rebuild. I believe that we can restore. And I believe that the American people still has the soul and the spirit to do it. We've just kind of been asleep. We've kind of been in a trance. We've kind of been poisoned by the food and the water. But I do believe it's possible. It's going to be the American people. It's not going to be the president of the United States. It's not going to be anybody in Congress. That's how we help ourselves politically. But it's going to have to be the American people that rebuild this. We need good policy, obviously. But ultimately, my faith in the American people was restored. I mean, the letters that I got were truly, they were inspirational. They got me through some of the hardest times, really.
You get any chicks trying to date you?
That's a yes.
No
That's
comment.
a yes.
That's a yes.
What do you think? We're taking the 5th.
Can they send it? Like, can they send photos or anything like that?
Yeah, you can send photos.
Okay.
What's your how long you're still on probation? Is it?
Yeah, for a year.
See, boys, it's not all bad. Okay, I just wanted to
The
point
lady's
that
like a
out.
bad boy, you know what I mean?
They do. And hey, listen, we're all in this same field here. Let's be honest here. There's a level of danger for speaking the truth in a whole empire of lies. There's a layer of holy freaking cow, I could go to jail for expressing political thought and expressions. I could go to jail for expressing my truth. It's not that bad. You'll get love letters and some nice ladies messaging you, so it's gonna be fine. It's cool. It's
We'll
all right.
figure it out. But how about
we gotta weigh your options, boys. You gotta
How
weigh
about we
your
go to
options.
Super Chats? If you haven't already, would you kindly smash that like button, subscribe to this channel, share the show with your friends, and we're going to read your Super Chats. But first, head over to thebestsongever.com, download the song where it says download, name your price, and you will get, when you download the whole package, a file with a unique code. If you go to Casper.com, 35% off all your coffee purchases. I hope we sell out. I hope we just sell all the coffee we have. But if you buy the song, you're helping us basically storm our way onto the Billboard charts, but not just us. Jeremy Boring and Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire also have writing credits on this. They wrote the song. And in the event, sometime down the road, we sell 500,000 of these, we get a gold record. And they can't ignore us when we do something like that. But eventually, one of these days.
Now I get to say how awesome the song is, and you know what I'm talking about because you listened to it. It was spectacular. Carter Banks, nice work.
That's right. All right, Clint Torres says, howdy, people. Howdy, Clints. You are, of course, number one. All right, Shane H. Wilder says, who knew the Timcast cover of Together Again was actually what Tenacious D was singing about in tribute? Congrats. It's actually true, yeah.
I did think about that when you said the title of the song.
Everybody did.
Yeah.
The best song ever.
Yeah.
All the comments are like, Tenacious D. I'm like, well, you know.
Have you been contacted
Smokey
by
Mike and the
Jack
Gadget.
Black yet?
Tenacious D, they were actually singing about Stairway to Heaven. And if you see their original HBO special where the Tenacious D got their start, they play a little Stairway to Heaven riff, but then when they made the movie, they didn't have the copyright, so they had to make a song up. Stairway apparently
This is just
the
a
best
tribute.
song. Yep.
Let's grab some more Super Chats. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says, Carter, Tim, we should go get some ice cream. Tim, yeah, I agree. Then that'd make a killer music video. Part 2 can be you guys using a claw machine. I think the one we did with Ian, where Ian actually gained like 25 pounds.
Ukraine right now is not happening anywhere along the front. It's the funding of Ukraine's war effort. Now more than ever, it's really up in the air what that looks like going forward. Now, I do want to start with some battlefield updates because it's easy to look past that when we're talking about the really big picture of where this war is headed. And it's easy to forget, I think, at times, that there still are men fighting and dying every single day on both sides all along the front. So what we've seen over the last few months really is the culmination of Ukraine's anticipated offensive or counteroffensive, whichever you want to call it, in the south and eastern portion of the country. The Washington Post did a pretty impressive write-up, a long breakdown of what happened, what went right, what went wrong, and why at the end of the day it largely ended in a stalemate all across the front. A relative stalemate is the way I would put it. Dialing into a few key areas here, Russia, since the end of Ukraine's counteroffensive, have started their own small offensives of sorts in the Avdiivka and Bakhmut areas. Russia has also retaken Marinka. They recently released some footage, again, showing a Russian and Soviet flag flying over the ruins of that city. Avdiivka and Marinka have both been at the front since 2014. There's nothing left of those towns at this point. They are just completely decimated. Bakhmut is an area that saw significant Russian progress last winter, largely held over the summer. Ukraine did recapture some territory, but then over the last few weeks, it looks like Russia has pushed back into some of that territory that Ukraine recaptured, and Russian forces are continuing to advance in that portion of the front. Now, it's really hard to predict where this war goes. I mean, it's hard to predict where wars go at all, but now we've got about 2 years worth of data, and on the one hand, it's easy to look at this and say, no progress. Everything's going to bog down. But there is kind of an argument in both directions, and I'll present those here. So there's one side of this argument that Russia continues to grind down Ukraine and Ukrainian forces all along the front. If that's the case, the longer that this goes on, the more depleted that the Ukrainian forces become, the more likely the situation arises that Russia could break through, exploit, and occupy a large chunk of Ukrainian territory, right? So if we look at Ukrainian forces as a finite resource, which to a degree they are, just like any force out there, if over time they continue to be depleted to the point where they can't successfully hold the lines against these Russian assaults, then, maybe at some point, weeks, months, or even years down the road, you could see a situation where Russia breaks through and captures a larger amount of territory than we've seen since the opening days of the war. That is one argument. And I don't know how accurate that one is, right? It's a lot of factors that we don't have access to. The other side of that argument is that the longer this goes on, the Russian military is being further and further degraded, and they're not regenerating forces at a pace to where they'll ever have what they need to successfully break through the Ukrainian lines. So that side of the argument is that the longer this goes on, the more stagnant those lines become. And neither side has a real chance of ever breaking through. So again, very hard to see the direction this war goes long-term, months and years into the future. I think there's valid arguments for both sides of that. Valid arguments that the longer it goes on, there's a higher chance that Russia achieves a breakthrough if some of these factors play in their favor. There's also a significant argument that the longer this goes on, the more stagnant the lines become, and that we could be looking at, 10 years from now, the lines are relatively unchanged from where they are today. But real quick, a thank you to the sponsor of today's video, Core Essentials. I've got their X5 belt here in Ranger Green. These are marketed as gun belts, and the idea there is that these are strong enough, sturdy enough to hold up a holster with a firearm in it, be it a concealed carry or everyday carry, or they can also be used by law enforcement personnel, military personnel, first responders, things like that. But whether or not you're carrying a firearm, these are just heavy-duty, high-quality belts that fit really well. And the reason for that is that they send it to you in a way where you kind of have to assemble it yourself in a good way, and I'll show you how. So the back side here, they've got your belt size, and you just take your belt size, your waist size, and you add 4 inches, you add 4, and then you cut off at that point with just any sharp scissors will do the trick. And then you've got the buckle receptacle, again, high quality, heavy duty stuff here. Once you've cut your belt, you just slide that on top. You got to loosen a couple screws here, but it comes with an Allen wrench. You clamp those teeth down, tighten the screws. I'm not going to make you watch that. So now we got that all taken care of. If you look at the inside of the belt, it's got these 1/4-inch markings that help you really dial in the exact right fit for your belt, which sounds silly, but I'm sure most of you have probably had a belt before with just the individual holes every inch or so, and like one's too tight and one's too loose. This helps mitigate that. So you slide it in, there you go, and it's in there nice and secure, so you can then easy release as well. But Core Essentials, again, this is the X5 Ranger Green. Whether you need a belt for concealed carry, everyday carry, law enforcement, military, or just looking for a high quality, durable belt that actually fits well, check out Core Essentials. Link is in the description below. Now, there were a lot of hopes pinned on Ukraine's offensive and what that would be able to accomplish and potentially give Ukraine the upper hand in negotiating whenever that time arose. It doesn't look like that's the case right now, but there are still some talks about a potential peace deal. So news continues to come out about how last April, right at the start of the war, there was a tentative peace deal reached between Russia and Ukraine where Russia would control the Donbass and Crimea, and Ukraine would not seek NATO membership. So relatively similar to the situation on the ground prior to the full-scale invasion of 2022. But again, more information is coming out about this. There were rumors at the time But there's more and more coming out that peace deal was scuttled by then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and that really kicked off some of the heaviest fighting of the war. And now, as future funding of Ukraine's war effort is more and more in question, and more on that in a second, it sounds like some peace proposals might once again be in the works. The challenge for Ukraine here, of course, is they don't necessarily have the upper hand that they were hoping to have after this offensive. They're coming into this negotiation potentially, as the two sides would view this, in a position of weakness compared to Russia. If you're Russia entering a peace negotiation right now, you have to think that they have the upper hand for a lot of reasons. But it does sound like Switzerland will host in January a peace summit where Zelensky will be presenting and kind of helping walk through this 10-part peace plan. He's presented it in the past. It's peace on Ukraine's terms. That peace plan also calls for things like Putin and senior leaders in Russia to be held accountable for war crimes. I don't know that that's necessarily a start point as we sit here today, but again, notable that the peace process is potentially continuing in some aspects. Now, the major issue right now that Ukraine faces, and that could very easily determine the outcome of this war, is the funding of Ukraine's war effort. And this has been a challenge that Ukraine has been up against since day one of the conflict. They are almost exclusively dependent on foreign aid to continue their fight with Russia. And as we're seeing right now, it seems like a lot of that support in the international community is starting to tire in certain ways. So between January 2022 and October 2023, the United States provided $113 billion worth of aid in support of Ukraine. That's not, again, we've gone through this before, but it's not cash payments going to Ukraine. There is some cash going into their economy to help keep it afloat in the middle of this war, but it is a myriad of programs. Standard government stuff here, right? Incredibly messy. So much is rolled into this. A major chunk of that, however, comes in the form of military equipment. However, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan recently said that funding for Ukraine might run out by the end of the year without any substantial congressional action. Now, the challenge being faced right now in Congress is that congressional Republicans have tied Ukraine funding to Israel funding and border security. Now, none of those three items are slam dunks to get passed. And for any of the international viewers out there, if you think there's disagreement in the United States over support for Ukraine and support for Israel, wait until you see the divide over immigration policy and border security. It's, look, 10,000-foot view here, really kind of stepping back. I would say that attaching Ukraine aid to border security and Israel aid significantly decreases the possibility of any sort of Ukraine funding package moving forward in the near future. And in trying to press that forward, Ukrainian President Zelensky traveled to the United States on December 11th, where he met with President Biden as well as members of the Senate and House and some of the leadership of both of those chambers, where Zelensky really pushed forward his case as to why the funding of Ukraine in their fight with Russia is in the best interest of the United States. I'm not sure how effective that was. You'll have to wait and see as this plays out over the coming days, weeks, and months. But, we got a quote here from Senator John Cornyn, who said, quote, "I don't know whether he moved the needle at all in terms of Zelensky." And we've got a sound clip here or a video here from Speaker Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives, who also met with Zelensky the first time those two were able to meet one-on-one, it sounds like. But overall, Johnson's kind of drawing the line, didn't really change his arguments as to why the Ukraine aid package is not moving forward.
Thank you all for being here. Just had a good meeting with President Zelensky. I reiterated to him that we stand with him and against Putin's brutal invasion. The American people stand for freedom, and they're on the right side of this fight. I have asked the White House since the day that I was handed the gavel as Speaker for clarity. We need a clear articulation of the strategy to allow Ukraine to win. And thus far, their responses have been insufficient. They have not provided us the clarity and the detail that we have requested over and over since literally 24 hours after I was handed the gavel as Speaker of the House. And so what the Biden administration seems to be asking for is billions of additional dollars with no appropriate oversight, no clear strategy to win, and none of the answers that I think the American people are owed. Again, from the very beginning, when I was handed the gavel, we needed clarity on what we're doing in Ukraine and how we'll have proper oversight of the spending of precious taxpayer dollars of the American citizens, and we needed a transformative change at the border. Thus far, we've gotten neither.
But of course, it's not just the United States providing aid to Ukraine. There's a significant international effort there as well. And according to the Kiel Institute, Ukraine's top 5 additional funding sources outside of the United States from January 2022 to October 2023 were, in order of total amount here, Germany, the United Kingdom, Norway, Japan, and Canada. Those 5 combined for a total of $58.2 billion in aid to Ukraine, which is less than half of the overall total provided. So if the United States backs out, there is a significant amount there that needs to be backfilled. And right now, that is far from a sure thing. So, we talked in depth about the challenges here in the United States and have hit on that in previous videos. It's not, smooth sailing across the European Union, across the rest of NATO. So there are diplomats in a handful of European Union member states saying that they're going to struggle to pass any sort of long-term aid package as they face shrinking domestic budgets in their own separate countries. And then you've got the EU that is currently debating, it hasn't been decided, an aid package of $21.4 billion in military funding and $54 billion in economic aid. That very well could go through, but it's not, again, it hasn't been blessed off on yet. Now, as funding from governments all around the world continues to run up against roadblocks, there is a potential solution kind of being floated. I'm not very optimistic about this, but interested in your thoughts. So the United States signed on December 8th an agreement with Ukraine to co-produce air defense systems and other military technologies in an effort to improve Ukraine's domestic defense capacity. And this is a chance, so they're kind of shifting towards the private sector. Maybe if the public sector, the governments can't do this or aren't going to do this long term, maybe the private sector will pick it up, is kind of the idea. I don't know. Now, this is one of the challenges that Ukraine has had from the beginning of this war is, again, they're so dependent on the manufacturing capabilities of foreign countries. There was a defense industry in Ukraine prior to the war and during the war. I don't want to completely write that off. It's just nothing compared to, it's just, in terms of scale, nothing compared to what Russia, the United States, and other NATO countries are able to produce. And of course, over the last 2 years, all of Ukraine has been under Russian bombardment. It's very hard to stand up a significant manufacturing capacity when there's drones and missiles flying overhead left and right. And Russia would likely be targeting any of those new facilities that are stood up. So the potential shift towards more private sector assistance here. Additionally, on September 22nd, over 2,000 U.S. defense companies united to provide Ukraine with future arms production opportunities. My cynical view here is that, look, this war and war in general is good for the defense industry, good for arms manufacturers. So if that funding dries up from governments, look, Raytheon, Lockheed, Boeing, they all still want to make their money. It's not crazy that they would want to find a way to continue providing a significant level of weaponry to Ukraine. The downside of that is these are private companies and they're in it for the profit. So, somebody has to pay that bill. And if foreign governments are not providing financial or military assistance to Ukraine, again, these defense contractors, they're not providing weaponry to Ukraine out of the goodness of their heart. That money has to come from somewhere, and I would not expect that they'd be willing to allow Ukraine to go into significant debt to pay this back after the war. But overall, these funding battles are something we really have to keep an eye on. They are, in the very short term, going to play an outsized impact in how this war actually plays out. I just, it's very tempting to look at the battlefield and the changes on the map and see what Russia has taken and what Ukraine has retaken and so on and so forth. It's just, in the grand scheme of where this war goes in the long term, the most important thing right now is the funding of Ukraine's war effort. But that's all I got for now. Of course, if interested in national security subjects, be sure to check out the sit reps I put out on Substack. Link is in the description below. Substack now also has ad-free, sponsor-free videos that go live about 1 hour before they're on YouTube. But thanks for watching. I'll see y'all next time.
Wokeness killed Han Solo. Adam Driver said, I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo. And it's hard to know what the point of what he said was because he didn't really clarify. But this is on Saturday Night Live. And it's the same episode where they defended those university presidents who were like, we believe in the constitutional right to call for the genocide of Jewish people, despite the fact that they banned free hate speech. So it's funny. But I got a lot to say about Star Wars. And I saw this story, and I don't know if it's exactly a get woke, go broke, Because I don't know if he's making fun of the idea of wokeness or actually making fun of Disney getting woke and going broke. Here's a story from scnr.com, and I'll play for you real quick the clip here, and you can hear it for yourself.
I think it would pair perfectly with my teeny tiny micro penis. Oh, and I'd like people to stop coming up to me on the street saying, you killed Han Solo. I didn't kill Han Solo. Wokeness killed Han Solo. Let's see, what else do I want?
I don't get it. I'll just take the win. Wokeness killed Han Solo. Sure. The Star Wars universe is completely broken. Disney has destroyed itself. Their movies are failing. Disney absolutely has gotten woke and gone broke. And they've even admitted to their shareholders in their quarterly filing that their political views are misaligned with what the public wants. Perhaps that is why they said, or perhaps this is how it comes to be that he says wokeness killed Han Solo. Now, for those who don't know, Kylo Ren in The Force Awakens, I think it was The Force Awakens. Yeah, in The Force Awakens, Ren killed Solo, much to many fans' dismay. And he's like, I wish people would stop coming to me and saying this. We have this tweet. Not the QTs not understanding he was mocking the people who say that wokeness killed Han Solo. He literally made fun of Dude Bros immediately after this. He's mocking the people that say this ish. Y'all are so effing stupid, and effing variety for this clickbait, and F variety for the clickbait headline. He says, oh, you know those TikToks? Actually, let me just keep playing.
Oh, you know those TikToks where it's like those couples who do pranks on each other? Can you kill those people? I know. Okay, I was just to say, now it's part of the ritual where I play Oh Holy Night while making unbreakable eye contact with the camera.
Right, so they're trying to claim, while many conservatives celebrated the statement, others pushed back, declaring that it was a clear example of mockery. Right. I think that actually might be the case. Sarcasm or not, Star Wars has been widely criticized for taking woke pandering to an extreme. Bounding into Comics reported in July, Disney's upcoming High Republic era live-action Star Wars series, The Acolyte, has found its lead, the black, lesbian, non-binary actor and intersectional feminist, Amandla Stenberg. Is it Amanda, or is that a typo? Amandla, but it's a typo. The Acolyte is expected to be released next year, and ain't nobody gonna watch it. It's gonna crash and burn. So you want to know what happened to Star Wars as a whole? Yeah, wokeness did kill it. Rey. Everybody hates Rey, the character. And, oh, man, let me use this opportunity to talk about Star Wars and its demise. The Emperor is trans. That's a fact. And the Emperor is now a woman. That's a fact. And Rey is the Emperor now. Did y'all see that last movie? Wow. Did they just butcher this? So I guess the Emperor never died at the end of Return of the Jedi, and he's been alive the whole time, orchestrating the events of all the other ones and whatever. And then the Emperor is like, embrace your hatred, and then I will take over your body. It's like, wait, hold on there a minute there, sir. That's a young woman. I suppose in the quest for immortality, you wouldn't care all that much whether you were a dude or a chick. The Emperor, being an evil guy, is like, literally don't care. But then Rey literally does what he says to do and kills him. So the only assumption is at the end, she's actually the Emperor. And the Emperor is now in a young female body. Okay, I guess that's the storyline they were going for. But Star Wars is a completely screwed up, broken series anyway. Like, yeah, I love Star Wars. All right, let's roll. First, Disney, we get it. Crash and burn. This new series is going to suck. But can we talk about Star Wars in general? First, this is my opportunity to just roast Star Wars. The first one, like the original movies, I get it. They were good movies. But if you really think about it, kind of questionable storyline. So everybody knows the joke about it was a kid from a desert planet who was radicalized by a religious extremist who then boarded a cargo ship, went to a terrorist training camp where they devised a plan to blow up a military base. Yeah, that's Star Wars. Let's add a little bit to it. There were like between 1 million and 2 million people on the Death Star. And this is canon, meaning Luke Skywalker massacred untold civilians. What Luke Skywalker does in A New Hope is akin to the dropping of the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in essence. That these guys were like, we're going to massacre all these civilians. but to end the war. Because it is true that the Death Star blew up Alderaan. Now, I jokingly say, rebel propaganda, that never happened. It was jet fuel heating the metal beams and Alderaan causing the planet to collapse and then explode. You know, that's what happened. But no, it's true. Okay, if we're going to play like legitimately. And then think about what they could have done with this. They actually could have done something really incredible with The Force Awakens. They made Luke Skywalker this whiny loser who sucked, who storyline made no sense. They just butchered the whole thing. You know what could have worked? I would have actually been okay with it if in The Force Awakens, Luke's all messed up and they're like, what happened to you? You used to be the most optimistic guy. That's what Mark Hamill said. Luke Skywalker was the most optimistic guy. What did they do to this character? They could have done something brilliant. Luke Skywalker flees. He's gone. Nowhere to be found after Return of the Jedi. Why? They could have done a really great arc where Luke meets the families of the people he massacred. He hears the cries of the people who are like, my dad was an electrical engineer who had no idea what was going on and was asked to come aboard to build control panels for lights. And Luke Skywalker blew him up. Well, it's war, right? They could have done something really cool where it's like Luke says, do you have any idea how many people I've met whose family members I killed when I blew up that Death Star? Or how about the second time they blew it up? When it was under construction. How many contractors? And you could argue, if you're a contractor building a death weapon, then you're fair game in warfare. Right. But collateral damage is still the killing of civilians. And that's got to haunt a man's mind. There is nothing intelligent about the expansion of the storylines that they've done for Star Wars. They did not address any of the interesting questions. You know what show was awesome? I only watched the second season of Cobra Kai. So we all saw Karate Kid. Everybody's seen Karate Kid, I guess. And it's basically this, there's a bully and then the kid wins. Someone made a YouTube video where they were like, the main character is the bad guy. He's trying to steal this guy's girlfriend. He even cheats in the end with an illegal kick. And then if you look at it from that perspective, you're like, wow, the jock guy or whatever that's supposed to be the bully actually isn't a bad guy. And so Cobra Kai as a show is like 20 years later, and the main character is actually the bad guy from Karate Kid. And then you kind of realize, like, what is the main character's name? Danny? He's kind of the bad guy. And they actually address it. And I guess, like, the guys, they team up together and then fight against the other dude's old master or something like this. But that's a really clever way to address a series into something new while asking these questions. Star Wars could have done that. Instead, what did they do? Rey is Emperor's granddaughter, I think. And it's like at the end, she like does the Force and all the rocks lift up or whatever. And it's like, dude, come on. And everyone was screaming, Mary Sue. Luke struggled to learn the Force because he was too old. And we like that story. It's like, wow, he's got to really try hard. Rey was just like, Force powers. And so everybody was kind of like, yeah, okay, this is dumb. Get woke, go broke. When you make a movie and there's no challenge, no struggle, and no conflict, Rey just is, it's boring. Luke struggled to overcome this, and his family dies in the process. Not that I think the story actually is a good story. Like, yeah, the Empire's bad, I guess, but they don't ever really show the Empire doing anything really wrong. I guess the Empire blew up Alderaan. Okay, fair point. That was wrong. And Luke Skywalker's aunt and uncle are killed. But I got to tell you, man, why did they get killed? All right, let me break it down for you. Someone just stole military plans, classified military plans for a military base harboring, holding 2 million people, including innocent civilians. And the schematics contain information that could blow it up in a single strike. That's critical information to reacquire. Would we hold it against any military force for trying to reacquire that? Well, if the argument is the Empire is evil, then we're like, no, that we should stop them. But let's think about this outside of any general context and just say, military goes to retrieve classified information, encounters a family who resists, conflict ensues. It's not like they just randomly killed them for no reason. Or maybe they did. I don't know, whatever. The point is, in a realistic context, it could be something bad, but not the same as wanton murder. Anyway, the point is, this results in the radicalization of Luke Skywalker, then blows up a military base and kills millions. Instead, what did we get? A shot-for-shot remake of A New Hope, boring garbage, and Han Solo being killed, Luke Skywalker trying to kill Han's kid? What? That's stupid. Luke Skywalker dying and sacrificing himself or whatever. He disappears into the Force because he used his Force powers. Just what? And then in the end of it all, the Emperor possesses the body of Rey and becomes a young woman. Okay, I guess. Disney, what? You're on crack. Anyway, Star Wars is done. I think it's terrible. I'll leave it there. Next segment's coming up at 1 p.m. on this channel. Thanks for hanging out, and I'll see you all then.
So this right here is my favorite car of all time. And you're probably thinking, Jimmy, this is not some JDM rust bucket.
Get super, son.
And you're right, it's an American rust bucket instead. This is the original Ford GT40 Mark I. Not the Ford GT that came out in the 2000s. The car that rose to fame in the mid-60s, winning Le Mans and finally ending Ferrari's streak at the most famous race in the world. The sound of it, the look of it, everything about it is absolutely perfect. Yeah, I've not really made a video about it until now. The Mark I GT40 makes just a hair under 400 brake horsepower, powered by the Ford V8 just behind your head, weighs 905 kilograms and is capable of hitting nearly 200 miles an hour. This is a car made in the mid-60s. And luckily for us, there was recently a new mod released, World Sports Car Legends, that includes an awesome version of this Mark I GT40, so I couldn't resist but do what I do with all new cars in Assetto Corsa. That's right, we're gonna take it round the Nürburgring. No better place to test out this legend than a circuit that it raced in period, albeit it looked a little bit different back then. Yes. Well, let's go get ourselves warmed up before we get into a proper hot lap situation. So, Mark I GT40. It is so cool to be driving a good version of this in sim. So, full manual gearbox. This one's a 5-speed. Just under 400 horsepower going to those rear wheels on a bias ply tyre as well, which means very little grip as we go around this circuit. But it does give a real feel of what these cars would like to drive in the period. You have to really pick your moment when you want to get on the gas and go fast. Because at any moment you can see even third gear there, we're starting to scramble for grip as those rear tyres struggle to deal with the power from that Ford V8 just behind our head. And it's just cruising around like this is a pleasurable experience. It's very, very fun. It's quite chilled out. Heel and toe, of course, on the way down to make sure we don't ruin that gearbox. Nice. As you would in the real GT40, I suppose, anyway, if the Mustang was having to go by. Nice long gear shifts. Give it time to go into gear. Up towards flue plats. Bit of a brake. Down towards the third gear. And then feed the throttle back on close in. Now let's let her go, shall we? Let's open her up. See that speedo on the left-hand side of your screen. It's 150 mile an hour, 160 mile an hour. When you come down to Schwedenkreuz, just off the gas, on the brake. Roll for a bit of throttle to stabilize the car, and then brake as soon as we're in a straight line. We do have disc brakes in this thing, but they are from period, so it does slow down slowly. Very good idea to use the gears on the way down to slow the car down the hill. Now towards the foxhole. Again, breathe off the throttle. Down the third gear, let it roll through. Not that fast that. We're going to push a bit harder than this, but right now, this is sort of where the car likes being driven in an endurance style. Likes being driven at about 90%, you know, you're not really getting the most out of it, but our hot lap series isn't about that. It's about big sends. And this car for me, this is the car I had on my bedroom wall growing up. And I've had the overwhelming pleasure to sit as a passenger alongside the one and only Alex Brundle, driving his GT40 replica, faithful replica, pretty much indistinguishable from the real thing. This car, it has good grip, better grip than you'd expect. Keep up with a lot of modern machinery in one of these. I've still not had the chance, unfortunately, to drive one in real life yet. I'm hoping that will come up soon. At some point, he starts looking to the camera longingly, please. But for me, this video is just going to be, it's just a little bit of a guilty pleasure. A bit of a passion project, if you will. The glare there on the windscreen, making it hard to see. But even when you're driving around, and I guess, not really pushing it, it just feels awesome. I love the sound of this thing, it's relentless. A bit late on the brakes down there, you can see this is when we start to feel the limitations of this car. If you drive it too hard into a corner, you will get understeer. And then power oversteer on exit. But the torque of this thing. You can really throw it about when you want to. Oh, it puts a smile on my face. This is why I got into sim racing when I was younger. Oh, good. We're blind. Was just to get close to what these cars are like. Now, if you're a historic car fan and you love this sort of classic racing, I implore you to go and subscribe to my good friend GP Laps. He does much better content on this subject than I do, but whenever I dip into this sort of thing, I just have the best time. Fourth gear now, all the torque, nearly 160 mile an hour uphill. And they've got a brake for the mud curve. I'm going to try third gear through here. Yep, that's about right. And then you just power out on the exit. The 4C back in this, the tyre, there's just the right amount of slip on exits to really make you feel like you're driving something old and scary. The second gear through here. Nice and easy as the engine picks up. Now towards the carousel. Try second gear through here. Actually, probably use first gear. We're running Le Mans gearing at the moment, so the gearing is quite long. Haven't seen that fifth gear yet. We haven't needed it. In my mind, this car works better as a 4-speed anyway. Right, let's try and attack this section a little bit now. Let's try and warm up a bit more. Really start getting a feel for this tyre. How it feels through here. We haven't got to deal, luckily, with all the elements that go with running this car in real life. We can just drive it hard without any consequence. You can see just how much you have to set the corner up in advance in this thing. There's no, oh, I'm going to just turn in late like in a modern car. You have to commit to your line a long, long time before the corner itself, before you get anywhere near the apex. That's one of the magic of these cars. It's like a dance, you know, it's like a rhythm, especially for this section here at the Nürburgring, where it's all about getting the line right. Like I didn't get the line right there, sorry. Don't blame me. But this sort of section really highlights this car character, and it feels lethargic through here because you have to wait a long time. But then you look down at the speedo when you get on the gas, and there you go, just wheel spinning at 110 miles an hour in second gear. Brutal. Now for my hot lap, I might have to pull over and wait until tomorrow in game because I'm having a hard time seeing where I'm going at this part of the course. All part of the fun though. Soft on the throttle through there, having to really wait. The car is so soft compared to modern machinery that it just wants to move around. Just wheel spinning at 140 mile an hour there, top of third gear. That last 500 RPM or so is dangerous in every gear. Oh, the torque there. It's just the perfect car. Fast enough to make you feel like you're the GOAT. Sideways enough to make you feel like you're earning the lap time. And the sound of it. The sound of it. I mean, you know what? I'm going to shut up and you can just hear it for yourself. Ignore that bit. Finally we hit that fifth gear. Nearly 180 mile an hour on the clock there. Can we go flat under the bridge? We have to turn in early. There's 180. Now we've got to slow it right down. Oh. Now that was a pretty good warm-up. Let's wait for the sun to go down a bit, shall we? Or hit that instead. Right, we've let the sun go down a little bit. We've also changed our gear ratios to the non-Le Mans ones. We've got slightly lower top speed now. But it is time for a hot lap of my favorite track in the world, in my favorite car in the world. GT40 versus the Nordschleifer. Let's go, right. Down towards T1, brake nice and early. Gonna go down to first gear. Let's tuck her into the inside, then feed the gas in slowly. Up to second quickly. And then third gear, letting the car steer the throttle. Now brake, try and get it into the curb at Hassan back there. Nice rotation from the rear, very nice. And you're already seeing, now that we're on it, just how much this car moves around now. It's this agility that helps us get around the corners, but you have to be careful because if you go one step over the line on this car, you either have a massive spin or you just oversteer into oblivion. Second gear through here, run the curb on next. They're going to keep it in second gear actually. Left foot brake, try and get the car onto the curb a little bit on the inside. Now smooth on the exit, nice. Just running a little bit of the grass there, it's fine. Bias by tyres, they're pretty much rally tyres. Fourth gear up towards Fluplat, so we're going to brake just before we take off. And try and roll it through in fourth. We're going to use the torque. You see, even in fourth gear there, the car's sliding on the throttle. Those tyres behind us are pretty much made of concrete. They'll last forever. But it does mean they're very slidey. Fifth gear, 160 miles per hour now. We're going to brake to start this little crest. Go back down to fourth gear. Get onto the inside for straight and cross. Where all the grip is, all the speed's right on the inside. We're going to brake just for this line. I'm a bit offline here. Bit offline. Bit of a lock of the brakes in the way. And just shows you how important it is to get that brake done early and correctly. Very nice. Just kissing the curb there on the exit. And now we go flying downhill. This is the scariest part of a circuit in real life. Down towards the compression. We're going to brake just before it. Let the car roll back up the hill. Down to fourth. Aim for the curb on the inside. Nice. Now third. Slow it down. Nice. That's better. That's good. Nice and easy down there. Now try and square off the corner. Trying to avoid first gear for now because first gear is pretty much insta spin. Soft application of the throttle. Nice. And now looking at that V8 roar out of the corner. Fourth gear again. We're going to brake. I'm going to take third through here actually. Try and use this camber on the inside of the corners. Let the car roll through here just like you would do in the real life conditions. Second gear. And again, get into that camber. Slightly wide of it there. But that camber being next to that curb and that corner is so important. It helps rotate the car. Same down here. Get in early. Use the camber of the corner. It's so banked. A little bit of oversteer on exit there. Going to move my left foot over to the brake pedal to help control the rotation through here into miss, hit, miss. This is where you really have to be careful in this sort of car through here. This is where it's a lot slower than modern machinery, but you still have that agility. You still have the ability to move the car using the throttle pedal. The steering wheel and the throttle pedal basically work in conjunction to get this car rotating. It was very different to a modern machine. We're going to brake very early though. Down here, and now. Let the car again float out to the exit. Be really easy in the second gear. It's so easy to loop the car. Especially these sections here where half the car's unloaded. And now we're going to use that torque from the V8 behind us to drag us through here. Fourth gear, going to try it flat. I mean, it was cool. Wouldn't want to do that lap after that blow. And now for the long run up the hill. Now watch that speed though, even up the hill. We've got the torque just to drag us up. Easy on that fourth gear transition there. I didn't want to understeer. Bit of a lift on the way through to make sure we turn and back on again. You have to lift, get that weight in the right spot. Gonna hold fourth gear, 7,000 RPM. Engine singing away behind us, and we're gonna go down a third for the mud curve on the throttle nice and early. Let the car just float out to the exit of the corner. Oh my god, this is where this car is its most challenging at speed through fast corners because it just wants to slide all over the place. Set up so soft, this thing is set up to slide nicely and be recoverable, which is good, but in the high speed stuff, not so good. A bit scary. Now the carousel. Braking early, try not to lock a brake on the way in, rolled it through. This is where you feel just how low this car is. Time's not so bad so far. Now we get into the best section of racetrack in the world. I say it every time we go through here, but I'm not wrong. Gonna hold third through this section here, let it roll through, try and get a nice dip into the camber there. Nice, avoid that curb on the left. Second gear, turn in early. Back in. A little bit too hesitant on the throttle there, but it's okay. Ooh. Just a reminder, we have nearly 400 horsepower in a car that weighs under 1,000 kilos. What a rocket. Bear in mind, put yourself back into the shoes of these guys who drove this thing in, period. No safety, no barriers, just trees, fires, and unfortunately a lot of death. Sometimes I'm glad to be doing this in a sim. Right, okay, come on. The car almost feels frustrated in this section. You can feel it wants to just get up and get up to speed, but you can't. A lot of second gear, a lot of left foot braking through here. Try and make the most of the fact that we're staying in one gear. Exit of ice curve there, and now we go down towards Flansgarten. This is where you get a little bit of air. We're going to try and not get air in this car, because if we do, we're going to have a... Oh, we had a little hop. Going to hold it in third through here. We've got the torque, doesn't matter. Don't need to go down the gear. Then just... There you go. Slide the car through. Anticipate the corner. Fourth gear. Let the car get over. And now full gas. It's important to be in that camber there. We get spat out. Car sliding through there at 140 miles an hour. And then back down to third gear. It was almost lazy the way you drive this car, but it's so involved. Very nice. Now, tying the carousel. Worst corner on the circuit, everyone knows. Your second gear. Come on, V8. You and me, baby. Now, a very, very important corner here. Got to get this right. Getting this wrong means a slow run down the straighter, to be honest. This engine's so good, it wouldn't matter. Blinded by the sun. Now we get to let it sing. Let's go. 7 minutes on the board. That's fifth gear. 6,000 RPM in fifth gear, 170 miles an hour. 175 miles an hour. Come on, GT40. Give me that 180. 180 just before the Bilstein Bridge. 10 in full commitment, keep it flat. 185 mile an hour, and we're going to have to brake. We're going to have to brake. Softly on the brake pedal. We don't want to lock. If we lock here, we're dead. Oh, just about making the thing stop in time. Should be a sub 8 minute, fairly comfortably. Cross the line, it's a 7:42 for the Mark 1 GT40 here at the Nürburgring. Oh, that's so good. I love this car, man. I'm so glad I finally did this. I feel like this is one of those things that I don't do because I feel like I've overdone the Nürburgring in my time as a YouTuber, but I don't care. This is... I love getting excited for sim racing, and stuff like this makes me excited. You're so involved driving it. It's so leery everywhere. It's trying to get sideways. You don't quite have the brakes of a modern car. It just feels like a proper manual experience. And for a car from 1965, this version here, to do a lap of the Nürburgring in less than 8 minutes is pretty amazing. So a massive shout out to the guys at WSC for an awesome addition to Assetto Corsa. I'll put a link down to the full mod down below, and also link GP Laps' video on the mod because it's much better than this is. I had a great time. I loved it. But if you did, of course, do all the good things, hit the like button, subscribe, all that stuff. And a massive thank you to the channel members and patrons for sticking by me and also being so supportive during our recent charity race. We raised over £54,000 for the Mine charity. Well done, guys. You guys are heroes. Anyway, I'm going to probably do some more laps. So take care. Have an awesome day. See you next time.
What's the matter?
No, nothing.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
Come on, George. What is it?
I saw Amy making out with your cousin Jeffrey. What? They were right outside.
Amy and Jeffrey?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, positive.
But you can't see. There's no lenses in those frames.
I know. I was squinting.
Oh, come on. Cousin Jeffrey? It's
not possible.
Why not? They could have met. She loves the park. He works for the parks department.
Oh. Jerry, that is so ridiculous. But George didn't even have his glasses on.
But he was squinting.
Look at this. Cable's out.
Oh, that's okay. We don't have to watch TV.
No. No trouble at all. It's the principle of the thing. I like them to know that I know what's going on. That they're not getting away with anything. I'm on hold. So, what'd you do yesterday?
Yesterday?
Yeah, you remember yesterday. Beautiful day. Good day to be out.
I didn't do anything.
Well, you must have done something.
No, nothing really.
Didn't go out of the house? Didn't take a walk on Columbus Avenue?
No, I did go out for a little while.
Well, your day's getting more interesting already. See? Told me they'd be back in a minute, and they lied.
You can't trust anyone.
No, you can't. Well, let's cut the bowl, sister. You think I don't know about you swapping spit with somebody yesterday on Columbus Avenue?
What are you talking about?
Look, my friend saw you.
Saw me with who?
You tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
There isn't?
No.
Oh. All right. Want to get some pizza?
I had a feeling this was too good to be true.
Why?
I knew there had to be another side to you.
No, there's no side.
There is a side. An ugly side.
No ugly side.
Look, I think I'm gonna go.
Why?
It's really hot in here.
So we can still go out on Friday, though?
Yeah. When are you getting an air conditioner?
It's coming. It's a Commando 8, 12,000 BTUs. It's gonna be like a meat locker in here.
So what are we doing here?
Oh, you'll find out.
I don't know. You're acting very mysteriously.
Well, I'm very mysterious by nature. A lot of women find that attractive.
I find it annoying.
Hello!
Uncle Leo!
Come on in.
This is Amy.
Hello, Amy.
Uncle Leo, what are you doing here?
Jeffrey, we're not tonight.
Ah, very convenient.
I'm supposed to tape this nature show for me. He loves nature. Botany, zoology. You know, his botany teacher from college stays in close touch with him. They became friends.
Really?
That's pretty rare. I mean, actual friends, like equals. They have dinner together, they have discussions,
Uncle
they
Leo, did he leave any tickets here for me?
Oh, yeah. I'll get them.
Thank you.
What tickets?
To the Paul Simon concert in the park?
We're going to the Paul Simon concert?
That's right, lady.
What a great surprise.
I thought you'd like that.
Oh, so that's why you've been acting so mysteriously.
Now you know. That and that alone is the reason.
You know Jeffrey's favorite animal? The leopard.
Why is that?
He likes the spots. Oh, here's the tickets.
Thank you.
Oh, he asked me to give you a message. He said that he's very sorry and he hopes you forgive him.
Aha! So it's true you were making out with him.
What are you talking about? I don't know, Jeffrey. Oh, so this is why you brought me up here.
That was very convincing, but it's not going to work this time.
What are you talking about? All he meant was that he was sorry that the seats aren't very good.
Oh. Want to get some pizza?
I think your car got stolen again.
What are you talking about?
Well, you parked it on 84th in Columbus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I just walked by there and that car is gone.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Whoa, well, where is it?
What's the difference?
Well, there's no difference, you know, I'm just curious.
You always have to know everything that's going on, don't you?
What happened to the car?
If I don't tell you,
It will kill you, won't it?
Yeah, it'll kill me.
You have to know. You must know.
I must know.
Well, I'm not telling you.
Oh, come on.
Nope, I don't think so.
Well, please.
Not today, pal.
Okay, I beg you.
Now, see, just saying beg doesn't make it a real beg. You gotta put some beg into it.
Okay, please tell me.
All right, I'll tell you, but your begging needs a lot of work.
Okay, what is it? Come on.
I loaned the car to George.
George, all right. Well, what for?
George and Elaine went to a flea market in Westchester, okay?
All right. I mean, why did they want to go there for?
Would you stop it already?
You know, why didn't they ask me to go?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Well, they don't like me?
I don't like you.
Well, if they like me, why didn't they ask me to go? Oh, yeah. Well, I'm very disappointed in George and Elaine. And you know I'm somebody you don't want to have on your bad side.
Why not?
Because I'm like Ice Buddy. When I don't like you, you got problems. Oh, is this for the fight?
Yeah, starts in 35 minutes.
Oh, hey, you know, I invited Mike Moffat. You don't mind, do you?
No, I like Mike.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with him. You know, we had a great conversation.
Oh, yeah, what you talking about?
Well, actually, we talked about you. He had some pretty interesting things to say.
Oh, yeah, what did he say?
You have to know everything, don't you?
No, come on, Kramer, what did he say?
Why is that? Why do you have to know everything?
Kramer, just tell me what the guy said.
Beg.
Please, don't make me
No,
beg.
I want you to beg. And I don't want you to say it. I just want you to put some beg into it. Go on.
Kramer, please tell me what the guy said.
No, that's not. No, I really don't think that's a beg. No, it's close, but,
Kramer!
Look, I can't say anything. You know, the guy told me this stuff in college. I'd be betraying a friend.
Well, you can't just mention it and then not tell me.
Officer Turner, please call desk.
I'll tell you, but you can't say anything to me.
I'm not saying anything. I'm putting it in the vault. I'm locking the vault. It's a vault.
He thinks you're a phony.
He what?
I told you, he thinks you're a phony.
A phony? He called me a phony?
A big phony. Big.
Why did you tell me that if I can't say anything?
You begged me.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, your friend Mike's outside. He wants to talk to you.
Oh.
Hey, Mike! Come on out. The fight's almost starting.
Are you going down?
Yeah.
Is anything wrong?
Why should anything be wrong? Oh, by the way, thanks a lot for inviting me to the flea market.
What?
Yeah, Jerry, he told me all about it.
Oh, great. I didn't know.
Oh, so that's why you were acting so funny.
Well, I didn't know you wanted to go to the flea market. A flea market? You went to a flea market?
We just didn't think of you.
You said it, sister.
Oh, what? Every time I leave my house now, I have to call everybody I know and ask them if they want to do what I'm doing.
People forget. Look at Home Alone. They forgot.
Hey, great move telling them, by the way. Real smart move.
I didn't know I wasn't supposed to say anything.
Talk to entry team.
Judgment, Jerry.
Entry
Judgment.
team.
You exercise
There may be
no
one
judgment.
or multiple active shooters on site. Move quickly and clear the area.
I'm so sorry, really.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't care for that, sorry.
What's wrong with that sorry? That was a good sorry. Jerry, was that a good sorry?
I'm so sorry. I'll tell you why.
No, don't.
You didn't call
There's no
me
room
a
for
phony.
bravado like that. Stand down.
Thanks, real good.
Jerry! First of all, I think you completely misunderstood what I said. I meant it in a complimentary way. I mean, you know, when people say he's bad, it really means he's good, that sort of thing. You know, slang.
Use it in a sentence.
Man, that Michael Jordan is so phony. Why'd you tell him?
Tom reporting. Mission failed. We no longer have control of the situation.
What's with all these
Fall back.
No. It's the Puerto Rican Day Parade.
Oh, the city shuts down Fifth Avenue. They never let anyone through. We're never getting home.
Check it out. Mucho tráfico.
Well, the streets are all blocked. I think every Puerto Rican in the world is out here. And it is
Talk to
our
elements. Negotiations have failed with the active shooter. Make entry and clear the area.
Hey, gentlemen. I scouted it out. I think we can get out over there. But that's a one-way street coming this way. Besides, how am I going to get all the way over there?
Just inch over. You worm your way.
Just do it, Jerry. Ugh, it's exhaust. I'm gonna throw up.
You know, you should make yourself throw up.
Huh?
You know you're going to. I gotta go find a bathroom.
Yes, I'm interested in the apartment.
Yes, come in, come in. Christine Nyhart.
Delicious to meet you.
Did the brokers
Yes, I'm H.E. Penny Packer. I'm a wealthy industrialist and philanthropist and a bicyclist. Yes, I'm looking for a place where I can settle down with my peculiar habits and the women. Mombasa.
The asking price is $1.5 million.
I spend that much on after. Yes, I buy and sell men like myself every day. Now, I assume that there's a waterfall below.
Backed within them.
No.
How about a bathroom?
It has 4.
Yes,
Entry team,
and,
stop
where would the
violating your
absolute
ROE.
worst one be?
Just down the hall.
Hola, Jerry! I'm into this Puerto Rican day.
Yeah, I know. I was watching that. Where? Oh, that was a strike. Did you see that?
Would you like to see the rest of the apartment?
Tell Varnston. Actually, this room intrigues me. Why? Ball! How was that a ball?
I've also heard some interest from a wealthy
Collect what you
industrialist.
can. Report to TOC for debrief.
Not Pennypacker.
You know him?
I wish I didn't.
Come on, man. You need to lighten up. A feeling like this only happens once a year. Yeah, it's like this every day in Puerto Rico. Yeah, see, now you're getting the spirit of it, huh? Oh, Dios mío!
Hey, there's a guy burning the Puerto Rican flag! Who? Who is burning the flag? Him?
It's not very nice.
Max, do you know what day this is?
TOC to element.
I know what day
Entry
this is.
team.
They
There may
know
be one or
what day
multiple
this is,
active
so I
shooters
was
on
wondering
site.
if you know
Quickly clear the
what
area.
day this is.
Because it's Puerto Rican Day.
Maybe we should stump you, like you stumped the flag. What do you think of that?
Look, I just have one thing to say to you boys.
Mr. Pennypacker.
Yes, yeah, I wanted to stop by and make sure that my Shark Tank victim... hello?
Mr. Pennypacker. You know Mr. Barnes.
Varnson?
Pennypacker?
Packer? Varnson?
Mandalay? Wait a second. Mr.
There's no room for
Pennypacker,
bravado.
Mandalay is also here. And who's watching the factory?
Factory?
The Saab factory?
Jerry, that's in Sweden.
I am here for my car!
Jerry, the Mets lost.
I love a parade.
what you can. Report to talk for debrief.
I got owned.
Hey, there you are.
You ready?
For what? He's taking me to the airport. Now we got a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
What does that look like?
I don't know.
Come on, come on. Not salt, but...
Well, Pepper Johnson?
No. Sugar Ray Leonard.
Oh, no way.
I'll tell you what. I'll bet you the next 3 people I ask, 2 of them will say that it looks like Sugar Ray Leonard. Hey, wait a second. What are you doing? You're not betting. You know he's not supposed to bet.
Come on, Jerry. It's a lock.
Kramer, you've had this thing under control for almost 3 years now. Don't start again.
But it's a lock.
No.
This is your swanky diplomats club. Yeah, I'm gonna get some snacks before my flight. Hey, how you doing?
Pretty good.
Name's Kramer.
Earl Hafler. Nice to meet you. I'm headed to Houston.
You're
Where are you headed?
endangering this operation.
I'm happy right
Watch
here.
yourselves.
This place amazing? Planes flying in from all corners of the world. And they know the minute when they're arriving.
That's why my flight to Houston is delayed. Matter of fact, I'll bet you that flight to Pittsburgh takes off before my flight to Houston.
Bet. I bet.
Friendly way.
No, I made a bet in 3 years. I don't know.
Oh, come on. Keep things interesting. Fast attack.
Okay,
how about 200?
You're on, cowboy.
Arriving at gate 12.
This could be Mexico City.
Come on,
Flight number 42 from Mexico City.
All right, come on. Let's talk it.
Well, Mr. Kramer, looks like you're in the hole for $200.
Oh, come on, one more bet. Double enough.
All right. But I want to see some cash on the table.
All right, let me call my bank. All right, you stay here.
Man, they're here.
Hello?
Yeah, it's me.
Hey, what's up?
All right, listen, I need some cash.
What for?
I just need it, that's all.
Oh, no. Don't tell me. You're gambling again, aren't you? Oh, you weak man. Where are you?
I'm at the airport.
The airport?
Oh, but I'm down $3,200, so you gotta give me some cash.
I don't have that kind of dough.
They're here.
Watch it.
Oh, no, not the bank.
We have rules outlined for a reason. Act within them.
All right.
Hey.
Okay.
Here it is. Here's my collateral.
So it's a mailbag. So what?
So what? You know whose mailbag that is?
Talk reporting. Roger that.
David?
Medical assistance is
Son
standing
of
by.
Sam. The worst mass murderer the post office ever produced.
Where'd you get this?
I took over his route. And boy, were there a lot of dogs on that route. Tell me to keep off the snacks.
Your buddy's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, don't I know it?
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's check out the board now. Who do you like?
All right, how about Ithaca versus Boston?
All right, I'm gonna give you a sporting chance. I'll take Ithaca.
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing.
I hope you know what you're doing.
Well, that Newman was your good luck charm. Traveler's check's acceptable?
Oh, our check. Yeah, he worked in the cubicle right next to me. We once double dated.
Yeah. Doing business with a gentleman like
Kramer!
Oh, Elaine, what are you doing here?
Hi, Jerry asked me to meet his girlfriend here. Did you hear about his plane in Ithaca?
What about the plane in Ithaca?
Our student friend freaked out at the pilot. Single-handedly delayed the plane a whole hour. Can you believe that?
The delay?
Uh-huh.
You're a cheat.
What? No.
Nobody muscles.
We're not looking for bodies.
See you around, Cosmo.
Hey, what do you know? Look at that. A lesbian sighting. Oh, my lucky day. They're so fascinating. Why is that? Because they don't want us. You gotta respect that. Oh my God. It's Susan. But what do I do?
George?
Susan!
Hi!
Hi! Oh, boy! What are you doing here?
Renting a video. What do you got there?
Oh, some stupid movie.
This is Mona.
Oh, hi.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, well.
Well, I'll let you two catch up. You okay?
Yeah, yes. I just haven't seen you in a long time.
And you didn't expect me to be holding hands with a woman?
Oh, please. Me? Come on, that's great. Are you kidding? I think that's fantastic. I've always encouraged experimentation. I'm the first guy in the pool. Who do you think you're talking to?
I know who I'm talking to.
Of course you do, yeah. It's just, you know, I never knew that...
I liked women?
There you go. So, how long has this been going on?
Since you and I broke up.
So after me, you went that way?
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's fantastic. Good for you. Nice. That's very nice.
So what do you got there?
Oh,
Rochelle.
It's a foreign movie. A film is what it is, actually.
Yeah. A lot of nudity in that, huh?
No, just a tiny bit. It's not even frontal nudity. It's sidal nudity.
Next.
Oh, me.
All right. Well, good seeing you, George.
Yes, good to see you too, and good luck with the whole thing there. Do you think I could have done this?
No, it's the valet guy.
No, I mean driven Susan to lesbianism.
Oh, no, that's ridiculous.
What if her experience with me drove her to it?
Suicide, maybe, not lesbianism.
Which movie was that again?
Rochelle.
George.
Oh, hey, thanks for meeting me here.
Yeah, I don't have much time.
Yeah, listen, I gotta ask
Talk
you.
reporting. Entry
I was a
team.
little concerned.
Status of the active shooter threat
Perhaps
is
I was
currently unknown.
responsible in some
Move in
way
and secure the
for
area quickly.
metamorphosis.
That'll be $98.
What $98?
That's what I said, $98.
How could that piece of crap cost $98?
George,
Do you believe this? $98? Do you have any cash?
Yes.
I need like 35. Thanks. So, was it me?
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Is that what you wanted to talk to me about? Here.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'll pay you back.
Yeah, sure. I gotta go.
Listen, let me ask you something. If you and Mona were ever to dance, how do you decide who leads? I mean, do you take turns? Do you discuss it beforehand? How does that work?
You're an idiot.
I know what you mean.
What the hell are you doing? Exercise caution.
I just don't know what she sees in Kramer.
Beautiful. You're intelligent. You'll meet other girls.
You think so?
Yes, I know so. You happen to be a very eligible lesbian.
You're very sweet.
Hey, I know what I'm talking about. And I gotta be honest with you. I gotta tell you. Ever since I saw you holding hands with that woman, I can't get you out of my mind.
Really?
Yeah. You're just so hip. Oh, my God.
What?
It's Allison. I dated her right after you. She was obsessed with me.
George?
Alice, hi. Hi! Oh my God! How are you?
Good. You know you owe me $50.
Right. I don't have it on me right now. This is Susan. Susan, Allison.
Nice to meet you. That's a beautiful vest.
Watch it.
The most important aspect of the war in Ukraine right now is not happening anywhere along the way. It's the funding of Ukraine's war. Now more than ever, it's really up in the air.
Get ready.
Talk to entry team. Mission failed. We have control of the situation.
Mission failed. Why does it say I'm playing Call of Duty? What the fuck? So when you go to my stream, it says Call of Duty on the fucking... Why? Weird. Weird. Well, I don't really know what else to do. I kind of want to leave. I don't have any other game. I don't have any games to play. They've reprinted all of these? My god, man. Dragon Ball Z. The collector's nightmare. Of course, they're all gone.
Drop the knife! Casey, taser! Stop it, you're gonna get shot!
Ooh, hi everyone. All female into my Santos. The under get another with Stella gripping a 9-inch long chef's knife. So I read that and I say, who's gonna file a lawsuit against an officer who shot someone that was running at them with a 9-inch chef's blade?
That's a knife.
That's a big fucking knife. And how many times have we seen people get killed with baby knives? Literally, knives held by babies.
Let me see what you have. A knife! No!
A little poke in the right place and suddenly you're in the forever box.
That's what she said.
What I'm saying is that a blade of any size is definitely a deadly weapon. You guys remember that stabbing I covered a while back at that mall where the two dudes got into a fight? One of them got just a tiny little poke in the neck and he bleeds out within like, I don't know, 30 seconds on the ground. That one was so bad I had to blur the entire screen. Okay, look at these fucking ads, dude. Holy shit. The Daily Mail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's slowing down my computer that has a 4090 Ti in it. Graphic content warning. Horrific moment. A young man is stabbed to death in a bloody food court brawl as a 20-year-old is charged with murder. I can't show all of this. If you look right here, the guy has, I don't know, a 3-inch blade.
It's not the size that counts, it's how you use it.
I don't want. Oh.
I don't know if you saw that right there. All he did was a boop, and I'm going to show the video. It's going to be highly blurred, but it doesn't take very long for this guy to fall down, and he's dead. Point being, even the smallest edged weapons are very deadly.
Edged weapons are instruments of deadly force, and whenever possible, you must be prepared to use your ultimate force option if necessary.
Back to our main story, why did that city have a lawsuit against it for wrongful death? After watching the video of our incident today, I kind of found out why. Which, by the way, the fully uncut version of what we are about to cover. This officer, there are by the female officer.
Stop coming towards me. Stop coming towards me. Stop where you are, miss. Stop where you are. Drop the knife. Drop the knife.
I don't know if you noticed, but this entire time, the female officer still has not pulled out her taser. Even after triangulating a great angle where if shots have to be fired, the female officer won't be in the line of fire of the male officer.
You go non-lethal. I miss. Miss, drop the knife. Drop the knife. Stop.
Male officer.
Drop the knife. Coming towards me. Stop coming towards me. Stop where you are, miss. Stop where you are. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife, miss. Casey, taser. Stop it. Stop it, you're gonna get shot.
Call it in.
Shots fired, Grundy. 752. Step it up. Handcuff her. Take that knife away. Face.
The female officer, for almost that entire time, did not pull her taser. Even after the male officer told her directly, pull out your taser. She was just wandering around the sidewalk like she's waiting on her fucking order at McDonald's. And when she finally gets her taser out, even when the woman with the 9-inch chef's blade starts running at the male officer, she still doesn't tase her. Not that I'm saying the taser is an end-all. There could have been a chance where the taser actually did work and the woman goes down and they could have cuffed her. There could have been a chance.
Casey, taser! Stop it! Stop it, you're gonna get shot!
What an idiot.
In my opinion, it looks like it was a clear-cut suicide by cop. The male officer did what he had to do because she was within 10 feet of him and running at him. And then I don't know why some of the comments online were saying, well, she was holding the knife downward. I don't know, you mean downward like that? Yeah, that's how she was holding the knife. Like, even after the lady was shot, the female officer still standing back there like fucking Will Ferrell and Talladega Nights.
I'm not sure what to do with my hands.
Be good just to hold him down by your side. Yeah, great.
Lord have mercy. Let me know what you think about this one in the comments below. If you haven't subscribed, hit that notification bell. YouTube only.
Fuck, man, like, why? You know, why? No, I don't want to get copyrighted.
Well, I mean, after this conversation, I'm going to continue to do what I've been doing for the last 30 to 45 days, which is work as much as I humanly possibly can.
How many hours a day do you think that
I'm putting in like a good 40-hour work week now.
Okay. Well, I think that when we can't survive, I think that needs to be 60 to 80.
40 hours a week when he's like on the verge of destruction? I'm sorry. Maybe my work approach might be toxic or unhealthy, but like, what else is he doing with his time?
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, but that's where I am. And like at the end of the day, again, no excuses. You know, people think I don't want to get a real job. I'm a disabled felon, man.
I struggle with the conversation. If we decide it's impossible, then it's impossible regardless.
Well, I understand that, but if you told me that I need to start flapping my wings and fly out of here, right? We would agree that that's not a possibility.
She's probably right that you can't get most desirable jobs.
Not desirable jobs, anything. Dude, I was.
How do you help someone who has an almost chronic way of making excuses / coping? You mentioned he was self-aware, but used it for pity to feel good. How do you actually help them? In my opinion, I don't know if there's like a clinically approved or statistically approved way to do it, but, and I'm working off very limited anecdote here. The only way that I've ever seen this work, and it's really hard, is you have to stop enabling them, and everybody around them has to stop enabling them. Because what happens is people, because you feel bad for them. You know, you got a friend and they do, you know, they're into drugs, they won't get a job, they whatever. These people are really good at finding others in their life to kind of get resources from or get help from, and you feel bad. But at some point, the truly compassionate thing to do, and this is the hardest, is like for parents having to kick out a child who's like 23, 24, not going to school, not working. You got to say, listen, you got to start paying rent if you can't. I'm kicking you out. And you kick them out, and it sucks, and it hurts, but like they have to like fail pretty hard for a little bit. And then at some point, hopefully they make the decision to realize that they have to change their shit around. But as long as the person is able to go to other people and kind of sustain themselves, why would they change their behavior, right? It's type of action, right? Do the donor. Fortunately, you have to, aside from a little.
Yeah. I got told they wouldn't give it to me. How desirable is it to cold call teachers about a union and get screamed at by them? Because that's the job I applied for.
Yeah.
And got told they wouldn't give it to me. How desirable was that job?
Not thrilling.
No. And that was the most desirable job I applied for.
Okay.
And they wouldn't offer me that one. And I had a friend in management at that company.
So you're not willing to try?
Am I willing to try doing something that is clearly not going to happen? No. Now, if I get the felony sealed, which is going to cost.
The thing is, people like Boogie still need an emotional support system, but that support system cannot enable. Yeah, but that's the hard part. That is true. Like you don't have to shit on people. And I think some people confuse this. Like when you say tough love doesn't mean that you talk to a child and you're like, I'm sorry, but you're a lazy fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here and get a fucking job, you fucking loser, right? Like that's tough love. No, you know, you can still be loving. Like, listen, I love you. I can help you fight. I can help
the city. I can't speak for Arkansas. I can't speak for the city. There's local services. There's a wide variety of services who focus on the rehabilitation aspect of people's lives. Now, you did not go to prison, but you do have a felony.
Sure.
What's a felony? You have a felony.
Helps to connect felons with workplace opportunities. There are services out there. Have you worked with any of them yet?
It's never come across my table. Again,
it's not about coming across your table. What about you going across their table?
Well, my plan is to seal the felony and try to move forward from there. And that happens in 3 months, provided I can afford it.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've never heard of that before. So I don't know if it even exists in my area, but it might. What would they offer? I don't think they'll offer any financial.
A lot of things I'm seeing are Texas resources. Again, I can't speak for that, but
right. Well, as far as I know, I might not need that in 3 months. But if it turns out in 3 months that
this is always a thing too with people with this mindset. They're always like a couple months from like something big. They've always got like, I just got this thing, or there's a thing that I'm working on now, and I think in a couple months. There's always like a couple months there's some big things. Yeah. Would you on Caleb Hammer's show? What would we talk about? You spend a lot on takeout food, but you what? Is there ever fixing a victim mentality like this? Like I said, I think you just have to look at what's reinforcing the behavior, right? And right now, it's really, really hard to look at people like this and try to figure out what's going on if you're analyzing from just like an ordinary mindset. Right now, technically, Boogie is doing everything correct. He really is. He's doing exactly what he needs to do to get exactly what he wants. The only thing that is going to change his behavior is when he no longer gets what he wants. That's the only thing that'll change it. And right now, he's acting in accordance with his environment, you know?
I think one thing that would help, not pushing someone to get work, and I know there's probably background in a lot of different story. If your significant other is able to help split the cost of the place they're living, that will help with your thing. I do want to talk about, before we wrap it up, just, okay, say you make it 10 years like you said.
I don't know how Caleb feels about this, but I feel really strongly about this. If you're trying to help somebody shore up their finances, I like talking about expenses way more than income. Because income is fluid, dynamic. It can change. There's a lot, but expenses are oftentimes things you can like hardcore control for. I feel like on this video, I feel like there's been an overfixation on what can you do to earn more money? Can we work another 20 hours a week? How can the YouTube channel? Like, okay, well, what about the expenses we have that we know we can control, right? You can rent an apartment and have a cheaper monthly house payment. You can get a cheaper car and reduce your insurance or your monthly car payments. You can, like, these are expenses that are monthly payments that no matter how much you earn, no matter how much you spend, these are always going to be the same. Like, why not work on cutting the expenses down? I feel like that's a more important thing to do, but
I hope it's much longer. You know, I really do. Let's.
He did cover that. He did a little bit, but like, I'm curious. Maybe I just missed because I'm paying attention. I feel like Bookie should sell his house. I don't think he needs to live in that house. That's like number one. Like that seems like a big thing. Because what does he live at? Isn't he like in a nowhere state? He's paying $2,300 a month on a mortgage. Can't he just get like a $1,200 a month apartment or something? Like, oh, did he tell? Maybe he did tell him to move then, and I missed it. I don't know. Hey, it was in Arkansas.
That doesn't look like you made those taco shells yourself, homemade.
Why is it so quiet?
Go to a store and purchase them with credit
no,
card debt?
Yeah, you got to grow the corn yourself. It's so funny because I did this Caleb thing. You did a good enough job of promoting the podcast, Caleb. But number one, that guy was such a dumbass. He thought that I actually bought a Tesla. Anybody with a brain knows I didn't buy a fucking Tesla. In case you didn't know that, I never bought the fucking thing. And then secondly, he's like trying to find something to nail me on. He's like going through my bank account, and the only thing he can find to nail me on is like eating out. Bitch, look at me. Do I look like somebody who's saving money on food? I'm feeding 3 people over here. I'm feeding me and my girlfriend and occasionally my roommate, and I'm doing it on a budget. If I'm doing it on $600 to $800 a month, which is what I am, I'm winning, Caleb. That guy was unreasonable. That guy was unreasonable.
The only thing I've seen you say that was like unreasonable is like you fed 3 people with $12 at Chick-fil-A. I'm like, I can't feed myself for $12 at Chick-fil-A.
Why would he be such an asshole? What the? Oh no, Caleb.
Well,
just got f***ing destinied. Will you bring some guy on and you try to be like chill and
catch you guys
friendly,
next
even
time.
though he
I'm
may be
definitely
rude,
gonna
and
be.
then you-
I'm calling it. Catch you guys next time. Bang. Maybe I'll play games more tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Hey, no more. Gotta take the dogs out. You know that won't happen. Yeah, I don't think I got really. You know, I'll start the stream early, so that this time midnight we're at the, 8 hour, 9 hour mark. Okay, catch you guys next time. Bang.